Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Li Fan wasn't being sarcastic. The mountain-sitting art truly wasn't originally created for cultivators. Its exact origins were already lost to time. But according to the technique's records, one could only make progress with the original version of the mountain-sitting art by literally sitting on a mountain. By selecting a mountain and relying on its continuous growth in height, the practitioner would receive corresponding cultivation feedback in return. This process was far too lengthy. In ancient times, mountains and rivers weren't as easily altered as they were today. A mountain might require thousands of years to grow just a tiny bit taller. If the mountain-sitting art wasn't created as some kind of joke, then it seemed less suited for human cultivation and more appropriate for the trees and rocks upon the mountains themselves. Yet to Li Fan's knowledge, there were no tales of plant spirits, tree demons, or demonic beasts in the current cultivation world. The slightly more powerful exotic beasts only controlled a trace of supernatural power through their bloodline inheritance, but they absolutely couldn't cultivate. Perhaps spirits and demons existed in the earliest era of this world, but then some catastrophe occurred, causing all the demonic creatures to disappear? Li Fan wondered. Still, regardless of the truth, it had little bearing on Li Fan's practice of the mountain-sitting art. He only speculated briefly, knowing deeper investigation would prove futile. The original mountain-sitting art was fundamentally unusable for cultivators. But as the Great Reformation descended, causing increasingly frequent changes to mountains and rivers, the mountain-sitting art paradoxically became barely practicable. Then, 1,000 years ago, a remarkably talented individual accidentally obtained the mountain-sitting art. Grasping its essential principle of sitting on a mountain and reaping its rewards, this person modified the technique. Now the practitioner could also make progress in the technique through their own cultivation. Furthermore, they expanded the scope from only mountains to include people. This officially transformed the mountain-sitting art into an exceptionally rare and precious technique. Unfortunately, this peerless genius only recorded this modification in the technique's preface without leaving their name behind. Like the sea-calming sword art, the mountain-sitting art was a golden core technique. It would certainly be sufficient for Li Fan's cultivation needs in this lifetime. Following the technique's instructions, Li Fan began circulating his energy. Within moments, he had grasped the fundamentals of the mountain-sitting art. But then that familiar sensation of stagnation during cultivation reappeared. Clearly, the mountain-sitting art also didn't harmonize with Li Fan's foundation establishment curio, the deep-sea pearl. After a moment's hesitation, Li Fan activated the Taishang primordial true scripture. He completely dissolved his cultivation of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture and began cultivating the mountain-sitting art instead. Supported by his vast and refined foundation establishment cultivation, Li Fan soon advanced the mountain-sitting art to the foundation establishment realm. Next, I need to test the effectiveness of its reward-reaping effects. Li Fan thought. If the effect is mediocre, I'd be better off cultivating the sea-calming sword art instead. Having made his decision, Li Fan took out the jade slip containing the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. No kindness surpasses that of transmitting a technique, especially in a world where the law of the exclusivity of immortal techniques holds sway. The grace of transmitting a method was nearly akin to the gift of a second life. He Jinghao previously showed me considerable favor, likely because of this reward-reaping effect. Unfortunately, his vision was too narrow, limited to minor favors and small benefits. Even if he could receive cultivation feedback, it probably wouldn't amount to much. Investment follows a simple principle: the greater the input, the greater the return. Since that's the case, I might as well make a major investment and see what this mountain-sitting art is truly capable of. He immediately took out the mini Tianxian mirror and began checking the market prices of nascent soul techniques. Within the myriad Immortals Alliance, Qi refinement realm techniques generally ranged from 1,000 to 3,000 contribution points. Foundation establishment techniques typically started around 5,000 contribution points. Starting from golden core techniques, there was a massive leap in prices. 1. Even the lowest tier methods cost tens of thousands of points, with more exquisite golden core formation methods commanding increasingly higher prices. Nascent soul techniques could cost up to hundreds of thousands of contribution points. Li Fan even spotted a technique called yin-yang dual cultivation participation concordance listed for an astonishing number of points. 2. He wondered what profundities it contained. Ko Hong, Dao Xuanzi, this lifetime, I won't allow you two brothers to turn on each other. Li Fan smiled faintly and chose to sell the nascent soul technique, Thousand Mechanisms, Jade Cosmos Scripture. A faint glow swept over the mini Tianqian mirror. After a moment, it offered a price of around 90,000 points. 3. Considering the Tianqian mirror took a cut for purchases, this indicated the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture was indeed exceptional. Li Fan didn't hesitate and accepted right away. A golden contract flew out from the mini Tianqian mirror, hovering before Li Fan. Li Fan read it carefully. The contract spelled out the various terms of the technique transaction. Once it was finalized, ownership of the technique would pass entirely to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and any future use of it would bear no relation to its original owner. The transaction was irreversible, and the original owner's memory of the technique would automatically vanish after the transaction. Under no circumstances should copies be retained or traded with others. Violators would bear the consequences. Li Fan had no objections. Using spiritual power as a brush, he signed his name on the golden contract. The contract then dissolved into countless golden particles, a portion of which disappeared into Li Fan's body, while the rest carried the jade slip back into the mini Tianqian mirror. With the transaction complete, Li Fan's memory of the specific contents of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture vanished. He only recalled having once possessed this technique, but every word and sentence of it had completely faded from his mind. Li Fan didn't feel any sense of loss. After all, it was an item bound in return to truth, so there was no fear of losing it permanently. It seems I can make a hefty profit from this every lifetime. With the contribution points secured, Li Fan began his experiment on the reward-reaping effects. The experiment requires a control. Xiaoheng will do. His first investment target for the mountain-sitting art was naturally Su Xiaomei, who was born with an innate immortal physique and was a heaven's envied. His avatar donned clothing, concealed its cultivation with a form-concealing talisman, and stood to the side. He then used his communication spirit talisman to summon both of them. Before long, Su Xiaomei and Xiaoheng arrived at the stone chamber at the lake bottom. They looked curiously at the avatar beside Li Fan, unsure who this unfamiliar cultivator was. But since Li Fan remained silent, they dared not ask questions. Master. Greetings, Senior. They both bowed respectfully. How is your cultivation progressing? Li Fan asked with his back turned to them. Master, I've been cultivating really quickly. I've already reached the final stage Qi refinement realm and will soon be able to establish my Dao foundation. But I'll need a curio of heaven and earth and a foundation establishment technique. They all cost so many contribution points. I'll need to save up for a long time to redeem them. Su Xiaomei looked at Li Fan pitifully. Senior, I'm in the same boat as Xiaomei, also preparing for foundation establishment. Xiaoheng appeared somewhat reserved. Li Fan remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, Li Fan turned around and said, Gathering Dao resonance artifacts for me has delayed your progress. Xiaoheng quickly responded, Senior, you're too kind. Being able to assist you is our honor. If not for you, how could we have left Li World and embarked on the path of immortality? Moreover, the cultivation techniques we practice were provided by you. I will never forget your kindness. Li Fan waited until Xiaoheng finished speaking before continuing. In cultivation, gaining an early advantage creates continued advantages. If you rely solely on yourself, you'll likely need 3 to 5 more years. Any delay in these most precious cultivation years would likely result in completely different future achievements. Therefore, Li Fan paused, then continued, select the techniques and curios you desire from the Tianqian mirror. I'll cover the cost. Once you obtain them, proceed with foundation establishment immediately. Don't delay any further. Su Xiaomei and Xiaoheng first stared at him blankly, as if unable to process this tremendous fortune falling upon them. Just as joyful expressions appeared on their faces, and they prepared to kowtow in gratitude, they heard Li Fan add, "Su Xiaomei has always addressed me as master. Although I've never formally accepted her as my disciple, there remains a bond between us. Therefore, I won't ask her for contribution points. Consider it a gift from master to disciple. As for you, the contribution points will be considered a loan from me. In the future, you'll need to gather curios of heaven and earth for me as repayment. Do you have any objections?" These words elicited completely different reactions from Su Xiaomei and Xiaoheng. Su Xiaomei shouted, "Long live master," then kowtowed once before eagerly rushing to the mini Tianqian mirror to begin selecting techniques. Xiaoheng watched Su Xiaomei and gave a bitter laugh. Then his expression turned solemn. "The fact that you are willing to lend me contribution points, allowing me to establish my foundation in advance, is already an immense grace. How could I be unsatisfied? After achieving foundation establishment, I will spare no effort to gather curios of heaven and earth to repay your kindness, senior." Hearing this, Li Fan nodded slowly. "In that case, you may go as well." Xiaoheng also kowtowed once before walking to the mini Tianqian mirror to select items alongside Su Xiaomei. Watching the two excited faces, Li Fan's gaze grew profound. Naturally, the different treatment of the two represented the independent variables in Li Fan's experiment. After transmitting techniques, how much cultivation feedback would Li Fan receive as their cultivation levels increased? Would it justify the initial investment? What was the difference in the feedback received between transmitting techniques with repayment and without repayment? For the same amount of contribution points, would investing through the mountain-sitting art yield more cultivation progress than practicing within the Tianqian mirror itself? All these questions needed to be clarified. This would determine how Li Fan would subsequently utilize the mountain-sitting art's reward-reaping abilities. After reaching the early-stage foundation establishment realm, the cost of the epiphanic state boost in the Tianqian mirror had risen to 100 points per day. The increase in progress rate had also dropped from 27 times to roughly 20 times. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivation at the foundation establishment realm was a qualitative leap compared to the qi refinement realm. Neither Kohong nor Dao Xuanzi was mediocre. Yet both had required a full 200 years to reach the final stage foundation establishment realm. This, in some measure, illustrated just how arduous cultivation truly was. The consumption of contribution points was simply too massive. Though Li Fan possessed foresight and could easily amass large quantities of contribution points, he still needed to plan meticulously and spend wisely. 1. TL note. Please note that the author forgot to actually state all the numbers in the next few paragraphs, so I could only fill in the blanks to the best of my abilities. 2. I'll edit this part if the exact number of points is ever revealed in future chaps, but so far I never saw this technique mentioned again. 3. The exact figure isn't stated as far as I could find. Don't worry about the contribution points. Just choose the curios and techniques that appeal to you. Though he'd intended to be frugal, Li Fan still gave this instruction upon seeing Su Xiaomei and Xiaoheng's conflicted expressions. They breathed sighs of relief and finally managed to select what they needed from the Tianqian mirror's vast catalog. Su Xiaomei chose the blazing flame feather for her foundation establishment curio, a high-grade curio of man worth 6,000 contribution points. For her technique, she selected the advanced version of Blazing Heart's Fury art called Inferno Heart's Fury art, also valued at 6,000 contribution points. Xiaoheng selected the Wandering Cloud Steel for his foundation establishment curio, a high-grade curio of man worth 5,500 contribution points. His technique was the Nurturing Rain art, valued at 5,500 contribution points. After making their selections, they obediently gathered beside Li Fan, watching him with eager eyes as he paid the bill. Total contribution points spent, 23,000. Even with Li Fan's substantial wealth of over 90,000 contribution points, his eyelid twitched at the amount. No wonder He Jianghao had to restrict his investments. This was truly an enormous expense. Supporting even a single foundation establishment cultivator required at least 10,000 contribution points. Li Fan recalled that the annual compensation for guardians of the Songyun Seas Islands ranged from just a few hundred to slightly over 2,000 contribution points. Even with additional side income, accumulating over 10,000 contribution points would take at least 2 to 3 years of intensive saving. To give to others what he'd worked so long to earn, who could bear to part with so much of their wealth? The mountain-sitting art truly isn't meant for the ordinary cultivator. Li Fan sighed as he purchased all 4 items. In the blink of an eye, his contribution points dropped to over 67,000. Plus the previous remaining 1,100, Li Fan now possessed just over 68,100 contribution points. Begin establishing your Dao foundation here. I'll protect you, Li Fan instructed, handing the items to them. Overjoyed, they immediately agreed. Placing complete trust in Li Fan, Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng began their foundation establishment process in the chamber. With formless killing mechanism locked onto both of them, Li Fan once again took the opportunity to observe and comprehend the foundation establishment process. Although he had already completed his foundation establishment in this lifetime, Li Fan's ultimate goal was far more ambitious than simply building his Dao foundation with the curio of earth, deep sea pearl. Therefore, every insight into foundation establishment was precious to him. Their talents were truly extraordinary. Just one day later, the projection of a fiery bird took form in Su Xiaomei's dantian, and she successfully advanced to the foundation establishment realm. Simultaneously, Li Fan felt a surge of pure cultivation energy manifest within his own body. Moreover, it didn't simply appear once then vanish completely. Rather, it continued growing steadily like a bubbling mountain stream, though the increments became minuscule, almost negligible. After her breakthrough, Su Xiaomei's face glowed with excitement. But she noticed Xiao Heng was still in the midst of his foundation establishment process and refrained from disturbing him. She stood obediently beside Li Fan, waiting for Xiao Heng to complete his breakthrough. Another half a day passed before a blue cloud took shape, marking Xiao Heng's official advancement to the foundation establishment realm. This time, the cultivation feedback from the mountain-sitting art was only 1/5 of what Su Xiaomei had provided. The subsequent cultivation progress it granted was practically non-existent. After his breakthrough, joy spread across Xiao Heng's face. But then he quickly composed himself, bowing and kowtowing once more to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded, accepting the gesture with equanimity, then led the two to meet Su Changyu and the others. When Su Changyu and the Yin sisters saw that both had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, they were genuinely delighted, repeatedly offering congratulations. Liao Erbao's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two and Li Fan. After the celebratory commotion subsided, Li Fan issued his orders. Our current dwelling is far too crude. From now on, you must work together to carve out and construct a proper cave dwelling at Bright Moon Lake, where everyone can cultivate in the future. I will transfer 5,000 contribution points to you, Xiao Heng. You may purchase the necessary materials from the mini Tianqian mirror. I have matters to attend to outside and will be away for a time. I hope to see the cave dwelling completed upon my return. A friend of mine resides in the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake. If you encounter any problems you cannot solve, feel free to seek his counsel. The group acknowledged the instructions in unison. After transferring the 5,000 contribution points to Xiao Heng, Li Fan spent over 20 days returning to Yuandao City. After entering the Tianqian mirror, he spent 10,000 contribution points to activate the assisted cultivation mode. Then, he immersed himself in cultivating the mountain-sitting art. Time flowed like a river, and 100 days slipped swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, Anchor Year 29 arrived. Li Fan awoke from his secluded cultivation, examining the progress of his cultivation. The results left him deeply astonished. His cultivation progress in over 100 days of dedicated practice was only double compared to the cultivation feedback he received when Su Xiaomei broke through. No, it's less than double. During these 100 days, Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng's strength must have increased as well. So my cultivation progress came partly from my own efforts and partly from the mountain-sitting art's feedback. It's foreseeable that as Su Xiaomei's realm continues to rise, the feedback will keep flowing in. It should only cease completely once they reach the final stage foundation establishment realm. A preliminary conclusion can be drawn. For the same amount of contribution points, the total cultivation progress through this method far exceeds what I could achieve through my own cultivation. However, it is a long process. If I invest in those with mediocre talent, it might take nearly a century to reap the full benefits. Investing in exceptionally gifted prodigies can significantly shorten this process. Regardless, transmitting techniques while the mountain-sitting art is activated guarantees a profit with no loss. From this perspective, with sufficient contribution points, the fastest method of cultivation for me is to cultivate within the Tianjin mirror myself while simultaneously transmitting techniques and reaping rewards. Unfortunately, the consumption of contribution points is simply too great if I go with this plan. Even 200,000 contribution points wouldn't last long. It's not a sustainable long-term strategy. To maximize the efficiency of contribution points, I should refrain from using the Tianjin mirror for my own cultivation. Instead, invest all contribution points in prodigies and rely solely on the cultivation growth from feedback to advance my realm. Yet true prodigies are rare. Across both my lifetimes, I've encountered only 2 or 3. My cultivation speed would undoubtedly be slower than if I devoted all my contribution points to the epiphanic state boost. Li Fan's thoughts paused, then turned to Xiao Heng. Even compensated technique transmission can yield cultivation feedback. And if I can ensure the safe recovery of contribution points, wouldn't that be like reaping profits without investment? If I just charge a small fee, surely many cultivators trapped by their bottlenecks, desperate for breakthroughs, would be willing to pay this negligible price to obtain techniques or curios in advance. I possess the formless killing mechanism divine ability, so I needn't fear these cultivators fleeing. With Su Xiaomei and Xiao Hong as my 2 chief enforcers, I wouldn't even need to personally handle collections when debtors miss their payments. And if I encounter true prodigies, I could provide the resources without charge. Excellent. Truly excellent. The more Li Fan contemplated, the more excited he became, until the words escaped his lips unbidden. The mountain-sitting art is truly a marvelous technique. Such a divine art, yet you never learned to wield it properly, fellow Taoist he. What a tragic waste of heaven's gifts. The idea was wonderful, but before it was formally implemented, numerous problems needed to be resolved first. For instance, were there already similar organizations in the current Myriad Immortals Alliance? Would his actions infringe upon others' interests, causing him to be casually executed by some powerhouse? After some investigation, Li Fan felt reassured. Currently, the Myriad Immortals Alliance lacked large-scale, organized lending practices. Firstly, contribution points were difficult to obtain. Merely sustaining one's own cultivation was challenging enough. Where would one find surplus contribution points to lend others? Another crucial reason was that lending was easy, but collecting repayment was exceedingly difficult. The cultivation world was vast, and cultivators possessed countless methods to conceal themselves. One could simply hide in some remote mountain range, seclude themselves for 10 years, and never repay their debt. What could be done about it? Perhaps powerful cultivators could perform precise tracking, but they likely prioritized their own cultivation and disdained taking on such distracting tasks with little practical benefit. However, Li Fan was more than willing to go through the trouble. During his return to Bright Moon Lake, Li Fan began formulating various plans for the future in his mind. Over 20 days later, Li Fan returned to Bright Moon Lake. In around 40 days, the underwater cave dwelling was nearly completed. Yet these structures were only superficially ornate. Aside from the Myriad Immortals array banner set, there were no other defensive measures whatsoever. Considering future prestige and security, Li Fan spent a fortune of 20,000 contribution points to purchase a complete Torrent Phantasm Grand Array from the Tianjin Mirror. This array differed entirely from the Myriad Immortals array banner set. Once deployed, it could not be moved. Designed for areas near large bodies of water, the Grand Array combined concealment, protection, and defensive capabilities against enemies. At full power, it was said to be able to withstand attacks from mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Li Fan personally deployed it, and soon, the Torrent Phantasm Grand Array was successfully activated. Gazing at the faint blue protective barrier above the underwater cave dwelling, Li Fan felt much more at ease. With the cave dwelling formally completed, a celebration was in order. Everyone gathered at the cave dwelling's entrance, their faces alight with excitement as they admired the structure that had consumed dozens of days of effort. As Li Fan surveyed the scene, he felt something was missing. So he purchased a jade plaque and 2 jade pillars from the mini Tiantian mirror. After installing them, a blue sword flew out from his dantian. Li Fan's brush moved with great vigor and flourish, like a soaring dragon or slithering serpent. On the left jade pillar, he inscribed 4 large words, "Compassionate Fairy to Salvation." 1. On the right jade pillar, he wrote 4 large words, "Relieving Suffering and Hardship." Finally, on the central jade plaque, he inscribed 2 majestic words, "Bright Moon Palace." Li Fan retracted the blue water sword, nodding in satisfaction at his masterpiece. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomei and the others were deeply moved and mesmerized as they beheld Li Fan's calligraphy. Su Xiaomei's eyes sparkled like stars, while Xiao Heng and Su Chongyu were utterly captivated by the imposing spirit conveyed in the words. Compassionate Fairy to Salvation, relieving suffering and hardship. As the one who had roamed the cultivation world the longest among them, Zhao Erbao understood the weight of these 8 words more deeply than the others. Thus, he grew even more uncertain of Li Fan's cultivation level, not daring to harbor any ulterior motives. Li Fan led the group into Bright Moon Palace, beginning their tour of this newly constructed cave dwelling. Bright Moon Palace spanned a radius of 5 li, with its buildings arranged in a semi-cross formation. At the center stood the Bright Moon Hall, intended for meetings and receiving guests. Residences for the members lined both its left and right wings. Behind Bright Moon Hall stood a series of buildings, one housing the mini Tiantian mirror, some storing Dao resonance artifacts, and another serving as Li Fan's secluded cultivation chamber. Currently, Bright Moon Palace was an empty shell, devoid of interior decorations, tables, or chairs. Yet achieving this much in just 40 days left Li Fan quite satisfied. Beyond the 5,000 contribution points expended, the Yin sisters from Tianbao Pavilion and Sunjiang had contributed tremendous effort. Sunjiang in particular had meticulously designed Bright Moon Palace's architectural layout. After instructing everyone to complete Bright Moon Palace's decorations as quickly as possible, Li Fan proceeded to his cultivation chamber. His avatar had remained there ever since Bright Moon Palace's completion. It wasn't idle, rather, it was deciphering the array seal on the small black case Zhang Zhiliang had entrusted to Li Fan. Perhaps because this avatar had absorbed some of He Jianghao's talent for arrays, the decryption progressed much faster than Zhang Zhiliang had anticipated. Li Fan estimated that he would break the seal in just over 6 months. He felt genuine anticipation for what lay inside. In the following period, Bright Moon Palace's residents remained exceptionally busy. While steadily furnishing the vast palace, they also safely relocated tens of thousands of Dao resonance artifacts. Meanwhile, Li Fan quietly traveled alone to Yuandao City and began spreading rumors. Gradually, many Qi refinement cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance learned of an 800-li Bright Moon Lake at the border of Yuandao Province. Within Bright Moon Lake stood an establishment called Bright Moon Palace. For a negligible price, final-stage Qi refinement cultivators could loan foundation establishment techniques and curios there to undergo foundation establishment in advance. After breaking through, they could slowly repay the equivalent value in contribution points. Foundation establishment cultivators earned contribution points far faster than Qi refinement cultivators. The 36% annual interest became negligible compared to the benefits of achieving foundation establishment years earlier. This offer sounded too good to be true, clearly resembling a scam, thus most Qi refinement cultivators simply laughed it off. Yet as the rumors spread, 1 or 2 individuals tucked the information away in their minds. 3 months later, in the underground treasury behind Bright Moon Hall, tens of thousands of Dao resonance artifacts stood neatly arranged. Li Fan moved among them, setting up an array. With his collection of Dao resonance artifacts still incomplete, he couldn't yet reproduce the original Dao resonance. So he devised an array called Perceiving the Vast from the Minute. This array's sole purpose was amplifying spiritual Qi fluctuations and law resonances to some degree. Though some degree of distortion would occur depending on the array master's skill, it was sufficient for Li Fan to comprehend the sea overturning palm strike. Just as Li Fan concentrated on setting up the array, he heard faint voices carrying across Bright Moon Lake. I, Junior Chu Xingyang, seek an audience with Bright Moon Palace's esteemed seniors. I, Junior Chu Xingyang, seek an audience with Bright Moon Palace's esteemed seniors. The calls repeated several times, echoing across the waters. Li Fan smiled faintly. After all this time, their first customer had finally arrived. However, there was no need for him to appear personally. He had already made preparations, quietly waiting for this Chu Xingyang to make his entrance. Above Bright Moon Lake, Chu Xingyang felt extremely anxious after shouting several times. The appearance of this Bright Moon Palace was peculiar, as if it had suddenly sprung into existence. Cultivators in Yuandao province knew very little about it. Yet, an organization confident enough to lend out foundation establishment curios and techniques without worrying about recovering repayment was surely formidable. Chu Xingyang was just an insignificant cultivator at the final stage qi refinement realm, coming to the gates of such a major establishment and loudly announcing his presence naturally filled him with terror. Moreover, it was still unknown whether Bright Moon Palace's offer to lend techniques was genuine. But Chu Xingyang had no other choice. He had to come here and try. If he continued as before, slowly accumulating contribution points by completing tasks, it would take him at least 2 or 3 more years to undergo foundation establishment. That was far too long. There simply wasn't enough time. Whenever he envisioned his childhood sweetheart entwined with another man, boundless rage ignited in Chu Xingyang's heart. Why? Was it not simply because the other party was a foundation establishment cultivator, while he was a qi refinement cultivator? In 3 months, the two would be married. He absolutely had to advance to the foundation establishment realm before then. Then, at the wedding, I will snatch her back. Chu Xingyang thought bitterly. Just as he was lost in his beautiful fantasy of flying off together with his childhood sweetheart, he suddenly noticed a figure had silently appeared behind him. Immediately after, he was lifted effortlessly, completely unable to resist. "Senior, spare me! Senior, spare me!" Chu Xingyang hurriedly cried out. "Stop shouting! You are a grown man. Why are you so timid?" The voice was clear and childlike. Chu Xingyang focused his gaze and realized that the one who had restrained him was actually a little girl no more than 7 or 8 years old, dressed in fiery red clothes. What horrified Chu Xingyang even more was that this little girl was actually at the foundation establishment realm. If even such a young girl was this strong, what heights had the others in Bright Moon Palace reached? And the Bright Moon Palace master, his power had to be unimaginable. No wonder they dared to loan out foundation establishment curios and techniques without fear. Chu Xingyang felt dizzy, and his heart was suddenly flooded with dread. But immediately after, he grew expectant. It seemed that Bright Moon Palace's offer to loan techniques was not a scam. With his heart in turmoil, Chu Xingyang was carried into the lake. Passing through the blue protective barrier, they arrived before the main gate of Bright Moon Palace. Once again, Chu Xingyang was profoundly shocked. Compassionate ferry to salvation. Relieving suffering and hardship. What immense courage and breadth of vision must one possess to dare inscribe these 8 great words at the entrance? The more Chu Xingyang looked at them, the more profound and mysterious the 8 words seemed, as if they held the path leading to the heavens. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly reverent toward the mysterious Bright Moon Palace master. Following the little girl. No, following the foundation establishment senior, Chu Xingyang passed the central hall and arrived at a small pavilion on the right. Inside the pavilion, 2 women who looked identical sat at the front. Their figures were graceful, their skin whiter than snow. Their beauty far surpassed that of his childhood sweetheart. Chu Xingyang found himself staring dumbfounded, completely transfixed. Only after receiving a slap from the young foundation establishment senior beside him did he regain his senses. Flustered, he immediately knelt to apologize. "I can't even discern the cultivation level of these 2 immortal maidens. They must be golden core cultivators. How could I have lost my mind over their beauty? If I offended them and made them angry?" At this thought, Chu Xingyang couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, the 2 immortal maidens didn't blame him. Instead, they asked for his name and the reason he had come to Bright Moon Palace to loan techniques. Chu Xingyang naturally explained everything truthfully. After understanding the whole story, the 2 maidens vanished, leaving no trace of where they had gone. Only the young foundation establishment senior remained, glaring fiercely at him. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Xingyang's forehead. He dared not make any rash moves, patiently waiting where he stood. "Big sis, look at this man. He wants to borrow a technique and curio to crash a wedding." Isn't this what Senior called a high-risk client? Shouldn't we refuse his request and not lend him anything? Yujin tilted her head as she asked. You're mistaken, little sis. Think about it, he's planning to cause trouble on someone's wedding day. Even if he fails to steal the bride, the worst that will happen is a beating. They won't kill him. Besides, he's only 28 and has already reached the final stage chi refinement realm. He qualifies as what Senior called a high-quality client. And he's the first client to visit our Bright Moon Palace. This business deal is worth doing. Yuding concluded. These are the curio and technique he wants. Go retrieve them from Senior. Yujin nodded, took the note her sister had written, and hurried to where Li Fan was in seclusion. I already know about this matter. Take it. Before she could speak, a storage ring flew toward her. Yujin stuck out her tongue, bowed respectfully toward the inner chamber, then immediately turned and left without looking back. Little sis, try sensing whether lending these items will bring good or ill fortune, Yuding asked. Yujin held the storage ring, closed her eyes, and concentrated. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and after a moment, her face brightened with joy, certain auspiciousness. Sister, we can lend them. Yuding also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, holding the storage ring, she stepped out of the array-concealed room and stood before Chu Xingyang. Mid-grade curio of man, indignant fall. Foundation establishment technique, purple brilliance starlight. Both items you requested are inside the storage ring. The total cost is 9,500 contribution points. Which repayment method do you choose? Chu Xingyang's eyes lit up as he stared at the storage ring in Yuding's hand. All his hopes for the future rested in this ring. Gritting his teeth, he said, I choose to repay monthly, clearing the debt within 3 years. Yuding nodded and produced a contract. Sign this, and you may take the storage ring. Chu Xingyang's face flushed with excitement. He gave the contract only a cursory glance before signing his name. Remember to transfer the contribution points to me at this time every month. Otherwise, I'll come find you myself to collect the repayment. Understand? Don't even think about running away. The cultivation world may be vast, but if you owe a debt to our Bright Moon Palace, there'll be no place for you to hide. Su Xiaomei watched Chu Xingyang with a predatory gaze as she delivered this warning. Chu Xingyang trembled, nodding hurriedly to show he understood. When he finally held the storage ring in his hand, his eyes nearly brimmed with tears of joy. Upon leaving Bright Moon Palace, he bowed respectfully toward the 2 jade pillars flanking the entrance. Then, his expression turned resolute, and he soared into the sky. He was off to find a safe place to begin foundation establishment. My acting wasn't bad, right? Su Xiaomei rubbed her cheeks once the young man had disappeared, seeking praise for her performance. But are we really doing the right thing here? This is 9,500 contribution points we're talking about. Can we actually recover that much? What if he dies halfway through paying us back? Her triumphant expression quickly shifted to one of worry as she voiced these practical concerns. 1. Sibei Dufa idea of using compassion as a means to guide beings across the sea of suffering to the shore of enlightenment. In this context, it is the idea of their mission statement being to help cultivators overcome their bottlenecks out of kindness so they can achieve their breakthroughs. Even if we operate at a loss, we must complete this first official transaction. Li Fan mused inwardly, sensing Chu Xingyang undergoing foundation establishment. Truthfully, Li Fan remained uncertain about the viability of large-scale, repayment-based technique transmission within the cultivation world. However, he possessed sufficient resources to tide him over potential failures, allowing him to experiment boldly and without reservation. Thus, Li Fan felt no apprehension whatsoever. To better facilitate Bright Moon Palace's operations, Li Fan personally designed 2 minor tools and commissioned a batch of backups from skilled artisans. The first was called the Bright Jade Talisman. When activated, this spirit talisman could sense the location of any individual who had borrowed techniques. It could even clearly observe the target's every movement, significantly simplifying debt collection efforts. In truth, the Bright Jade Talisman itself wasn't particularly remarkable. At its core, it was merely a perception-sharing spirit talisman. The truly valuable component was Li Fan's divine ability, formless killing mechanism. This divine ability was comprehended after decades of observing heaven and earth's killing mechanisms. It hadn't vanished when he dissolved his cultivation of the thousand mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. After all, the cultivation technique was just a tool that allowed him to perceive the energy mechanisms of heaven and earth. Formless killing mechanism was more of an imitation and application born from his understanding of heaven and earth's killing mechanisms. It had become as instinctual to Li Fan as breathing. Like the insect binding divine ability, he could execute it even without any cultivation base. This was likely the reason Return to Truth had listed it as a separate entry. The second tool was called the Deterrence Talisman. Anticipating future encounters with cultivators who might intentionally default on their debts while hiding in secure locations like Yuandao City, where taking direct action was impossible, Li Fan specifically created these deterrence talismans. Their function was equally simple, just ordinary message talismans that self-destructed after being read. The true deterrent was the pre-recorded message within. If you persistently refuse repayment and intentionally evade your debt, Bright Moon Palace will report the loss of your cultivation technique to the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Enforcer Hall. Since Li Fan had been the one to redeem the technique, he could report the loss of the technique to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The task of recovering the technique would naturally fall to the mysterious and fearsome Enforcer Hall. This was a mutually destructive maneuver. Once a technique was reported lost and reclaimed, ownership reverted to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The debt dodger would lose their life, while Bright Moon Palace would sacrifice a certain amount of contribution points. Any cultivator with a shred of rationality would understand the obvious choice. The purpose of creating these two specific talismans was to cultivate an aura of mystery. Just imagine, a talisman flies out. A cultivator, smugly hiding in a safe zone and refusing to repay, suddenly turns pale, grinds their teeth in frustration, and henceforth has no choice but to obediently work off their debt. Such a dramatic scene would spontaneously draw many cultivators to inquire and learn about Bright Moon Palace. On top of serving as effective publicity, it would also establish Bright Moon Palace's image as an inscrutable and formidable entity within the minds of cultivators. In Li Fan's view, two critical factors currently constrained the rapid expansion of Bright Moon Palace's technique transmission enterprise. The first was Li Fan's own severely limited contribution points. After conducting the repayment-based technique transmission for Chu Xingyang, he was left with a pitiful number of contribution points. At most, he could only perform technique transmissions for 2 more final-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators. Recovering these contribution points would typically take 2 to 3 years. Without a sufficient reserve of contribution points for operational liquidity, any attempt to develop Bright Moon Palace's business on a large scale was laughable. Yet, small-scale operations contradicted Li Fan's original vision. I hope Zhang Jiliang's little black box can bring me some pleasant surprises, Li Fan thought, sensing that the array seal would be unlocked in just over 2 months through his avatar. The second constraint was the lack of combat-capable subordinates under Li Fan's command. Once operations expanded, manpower shortages would inevitably arise, affecting the efficiency of contribution point collection. However, there was currently no good solution to this problem. In Li Fan's vision, if he could collaborate with a major power in Yuandao province and share a portion of the profits with them, both difficulties would be resolved. Unfortunately, Li Fan's current early-stage foundation establishment strength was far too weak. He would never attempt something as reckless as making a pact with a tiger. In the following period, aside from Chu Xingyang, only one final-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator came seeking assistance. But after careful evaluation by the Yin sisters, this person was rejected. Claiming the individual lacked sufficient fate with Bright Moon Palace, Su Xiaomei was sent to dismiss them. It seems we must wait for Chu Xingyang to make a name for himself by disrupting the wedding and seizing the bride. Li Fan mused silently. To ensure Bright Moon Palace's first client achieved a decisive victory, thereby creating a greater sensational effect, Li Fan decided he could secretly assist Chu Xingyang if necessary. For now, Bright Moon Palace's grand plan for transmitting techniques had yet to launch in full. Standing in the underground treasure vault, Li Fan quietly sensed the resonance of tens of thousands of Dao resonance artifacts. The perceiving the vast from the minute array had been fully deployed. Amplified by the array, a strand of Dao resonance of the sea overturning palm strike was now perceptible. 1 day, 2 days. After standing motionless for 7 days, a trace of embarrassment flickered across Li Fan's face. Given my talent, comprehending a divine ability from this wisp of Tao resonance is still somewhat beyond me. Fortunately, I am not alone. Without further hesitation, Li Fan summoned Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei. The Tao resonance artifacts you painstakingly collected over several years have finally generated a sufficiently powerful resonance after being amplified by my array. This wisp of Tao resonance contains a tremendous opportunity. How much you comprehend from it depends entirely on your own fortune. Upon entering the underground treasure vault, Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei were immediately captivated by the profound fluctuations drifting within. Hearing Li Fan's words, their faces lit up with joy. After bowing in gratitude, they closed their eyes and immersed themselves in contemplating the Tao resonance. Li Fan did not give up either, joining them in observing and contemplating. Time passed little by little. This time, the first to gain insight was Xiao Heng. His eyes snapped open, and a flash of profound worldly experience shone within them before fading. Li Fan still hadn't comprehended anything. But seeing Xiao Heng's expression, he knew the young man had gained something. However, he didn't ask about it directly. Instead, he gestured for Xiao Heng to wait patiently until Su Xiaomei finished comprehending as well. Another day later, Su Xiaomei also awoke from her epiphany. Li Fan led the two of them to the central plaza of Bright Moon Palace. He activated the Torrent Phantasm Grand Array for protection, allowing them to spar freely without worrying about damaging their surroundings. Li Fan then instructed, engage in a friendly duel. Test and verify the insights you've gained. Both nodded simultaneously, their eyes locking as they spoke in unison. Xiaomei, I look forward to exchanging pointers. Xiao Heng, you'd better watch out. Boom. Boom. Explosions echoed continuously across the plaza. Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng battled using only the palm techniques they had recently comprehended. Their exchange was so evenly matched that neither could gain the upper hand. Through Heaven Watches and Earth Listens, Li Fan carefully analyzed their palm techniques. Combining his observations with previous insights into the Tao resonance, he suddenly felt as if a blockage had cleared. So that's how it should be understood. Though Li Fan possessed only average talent and couldn't directly comprehend a divine ability from the Tao resonance itself, he could still understand the palm techniques being executed by Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng, who were both at the early foundation establishment realm like him. If you can't solve the problem yourself, can't you at least copy the solution? He would first borrow their insights to learn a divine ability from the palm technique, then gradually incorporate his own insights until he developed a palm technique that could be called his own. During his observation, Li Fan noticed differences between their techniques. Though both originated from observing the same strand of Tao resonance, Xiao Heng's palm technique carried an ethereal, otherworldly quality, elusive as the great Tao itself. Su Xiaomei's palm technique, however, contained a hint of overwhelming dominance. Each strike seemed to demand submission from all creation. Neither approach could be called superior. The original sea-overturning palm strike was too profound, containing multiple aspects within a single technique. Their palm techniques represented a combination of both their personal comprehension and the concepts inherently present in the sea-overturning palm strike itself. The battle between Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei lasted an entire day. Only when Li Fan called for a halt did it finally end. Good. You've gained considerable insights. But remember, don't become complacent. You're still far from fully comprehending the strand of Tao resonance. From now on, cultivate while contemplating and spar with each other regularly. After Li Fan's instructions, Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei nodded in acknowledgement. With the assistance of these two prodigies, Li Fan's comprehension of the sea-overturning palm strike grew daily. As time passed, both Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei's palm techniques approached a large degree of mastery. Yet Li Fan always felt something was missing in his own practice. The palm strike he executed remained a move, far from rising to the level of a divine ability. Still, Li Fan felt no urgency. He patiently continued refining and improving the palm technique. 2 months later, in the underground meditation chamber, as silver threads of light raced across the surface of the small black box, the array seal was finally shattered. The items inside were revealed to Li Fan's avatar. One of them looked familiar, an encrypted jade slip with 4 golden corners. However, it certainly didn't contain He Jianghao's legacy work, the mountain river 100 veins array diagram. Li Fan sent his divine sense into the jade slip to read its contents. Before long, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he withdrew from the jade slip. Rubbing his temples to soothe the throbbing sensation, Li Fan's eyes nonetheless shone with excitement. The jade slip contained the lifetime learnings of the Tsongyun C's #1 array master, Zhang Zhiliang, the unlimited art. The array insights of both He Zhenghao and Zhang Zhiliang had now fallen into Li Fan's hands. It seemed his avatar wouldn't be idle for a long time to come. As long as he dedicated time to the study of arrays, Li Fan's future on the path of array cultivation was undoubtedly a bright one. Li Fan greatly looked forward to He Zhenghao's reaction when they discussed the Tao in his next lifetime. Calming his emotions, Li Fan examined the remaining items. The second item was a small white pouch filled with silver incense, the very mental fatigue-relieving incense Li Fan had frequently used during his arduous studies under Zhang Zhiliang. The third item was a black sphere, the knowledge appraisal sphere used to test one's array proficiency. The fourth item was a sheet of golden foil, and the last was an ordinary jade slip. Li Fan first read the jade slip. Naturally, it contained Zhang Zhiliang's final words. Zhang Zhiliang made no mention of the group of spirit transformation cultivators from Myriad Immortal's island conspiring to hunt Crimson Flame. He only explained the unlimited art to Li Fan and described the purpose of that golden foil. Zhang Zhiliang's unlimited art represented his life's work. The scene of hundreds of thousands of array crowns activating simultaneously, allowing a nascent soul cultivator to influence a struggle between spirit transformation and Tao unity powerhouses, remained vividly etched in Li Fan's memory. Yet, according to Zhang Zhiliang's final words, he was far from achieving a large degree of mastery in the unlimited art. During his teachings, Zhang Zhiliang had once said that arrays were essentially standardized manifestations of laws. While standardization made employing these laws simpler and faster, it inevitably introduced a fatal flaw: every array under heaven could be dismantled. Once an array was established, its standardized patterns became fixed. Those proficient in arrays could discern its weaknesses and, given time, dismantle it. Arrays like the 7-colored Immortal Felling Array or the Mountain River Constellation Array might appear to possess limitless power. But for a true array master, dismantling them was merely a matter of time. What Zhang Zhiliang sought was an array that could not be dismantled. He believed arrays could be dismantled because they became static once deployed. Without changing, no matter how complex or vast, any array would eventually be deciphered. But if an array could evolve continuously by itself, perpetually growing and changing, and if its rate of growth and transformation could surpass the speed at which the world's greatest array masters could break it, then such an array would be truly unbreakable. This was Zhang Zhiliang's lifelong goal for the unlimited art. Unfortunately, despite Zhang Zhiliang's transcendent skill in arrays, he remained far from creating the true unlimited art. The most critical missing component was a core, a central processing core capable of providing the computational power required for the array's unlimited evolution. Zhang Zhiliang had experimented with various objects to service this core: curios of heaven and earth, cultivator consciousnesses, ancient artifacts. All failed without exception. The unlimited art's demand for computational power was terrifyingly immense, exceeding even the upper limits of Zhang Zhiliang's understanding. Beyond computational requirements, this core also needed to possess its own sentience. Truly unlimited evolution meant its transformation could proceed along infinite potential paths. Relying solely on brute force computation would drastically slow the evolution speed. If the core possessed its own sentience, it could continuously coordinate computational resources, constantly adjust for optimal evolutionary directions, and even perform corresponding optimizations based on how array masters attempted to dismantle it. Only then could the unlimited art truly be considered the true unlimited art. Of course, Zhang Zhiliang did not hold the slightest expectation that Li Fan could actually bring the true unlimited art to fruition. All he hoped for was that Li Fan would inherit his current legacy and pass it down through the generations, and that one day a true genius of the array path would emerge to fulfill the grand ambition of the unlimited art. As for that golden foil, it was meant to incentivize Li Fan's studies in the array path. It was called a posthumous bequest. In essence, it was an inheritance comprising a vast amount of contribution points, accessible only after the cultivator's death and upon meeting specific conditions. The posthumous bequest left by Zhang Jiliang contained a staggering total of 400,000 contribution points, an amount accumulated over his entire lifetime. It could be claimed in 10 separate installments, each requiring the claimant to pass a test of array knowledge administered by the knowledge appraisal sphere. If one truly inherited Zhang Jiliang's unlimited art, they could claim the entire 400,000 contribution points if they passed all 10 tests. However, if they couldn't even pass the first test, they would be left staring at a mountain of treasure, unable to take a single piece. For 100,000 contribution points, the life savings of a nascent soul array master truly are astronomical. Li Fan stared intently at the golden posthumous bequest, his eyes practically glued to it. He eagerly picked up the knowledge appraisal sphere and began the array test. The first test proved simple, only quizzing him on basic knowledge of the array path. Having studied arrays for over a decade, Li Fan naturally passed it without much effort. Flecks of golden light drifted from the posthumous bequest, converging onto Li Fan. The golden foil dimmed slightly, and when Li Fan checked the Tianxian mirror, he confirmed that 40,000 contribution points had indeed been added to his account. Excited, he immediately began the second test. Some time later, Li Fan withdrew his consciousness from the knowledge appraisal sphere, his expression grim. 10 years of arduous study, and I still fall just short of completing the second test? How long will it take to dig out all 400,000 contribution points? A mountain of treasure stood before him, seemingly within reach. Yet his current lack of proficiency in arrays created an invisible barrier, making it visible but untouchable. It felt like a tiny hand was plucking at the strings of his heart. Under such immense temptation, Li Fan nearly abandoned everything to devote himself entirely to array studies. Zhang Jiliang, what a masterful manipulation tactic! The motivational power of vast contribution points is indeed irresistible. The second test doesn't involve the unlimited art yet, so I can still delegate the study of arrays to my avatar. But later tests will require my true self to read and learn the unlimited art in the encrypted jade slip. That will inevitably delay my cultivation. I hope I'll be able to expand the Bright Moon Palace's operations before then. With the mountain sitting art's feedback, even if I completely neglect my own cultivation, the advancement in my cultivation progress shouldn't slow down much. These 60,000 plus contribution points should provide some breathing room. But it's still not enough. I need to extract all the contribution points from this posthumous bequest quickly. A sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Driven by tremendous motivation, both Li Fan's true self and avatar began studying arrays together. Whenever fatigue set in, he would light the silver incense. Refreshed and revitalized, he would continue his studies. With this doubled effort, Li Fan's array proficiency steadily improved. Over a month passed in this manner. Soon, the day Chu Xingyang would crash the wedding arrived. Li Fan had to divert part of his attention to monitor the life event of Bright Moon Palace's first client. The outcome, however, left Li Fan caught between laughter and tears. At the wedding venue, Chu Xingyang descended from the skies, boldly declaring that the bride should leave with him. The groom could not endure this insult, and his face contorted with rage as he swore to beat Chu Xingyang to death on the spot. But Chu Xingyang's talent proved remarkable. In just 3 months, he had not only advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm, but his combat prowess even surpassed the groom, who had advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm long before him. After an extended clash, the groom showed signs of defeat even without Li Fan needing to intervene. Chu Xingyang fought the groom while maintaining effortless composure, shouting triumphantly, are you seeing this? This young fellow is so incompetent. How could he possibly deserve you? Come with me. I'll definitely make you happy. The groom was so enraged he nearly vomited blood, his face flushing a deep purplish red. The murderous glare he fixed on Chu Xingyang was enough to kill him 10,000 times over. From then on, every move he made was borderline suicidal, trading injury for injury in a bid for mutual destruction. Yet Chu Xingyang always managed to evade his attacks, and there was even a faint trace of mockery in his movements. Growing increasingly smug, he was just about to speak again when the bride's furious shout cut through the air. Enough. Chu Xingyang, haven't you caused enough trouble already? Immediately after, a cold, brilliant light shot toward him. Chu Xingyang paled in shock, barely dodging the bride's attack as he cried out, "Ayu, what are you doing?" The bride gritted her teeth. "Don't call me Ayu. I've told you more than once that Zheng Qi and I are deeply in love, that we're willingly becoming Dao companions. There's no coercion involved, and it has nothing to do with cultivation strength. As my friend, not only did you fail to congratulate me on my wedding, but you came here to make trouble. From this day forward, there's no affection left between us." With that, the bride joined forces with her groom, Zhang Qi, launching coordinated attacks against Chu Xingyang. The bride's words struck Chu Xingyang like a critical blow, draining the color from his face. He dodged the couple's combined attacks almost reflexively, repeatedly asking why, even as he evaded. Yet the bride showed no mercy whatsoever. Her moves were ruthless, each strike aimed to kill. Finally, a beam of light pierced through Chu Xingyang's left shoulder. Despair filled Chu Xingyang's expression, and his heart turned to ashes. But survival instinct made him grit his teeth and flee into the distance despite his injuries. After escaping to a hidden mountain cave, Chu Xingyang treated his wounds. As his injuries gradually healed, his eyes unexpectedly regained their fighting spirit. "It must be that my current strength isn't sufficient. If foundation establishment isn't enough, then golden core. If golden core isn't enough, then nascent soul. As long as I become powerful enough, Ayu will eventually change her mind someday." He gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. With that, the farce finally came to an end. Beyond the complete loss of face for those involved, the question of how the wedding crasher Chu Xingyang had completed his foundation establishment in such a short time became a hot topic among gossipmongers. Gradually, the name of Bright Moon Palace began spreading among Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. So it turned out that Bright Moon Palace's claims about lending curios of heaven and earth and foundation establishment techniques weren't a scam, but actually true. With a living example before their eyes, more and more cultivators began seeking help from Bright Moon Palace. Of course, with contribution points still limited, Li Fan ordered the Yin sisters to be extremely selective in their choices. An average of just one slot per month was enough. All other applicants were turned away with the excuse of insufficient fate. Yet Bright Moon Palace's cautious behavior actually deepened its credibility among cultivators. If just any cultivator could borrow curios and techniques from Bright Moon Palace, they would have worried that there was some earth-shattering conspiracy at play. Thus, Bright Moon Palace's reputation spread ever wider. Final stage Qi refinement cultivators from many regions of Yuandao province traveled great distances, seeking to borrow techniques, hoping to achieve foundation establishment several years earlier. As for that 36% annual interest rate, they selectively ignored it. After all, foundation establishment cultivators could earn contribution points at more than double the rate of Qi refinement cultivators. Even if they chose the 3-year repayment plan, the total contribution points required were still less than double the original amount. It was worth it. And so, in Anchor Year 39, Bright Moon Palace's technique transmission enterprise finally began its methodical, systematic launch. By the time Anchor Year 40 arrived, Li Fan had completed the second test of the knowledge appraisal sphere. With that, his contribution points grew by another 40,000. Moreover, every month, repayments from those who had previously borrowed techniques and curios came in. Thus, the strain on his contribution points finally began to ease. Each cultivator borrowing a technique from us pays 10,000 contribution points on average. So far, Bright Moon Palace has transmitted techniques to 7 cultivators. Most choose the 3-year repayment plan, with a 36% annual interest rate. So, they repay over 570 points each month. With 7 cultivators, that's over 4,000 contribution points flowing in. Every 3 months, we can transmit techniques to another cultivator. As our operations expand, this pace will only accelerate. Within Bright Moon Palace, Yin Yuzhen calculated the profits the business had made so far, her eyes sparkling like stars. "We can't count it that way," Yin Yuzhen interjected. "As more cultivators borrow our techniques, we're bound to encounter 1 or 2 who refuse to repay. Each default would cause significant losses. Even so, the speed of Bright Moon Palace's expansion remains astonishingly fast," Yin Yuzhen marveled. Yin Yuzhen waved dismissively. The Su family Xiaomei and Xiaoheng aren't pushovers. Haven't you noticed how eagerly the young mistress goes out for debt collection, and how satisfied she looks whenever she returns? The Bright Moon Talisman and Deterrence Talisman work wonders too. Without these divine tools, debt collection would be far more difficult. Yin Yuding nodded in agreement. Of course. When Senior acts, the results are naturally extraordinary. Those 8 words he personally inscribed, compassionate fairy to salvation, relieving suffering and hardship, have become deeply rooted in the hearts of Qi refinement cultivators, Yin Yuzhen exclaimed with animated excitement. In the underground meditation chamber of Bright Moon Palace, Li Fan, whom the sisters so deeply admired, currently bore no resemblance to an exalted master. He had just emerged from a session of array studies. Examining the advancement of his cultivation level, unrestrained joy spread across his face. On average, each technique transmission that helps a cultivator reach foundation establishment instantly grants me feedback equivalent to 7 months of cultivation. I haven't practiced for a single moment these past days, yet I've gained 49 months of cultivation progress. Nearly 4 years of relentless hard training. Moreover, as these borrowers continue advancing their cultivation, I keep receiving feedback. Each one may be just a trickle, but together they can swell into a vast ocean. It is foreseeable that when Bright Moon Palace scales up its technique transmission enterprise, my cultivation speed will increase even more dramatically. Reward reaping. Pure reward reaping. Excellent. For a moment, Li Fan could scarcely contain his delight. But then his brows furrowed. At the Qi refinement realm, formless killing mechanism could lock onto a maximum of 5 targets. After reaching foundation establishment, Li Fan found that the limit had increased to 15 people. Though tripled, this remained far from sufficient. I wonder if there's any method to increase this number. The target limit of formless killing mechanism was likely related to the strength of his divine sense. Methods to enhance divine sense certainly existed, but they would undoubtedly come at great cost. Li Fan began searching through the Tianqian mirror. After eliminating methods clearly beyond his current means, he soon found the approach most suitable for his present situation. Spirit-startling array, Mind Ape Bone. Li Fan gazed thoughtfully at the silver incense emitting tendrils of fragrant smoke. So this incense that eliminates mental fatigue is actually made by grinding Mind Ape bones into powder and mixing them with other materials. The so-called Mind Ape didn't refer to some type of exotic beast, but rather to cultivators who had lost their minds. Legend had it that in certain provinces, incidents where large numbers of cultivators became inexplicably bewitched occasionally occurred. These bewitched cultivators often lost their self-awareness, becoming nothing more than killing machines. After these cultivators were killed by others, their corpses transformed into the appearance of white apes, hence the name Mind Apes. Every part of a mind ape was valuable, the most precious being the bones throughout their bodies, which had the effect of enhancing and replenishing expended mental energy. The spirit-startling array, meanwhile, was a type of array that produced different effects depending on the materials used to construct it. For example, if the array materials included spirit jade with spirit-gathering properties, then the spirit-startling array would amplify this spirit-gathering characteristic, producing a stronger spirit-gathering effect. Similarly, using Mind Ape bones that could enhance the mind to construct an array would create the Mind Ape spirit-startling array, enhancing divine sense by several times its normal effect. The spirit-startling array was powerful, but its drawback was that the array's effectiveness gradually diminished as the array materials were consumed. Constant replenishment of array materials was needed to maintain the array's operation. Rough calculations show that constructing a Mind Ape spirit-startling array requires about 20,000 contribution points. And that's not including the continuous replenishment of Mind Ape bones. I'll just have to test its effects first before deciding. Li Fan could now be considered wealthy beyond measure. 20,000 contribution points were nothing to him, so he immediately purchased sufficient Mind Ape bones and began constructing the spirit-startling array. The spirit-startling array was essentially just an amplification array, not particularly complex in nature. Still, it took Li Fan the better part of a month to complete its construction. Indeed, there's quite a gap between pure theory and practical application. Although my current theoretical knowledge of the array path has moved beyond the beginner level, My actual array construction skills remain at the novice level. With this understanding, Li Fan activated the Mind Ape Spirit Startling Array. Carefully sensing the array's amplification effects, Li Fan detected that his divine sense had strengthened approximately fivefold. This means the locking capacity of the formless killing mechanism has increased to about 75 targets. While this still falls somewhat short of my intended goal, it should suffice for now. After breaking through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, my divine sense will strengthen further. If necessary, I could also expand the scale of the Mind Ape Spirit Startling Array, though the benefits might not justify the costs. Having temporarily resolved his concerns about technique transmission, Li Fan threw himself back into studying the array path. To his surprise, Li Fan discovered that perhaps due to his enhanced divine sense, both his true self and avatar's learning efficiency had improved to some degree. It was an unexpected benefit. Time flowed steadily onward, and anchor year 41 arrived. On this day, Li Fan's intense concentration was broken by the ringing of a communication spirit talisman. This is? After a moment of puzzlement, Li Fan realized who had given him this communication spirit talisman, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. As he answered the spirit talisman, Ko Hong's voice came through. Brother Li Fan, how have you been lately? I've just been in secluded cultivation. Can't say whether it's good or bad, Li Fan chuckled in response. Haha, these past few years, Dao Xuanzi and I have actually. Ko Hong's words were cut off as if he were interrupted by someone. He changed the subject with a cough. Ahem, let's get to business. Brother Li Fan, Dao Xuanzi and I are planning to head to Kangwu Province to seek opportunities. Would you like to come with us? Kangwu Province? Li Fan vaguely recalled that it was located far in the southwestern corner of the continent, extremely distant from Yuandao Province. What were these two going there for? Li Fan voiced this question immediately. Ko Hong's astonished reply came at once. What, brother, you haven't heard yet? This matter has been spreading like wildfire. Do you remember that fiery meteor that lit up the sky 26 years ago? Li Fan narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling it. While gathering intelligence previously, he had heard about the event. In anchor year 15, a fiery meteor had streaked across the night sky, vanishing to an unknown location. Every cultivator who witnessed it had felt an inexplicable surge of dread and sorrow in their hearts. From that day on, cultivators have been trying to locate where that meteor fell. But all efforts came up empty. Fortunately, everyone persisted. 26 years later, we've finally found its trail. And guess what? That meteor landed in the Kangwu Abyss. That damned place is bottomless. No wonder nobody found it for so long. According to the rumors, a powerhouse calculated that this meteor is tied to a heaven-shaking opportunity. So now, cultivators from all over are heading to the Kangwu Abyss to try their luck. Who knows? Maybe someone might just stumble upon that meteor. That's what we're thinking too. Heh, Dao Xuanzi and I have had some decent fortune lately, so we figured we'd take the risk and venture in. Brother, would you like to come with us? Ko Hong asked. After some thought, Li Fan decisively chose to refuse. Their journey should hold no danger, but it was also destined to yield no rewards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned against each other 9 years later over a nascent soul technique. The technique transmission enterprise of Bright Moon Palace was growing like a raging fire. How could Li Fan possibly go to Kangwu Abyss at this moment to search for some meteor? Seeing Li Fan decline, Ko Hong couldn't help but feel it was a pity, yet he said with great enthusiasm, Don't worry, Brother Li Fan. If we encounter any great opportunities or gains this time, I'll definitely save a share for you. Li Fan chuckled, acknowledging his goodwill. This matter was an insignificant interlude, soon forgotten by Li Fan as he devoted a fraction of his attention to Bright Moon Palace's operations. The vast majority of his energy was once again poured into the endless study of arrays. The 320,000 contribution points in the posthumous bequest were beckoning to Li Fan. He couldn't afford not to work hard. By the middle of anchor year 42, Bright Moon Palace recovered its first batch of debts, marking the enterprise's entry into an entirely new phase. In 3 years, Bright Moon Palace's assets had more than doubled. The initial 100,000 contribution points had grown to over 200,000, which was loaned out once again to cultivators. It had become a mountain of gold that grew with every passing moment. Excluding those who had already settled their debts, The number of cultivators indebted to Bright Moon Palace had reached 25. Every month, nearly 30,000 contribution points were recovered. Bright Moon Palace's reputation continued to grow, with cultivators from other provinces even making long journeys to try their luck. Li Fan ordered the restrictions lifted. As long as someone had enough contribution points, they were immediately granted loans. With money breeding money, Bright Moon Palace's operational scale rapidly expanded. With the gradual increase in debtors each month, Xiaoheng and Su Xiaomei were reaching the limit that they could handle. Fortunately, over these years, Li Fan encountered two individuals of extraordinary talent. One was named Zhu Geyu, the other Sima Tsang. Both had completed their qi refinement process in just a few years. In terms of cultivation talent, they were only slightly inferior to Xiaoheng. Therefore, Li Fan didn't charge them contribution points, instead freely gifting them curios of heaven and earth and foundation establishment techniques. After completing their foundation establishment, these two felt deeply grateful for Li Fan selflessly ferrying them to salvation. Thus, they volunteered to join Bright Moon Palace, wishing to contribute their efforts to the great enterprise. After observing them for some time, Li Fan agreed to their request. However, he didn't allow them access to Bright Moon Palace's core secrets, only assigning them debt collection duties. Still, Li Fan didn't treat them poorly. Besides an annual fixed compensation of 5,000 contribution points, they received a 3% commission on every debt recovered. Though this percentage was small, it filled them with motivation. The addition of Zhu Geyu and Sima Tsang alleviated some pressure on the debt collection operations. But as the scale grew larger, it would inevitably become insufficient again. So Li Fan kept a watchful eye, ready to recruit any promising talent he encountered during the technique transmission operations into his ranks. Bright Moon Palace's blatant wealth accumulation inevitably drew attention. First came a late-stage Golden Core realm cultivator attempting to probe Bright Moon Palace's true strength. At that moment, Li Fan emerged from seclusion without revealing himself. He simply merged with Bright Moon Lake and unleashed one Songyun's sword strike. The sword phantom gleamed with chilling light. Before the eyes of numerous qi refinement cultivators, this Golden Core reverend was beheaded in a single strike, unable to put up any resistance. Witnessing this, the observing cultivators felt their spirits tremble, and they grew increasingly awed by the mysterious Bright Moon Palace. Yet Li Fan felt no satisfaction. He knew he'd attract the attention of high-level cultivators eventually. Though he anticipated this, he hadn't expected the day to come so quickly. Weakness is the original sin. Li Fan sighed inwardly, not daring to delay even a moment longer as he began preparing for his escape. He spent a fortune purchasing a single-use random teleportation array from the Tianjian mirror and placed it near the treasure vault. The teleportation array would self-destruct upon activation, and the resulting explosion would destroy the tens of thousands of Dao resonance artifacts along with Bright Moon Palace. He then upgraded the Torrent Phantasm Grand Array. The enhanced array could withstand all attacks from nascent soul cultivators. It could even hold against a spirit transformation immortal eminence for a brief moment. This would give Li Fan enough time to escape calmly through the teleportation array. Despite the looming crisis, Li Fan didn't scale back his technique transmission operations. Instead, driven by the desire for one final windfall, he pushed for expansion even more aggressively. The probing from higher-level cultivators came later than expected. In Anchor Year 43, a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator arrived at Bright Moon Lake, requesting an audience with the Bright Moon Palace Master. Li Fan simply activated the Torrent Phantasm Grand Array and refused to receive guests. This nascent soul eminence seemed rather knowledgeable. After casually launching one attack to test the defensive array's strength, he didn't persist in humiliating himself. He simply cupped his hands and departed. After Golden Core came Nascent Soul. Would spirit transformation follow? Li Fan watched the retreating figure of the Nascent Soul cultivator with a dark expression. Though this Nascent Soul cultivator failed to meet the Bright Moon Palace Master, he'd achieved his objective. Bright Moon Palace clearly housed no cultivators beyond the mid-stage Nascent Soul realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to remain behind closed doors. With their weakness exposed and mysterious nature gone, debt collection became increasingly difficult. First, Xiao Hang and Su Xiaomei were ambushed, nearly losing their lives. Only the protective treasures Li Fan had given them allowed them to escape. Zhuge Yu and Sima Zhang weren't so fortunate. Sima Zhang was captured, his fate unknown. Zhuge Yu returned severely wounded and remained unconscious. The situation deteriorated rapidly, with numerous outstanding debts becoming unrecoverable. In desperation, Li Fan activated the formless killing mechanism, executing 2 or 3 cultivators who maliciously defaulted. This move temporarily checked the spread of debt payment refusal. Starting your own business is truly difficult. Li Fan sighed, looking at the dispirited members of Bright Moon Palace. We'll just have to take it one day at a time. Fortunately, I feel I'm not far from breaking through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. If all else fails, we'll change our name, move to another province, and start over. Facing adversity, Bright Moon Palace suspended its technique transmission operations, focusing entirely on recalling contribution points and preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Yet for once, it seemed heaven had chosen to favor Li Fan. A sudden, earth-shaking event plunged Yuandao province back into a storm of blood and violence. The majority of nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators found themselves swept into endless, brutal conflict. They no longer had time to concern themselves with an insignificant Bright Moon Palace. Duge Shi and Duge Shi, the 2 peerless talents of the Lanyu lineage in Yuandao province, had simultaneously vanished. 2 spirit transformation immortal eminences had inexplicably vanished. It sounded like something from a fantasy tale. Yet this bizarre event had actually occurred. Ever since the fall of Heavenly Venerable Lanyu, these 2 had met annually at the Heavenly Capital Dueling Arena to compete for the right to inherit the Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique. All these years had passed, yet neither side had achieved a decisive victory. Each confrontation attracted countless cultivators to witness the spectacle, and it had almost become a staple event in Yuandao province, with many cultivators from other provinces traveling great distances just to catch a glimpse of the 2 spirit transformation immortal eminences in battle. However, when the appointed day for this year's duel arrived, not a single soul could be seen within the Heavenly Capital Dueling Arena. The crowd waited for a long time, but neither Duge Shi nor Duge Shi appeared. Assuming the duel had been rescheduled, none of the cultivators thought much of it at the time. That was until several days later, when shocking news arrived. Friends, family, and subordinates of both men had tried every method possible, yet couldn't contact either of them. They even petitioned the Heavenly Mechanism Hall to perform divinations, but not a single trace of the 2 could be found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The Lanyu lineage was the most shaken by this development. With their 2 top combatants missing, unease spread through their ranks. Nerves were frayed, and everyone viewed each other with suspicion, wondering who might be the mastermind behind the disappearances. After the initial shock, the other powers gradually began to assess the situation. The Lanyu lineage was massive, seemingly unshakable. But that was in the past. First came years of internal strife that had depleted their forces and weakened their foundation. Now, 2 spirit transformation immortal eminences had mysteriously disappeared. Just how much strength did the Lanyu lineage truly have left? Greed began to take root in the hearts of many powers. A covert feather-burning alliance quietly formed. 1. It started with small-scale skirmishes. Then, with the Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique as the catalyst, large-scale slaughter erupted. This Tao Unity technique had been divided into 5 parts by Heavenly Venerable Lanyu before his fall, each encrypted within separate jade slips, for were entrusted to his most loyal followers for safekeeping. The remaining one was given to the mysterious and reclusive Enforcer Hall within the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Only by combining all 5 jade slips could the complete Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique be restored. After the mysterious disappearance of the Dugu brothers attracted circling predators, the Lanyu lineage's seemingly most loyal member actually betrayed them, taking another 1/5 of the Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique with him. He was the Spirit Transformation Immortal Eminence who had served Heavenly Venerable Lanyu the longest and held the most seniority, Wei Shutua. Under the pretense of discussing countermeasures against their enemies, he lured another jade slip holder, Immortal Eminence Wu Tongtian, into a trap laid by the Feather-Burning Alliance. Wutantian died with bitter hatred. Wei Shutua obtained 2 portions of the Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique, and the Feather-Burning Alliance seized the opportunity to aggressively annex the Lan Yu lineage's territory. When news reached the Lan Yu lineage, their initial shock quickly turned to overwhelming fury. A centipede may die, but it never stiffens, too. And so, a bloody counterattack began. War ignited, then swept across all of Yuandao province. Countless golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation cultivators were caught in the conflict. The death phenomena of cultivators appeared continuously in the skies above like an unending procession. Only the plentiful chi refinement cultivators, whose combat power was too weak to even serve as cannon fodder, remained largely unaffected. Bright Moon Palace. Now, who's playing a grand game of chess? Having observed all the major and minor events in Yuandao province recently, Li Fan's eyes flickered. The thick scent of conspiracy behind it all was far too obvious. Anyone with clear eyes can see the strangeness of this situation. Unfortunately, we're already deeply entangled in this chess game, unable to extricate ourselves. Chi refinement cultivators don't even qualify to be chess pieces. No matter. You may look down on them, but I certainly won't disdain them. Li Fan immediately gathered the members of Bright Moon Palace and issued the order for strategic expansion. Though Su Xiaomei and the others didn't fully understand this command, they resolutely carried it out. By the end of Anchor Year 43, the Technique Transmission Enterprise, which had been dormant for nearly half a year, began operating anew. This time, they were even more aggressive than before. Under Li Fan's direction, Bright Moon Palace kept only 30,000 contribution points in reserve, lending out all the rest. The news of Bright Moon Palace's resumed operations spread instantly among Chi refinement cultivators. Having waited bitterly for half a year, they were overjoyed, swarming to Bright Moon Lake in numbers that even exceeded Li Fan's expectations. However, Li Fan didn't release all the technique transmission slots at once. He continued to select one fated cultivator every 3 days, fully whetting the appetites of the masses. It took nearly a month to lend out all the planned contribution points. At this point, the debts owed to Bright Moon Palace amounted to nearly 220,000 contribution points. They had 30,000 contribution points in reserve. Zhang Zhiliang's posthumous bequest still held 320,000 contribution points. The total came to 570,000 contribution points, a sum that would make even spirit transformation cultivators covetous. Yet, the chaotic battles in Yuandao province provided the perfect breeding ground for Li Fan to lie low and develop the enterprise. Through this unchecked growth, the terrifying power of compound interest was finally revealed. By the end of Anchor Year 44, the debts owed to Bright Moon Palace had soared to 310,000 contribution points. By Anchor Year 45, it was 450,000. By Anchor Year 46, it was 630,000. By mid-Anchor Year 50, the debts owed to Bright Moon Palace had reached the astronomical figure of 2,200,000 contribution points. In 7 years, Bright Moon Palace had successfully helped over 500 Chi refinement cultivators achieve foundation establishment through paid technique transmission. For each cultivator who successfully established their Dao foundation, the mountain-sitting art fed back nearly 6 months' worth of cultivation progress to Li Fan. The accumulated feedback of nearly 250 years of cultivation had long since pushed Li Fan to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Under the surveillance of formless killing mechanism, Li Fan personally witnessed over 500 foundation establishment processes. By now, his understanding of establishing a Dao foundation likely surpassed that of any other foundation establishment cultivator in this world. At this time, the prodigiously talented Su Xiaomei had just broken through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, while Xiaoheng still lingered at the early-stage foundation establishment realm. Such terrifying cultivation speed made Li Fan feel as if he were in a dream. And the enormous amount of contribution points in his hands gave him the sense that he was treading on thin ice. Instead of feeling joy from his rapidly rising cultivation level, his heart grew increasingly uneasy. He ordered the Bright Moon Palace members to cease the technique transmission operations and quickly reclaim the contribution points. Li Fan also began studying methods to break through to the Golden Core realm in the Tianqian Mirror, while heightening his mental vigilance, ready to flee at any moment. Somewhere in Yuandao province, within an unknown space, a black-robed cultivator awoke from secluded meditation. Out of habit, he formed a hand seal. Before him, a golden ginkgo tree abruptly materialized. The black-robed cultivator lightly swept his horsetail whisk. Suddenly, the ginkgo tree, which had seemed frozen in time, began to transform. The tree swayed, and 5 golden leaves drifted downward. A pleased expression crossed the black-robed cultivator's face. How is it that 5 spirit transformation cultivators died while I was just in seclusion? His hands moved, abruptly forming another hand seal. Beside the golden ginkgo, another identical tree appeared. But this one glowed with a soft silver light. As his whisk swept past, 23 silver leaves slowly fluttered down. The black-robed cultivator could barely contain his delight. With a quick calculation, he understood the reason. So it was internal strife. What an unexpected surprise. Strange, whose scheme is this? I actually can't deduce it? No matter. The more deaths, the better. My strategy of using Lan-Yu's death to execute my brilliant plan already greatly reduced the number of cultivators. Now with this additional development, it looks like I'll exceed the quota of my assigned task. The black-robed cultivator murmured to himself, unable to hide his pleasant surprise. Yuandao province has been peaceful for too long, with far too many cultivators. They should have been pruned back long ago, but that old fool Lan-Yu always protected them. Now that you're dead and your Dao extinguished, you can't show off anymore. A blue ginkgo appeared, this time shedding even more leaves. The black-robed cultivator's expression brightened instantly. Now, the Heavenly Venerable's assignment is almost as good as done. Next, out of habit, he summoned one last tree, a green ginkgo. To his astonishment, the green ginkgo swelled with the wind. In the space of a single breath, it grew an entire circle larger. Vibrant with life, it swayed gracefully. The black-robed cultivator shot to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? The number of Foundation establishment cultivators has tripled in 10 years?" Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he urgently performed calculations. Bright Moon Palace's technique transmission. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and spat out hatefully. "And all those imitators. You will all die." Boom. The gold, silver, blue, and green ginkgo trees before him instantly turned to dust. Horsetail whisk in hand, the black-robed cultivator took one step forward and vanished. 1. Lan-Yu means blue feather. 2. A powerful entity, like a dynasty, organization, or influential family, may be defeated or appear dead, but its remaining influence, connections, and structural power remain active and can still exert force long after its formal demise. Bright Moon Palace. Unaware of the impending danger, Li Fan read the message from Ko Hong and let out a wry chuckle. "Brother Li Fan, you have no idea how unlucky Dao Xuanzi and I have been these past few years. Last time, we went through all kinds of hardships to get to Kangwu province. The moment we arrived, news broke that the meteor had already been found. We didn't even get a glimpse of what it looked like and had to return in frustration. This time, Dao Xuanzi and I ventured deep into the 100 Stones Grotto Heaven at the border of Shilin province. After nearly losing our lives, we finally found a technique manual. You might not believe this, but it was actually a nascent soul-level technique. I was so excited at the time. But when I took a closer look, I realized someone was already cultivating this technique. After some investigation, I found out it was being sold in the Tianqian mirror. I nearly coughed up blood in anger. Dao Xuanzi and I didn't even dare glance at the contents of the technique, fearing the enforcer hall would come knocking. Who knows if this is fortune or misfortune? 100 Stones Grotto Heaven. Li Fan didn't reply to Ko Hong, storing the communication spirit talisman and opening Return to Truth's panel. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Late-Stage Foundation Establishment. Biological age, 71/399. Psychological age, 591/3669. Virtualization charging progress, 200%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 2%. Anchor points in use, 1. Available anchor points, 2. With the help of the mountain-sitting art, his cultivation speed in this life had been unimaginably fast. At just 71 years of age, he had already broken through to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. As his sense of foreboding grew stronger, Li Fan spent the last few years converting his Bright Moon Palace contribution points into tangible assets. First, he redeemed 8 Curios of Man, unlocking the third anchor point of return to truth. However, when he attempted to unlock the fourth anchor point, he discovered that the effect of Curios of Heaven and Earth had become negligible. A single Curio of Man now only increased the progress by 1%. Unfortunately, Li Fan had insufficient permissions to redeem Curios of Earth. Otherwise, with his ample contribution points, he could have tested the effects of Curios of Earth. One's permission level in the Tianqian Mirror could only be elevated by holding a position within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, such as serving as a guardian of an island or city and earning a certain amount of merit. This was a system that ran parallel to contribution points. Li Fan recalled that recommending cultivators to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance would not only grant contribution points, but also merits. Recommending an early-stage Qi Refinement Realm cultivator would earn one a Grade D merit. Recommending a late-stage Qi Refinement Realm cultivator would earn one a Grade D+ merit. However, how these merits within the Myriad Immortals Alliance translated into permission levels was something Li Fan could not determine despite his research. Aside from redeeming curios, Li Fan had also redeemed another item in large quantities. Walking over to the Mind Ape Spirit Startling Array, he gazed at the dense white mist floating around it and smiled faintly. The mist exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate, instinctively urging one to stay away. A net woven from golden light firmly confined and anchored this white mist beside the Mind Ape Spirit Startling Array. Lifespan Devouring White Mist. When constructed into the Spirit Startling Array, it becomes the Lifespan Devouring Spirit Startling Array. It greatly amplifies the white mist's ability to devour lifespan. Even if the opponent is a Dao Unity cultivator, it should be able to hinder them for a brief moment, unless they're truly desperate, willing to have their lifespan devoured just to kill me. But it's only 2 million contribution points. It's not like I sheared the wool directly from his back. Surely that wouldn't breed such deep hatred. Still, after some thought, Li Fan felt a twinge of unease. What if I run into one or two narrow-minded individuals who can't stand it when others quietly make a fortune? No, I must make more preparations. If a true powerhouse makes a move, they will inevitably seal the surrounding space. We won't be able to escape through random teleportation. I need to find a better way. Just as Li Fan's brain was running at full steam, pondering a foolproof plan to preserve his life, Yin Yuding and Yin Yuzhen, the two sisters, wore entirely different expressions. Sister, you said you've recently had a feeling that something greatly auspicious will happen. Is it true? Why do I still feel so unsettled? Yin Yuding asked with a puzzled expression. This was the first time she had ever doubted her sister's innate talent. It's not just me. Even Xiao Mei and Xiao Heng feel the same way, Yin Yuding added, her brow slightly furrowed. Yin Yuzhen, however, paid no heed and said earnestly, It's true, sister. It's an omen of great auspiciousness. Very, very auspicious. She gestured exaggeratedly with her hands. From the day I was born until now, I've never had such a strong feeling. Something wonderfully good is definitely about to happen. She spoke with unwavering conviction. Seeing her sister so certain, Yin Yuding finally felt reassured. She unconsciously touched the square silver necklace hanging on her chest. With this random teleportation necklace Senior gave us, we should be able to preserve our lives even if we encounter some calamity. Yin Yuding could only comfort herself in this way. Bright Moon Palace had halted its technique transmission operations for some time, yet a small number of final-stage Qi Refinement Realm cultivators still gathered beside Bright Moon Lake. All of them were hoping to gain an advantage over others once its business resumed. On this day, the cultivators were chatting idly, discussing the current situation in Yuandao Province. After nearly 7 years of frenzied slaughter, the Great War between the Lan Yu lineage and Feather-Burning Alliance was finally nearing its end. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, almost to the point where they could no longer maintain their positions. It was said they had already held several rounds of negotiations, but had yet to reach a conclusion satisfactory to both parties. What is that? A cultivator gazing at the scenery by the lake suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to look. High in the sky, a thin silver thread hung straight down. In the blink of an eye, it stretched from the heavens to the earth, then rapidly spread outward around Bright Moon Lake. Within a few breaths, the silvery white thread completed a full circle, binding the 800-li Bright Moon Lake like a pair of shackles. Witnessing this strange scene, some alert cultivators sensed danger and immediately fled into the distance. But most remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do. After the silvery white thread completed its circle, it emitted a faint glow. Then it was as if someone pulled it upward. Instantly, the earth shook violently, and the lake waters turned. The group of cultivators stared in stunned silence as the vast Bright Moon Lake was hauled upward, slowly rising into the sky. Not just the lake waters, but the soil and bedrock beneath, and even the Bright Moon Palace constructed in the lake's depths, were dragged up together. Yet, it wasn't only Bright Moon Lake. Across all of Yuandao province, countless cultivators witnessed a sight they would remember until their dying days. Throughout the province, numerous Great Lakes, mountain peaks, and entire cities were being drawn skyward by dozens of slender threads descending from the heavens, steadily pulled upward into the sky. Inside Bright Moon Palace, everyone paled from the sudden upheaval. The moment they sensed something wrong, they had immediately prepared to activate their random teleportation necklaces as Li Fan had instructed. Yet to their horror, they discovered their lifeline had failed them. When the entire Bright Moon Lake was lifted skyward like a toy, Su Xiaomei and Xiaohang's expressions grew even more grim. This level of power, it's a Dao Unity Immortal Venerable. Instantly, their hearts flooded with terror and confusion. Was this really necessary? All they did was earn some contribution points. Their insignificant Bright Moon Palace couldn't even withstand an assault from a spirit transformation immortal eminence. Why would a Dao Unity Immortal Venerable personally come after them? Yet no matter how they felt, they were ants before a Dao Unity powerhouse, utterly powerless to resist. They could only watch helplessly as Bright Moon Palace rose higher from the ground, trapped like turtles in a jar with nowhere to flee. Little sis, is this what you mean by great auspiciousness? Yin Yuding's face was deathly pale as she stared incredulously at her sister. Yin Yuzhen looked utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, she remembered something and quickly said, "Don't worry, Senior will definitely intervene. He'll turn misfortune into..." Before she could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted outside Bright Moon Palace. Everyone looked out to see a massive mushroom cloud blooming from the center of Bright Moon Palace, expanding rapidly until it enveloped all of Bright Moon Lake. High above, Li Fan, who had triggered the explosion, wore a pained expression. His original plan for the lifespan-devouring spirit-startling array had been to buy a few moments of time when the powerful enemy descended, thus it was only intended to cover Bright Moon Palace's vicinity. He never expected that this unknown Dao Unity powerhouse wouldn't attack directly, but instead ensnare the entire Bright Moon Lake, apparently intending to transport them elsewhere. Li Fan had no choice but to pay several times the cost to expand the lifespan-devouring spirit-startling array's scale of self-destruction. It's fine. As long as we escape this, we'll still turn a profit. Having chosen to act, Li Fan didn't hesitate. Carefully, he drew a black spike from his robes, aimed it at the silver thread in the sky, and hurled it violently. As the lifespan-devouring white mist detonated, the silver thread recoiled instinctively as if encountering its natural predator. But then it ignored the mist entirely, instead tightening its grip on Bright Moon Lake. A thunderous voice rumbled across the heavens, "Lifespan-devouring white mist? Oomph. Your Bright Moon Palace is the worst of all evils. How dare you ruin my grand design? Even at the cost of my own lifespan, I will capture you all. Only by refining you properly can I vent the hatred in my heart." Before the voice faded, a black light pierced the silver thread. World-sundering spike? Interesting. The silver thread's glow dimmed slightly, then another black radiance shot skyward. "Go!" Li Fan's voice rang out at precisely the right moment. No reminder was needed. The instant the black world-sundering spike appeared, Su Xiaomei and the others felt their random teleportation necklaces reactivate. They immediately triggered their teleportation arrays. Light flashed repeatedly as the Bright Moon Palace members vanished one by one. Explosions rang out continuously from below, and Bright Moon Palace was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Above the rubble, a dark silhouette slowly materialized. His face showed no trace of frustration, instead bearing the teasing expression of a cat toying with a mouse. Escape? And where exactly can you flee to? The black-robed cultivator lightly flicked his horsetail whisk, and several thin threads suddenly appeared in the air before him, extending in different directions. Just a lowly late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. You clearly have no regard for your own life. I'll capture you first. The black-robed cultivator extended his right hand, pinched one of the silver threads, and slowly applied pressure. Where the silver thread disappeared, space instantly fractured and blurred. Li Fan's silhouette gradually emerged. He was looking upward as if gazing at the sky. A stunned expression was frozen on his face, as though even his thoughts had been halted at that moment. His body, along with the surrounding scenery, was gradually being pulled back toward the black-robed cultivator. Just as Li Fan was about to be captured for good, the black-robed cultivator's movements suddenly halted. The mockery vanished from his face, replaced by a gradually intensifying seriousness as he stared at the ground below. The massive amounts of lifespan-devouring white mist that had been detonated hadn't returned to the white mist barriers separating the provinces as it should have. Instead, it drifted down to the earth. Then, like flowing water, it seeped continuously into the ground. Within moments, vast quantities of lifespan-devouring white mist were swallowed by the earth. This unexpected scene made the black-robed cultivator, who had lived for thousands of years, frown uneasily. What is this? A sudden wave of unease surged within him. His left hand moved through one calculation gesture after another, his expression changing with each shift. Clearly, deducing the cause of this bizarre situation was extremely strenuous for the black-robed cultivator. His aura fluctuated unpredictably, and fine wrinkles slowly appeared on his face. Streaks of white began to show in his hair, and blood trickled from his eyes. After a long moment, the black-robed cultivator violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he cried out in disbelief, "The lifespan-devouring rebirth array? Lan Yu, you old fool. You still seek to attain the Tao and eternal life after death." A shuddering fear rose from the depths of his soul, and the black-robed cultivator instinctively felt the urge to flee. But then he turned in the direction of Yuandao Sky City. No wonder in these past years, the usually peaceful Yuandao province has been plagued by endless slaughter, with countless cultivators lying dead. My plan with Lan Yu's legacy treasure also proceeded unusually smoothly. So I was also part of your scheme. Too much. This is too much. The black-robed cultivator gritted his teeth. I'll never let you have your way. He immediately abandoned all concern for the insignificant Bright Moon Palace. Releasing the silver thread, he rushed frantically toward Yuandao Sky City. Return to. His frozen, stagnant thoughts gradually recovered. Li Fan nearly let the word truth escape his lips. But the pulling force from the other side of space had already vanished. Now safe again, Li Fan forcibly swallowed the word back. So this is a Tao Unity Immortal Venerable. Li Fan's face darkened. All his so-called preparations seemed utterly insignificant before such an absolute difference in power. That had undoubtedly been the most dangerous moment since his transmigration. He could perceive everything happening around him, yet his very soul felt frozen, unable to muster any effective response or coherent thought. Had that black-robed cultivator not abruptly fled in alarm, Li Fan would likely have met his permanent end. Just causing 500 Foundation establishment cultivators to appear ahead of schedule attracted a powerhouse of that level. No wait, many others were captured alongside Bright Moon Palace just now. Those are probably imitators of my technique transmission enterprise. So the real issue was the sudden, explosive growth in Foundation establishment cultivators. It seems that while the mountain-sitting art allows for rapid cultivation progress, practicing it openly carries far too great a risk. This time, I was lucky to escape with my life. Next time, the outcome might not be so certain. Li Fan sighed, then recalled the moment when even the black-robed Tao Unity cultivator had shown fear. Devouring lifespan to be reborn, achieving eternal life? I never imagined the mastermind behind the turmoil in Yuandao province would be that already deceased immortal venerable Lan Yu. Is he attempting to reverse the principles of life and death? Though Li Fan didn't yet know the specifics of immortal venerable Lan Yu's plan, the black-robed cultivator's fragmented words were enough to reveal the terrifying nature of this immortal venerable Lan Yu. He was clearly using the lives of countless cultivators in Yuandao province as the price to help him achieve eternity. Among these fallen cultivators were many of immortal venerable Lan Yu's own subordinates, friends, and family. I wonder if Lan Yu's plan will still succeed now that the black-robed cultivator has discovered it. Regardless, Yuandao province is no longer safe. I must leave immediately. He had previously made arrangements with Su Xiaomei and the others to split up and regroup in Shilin province. Over the past 7 years, with their abundance of contribution points, even the weakest Yin sisters had broken through to the late-stage Qi refinement realm, and they possessed some artifacts for self-defense. As long as they were careful along the way, they should have no problem ensuring their own safety. Li Fan scanned his surroundings. He had been teleported into a dense forest with no clear idea of his exact location. He attempted to contact other members of Bright Moon Palace using communication spirit talismans, but couldn't establish a connection. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan decided to find a populated area to determine his current position. He chose a direction, concealed his presence, and flew swiftly. However, halfway through his flight, Li Fan abruptly halted. Unease and suspicion flickered across his face. What's happening? Why hasn't the unease in my heart faded, but instead grown stronger? Is that black-robed Daunity cultivator still pursuing me? What grudge could be so deep? What could make his hatred so profound? No, this feeling isn't the powerlessness and despair of facing a Daunity immortal venerable. The source of the threat comes from someone else. What in the world is going on? The experiences of this lifetime flashed rapidly through his mind, yet Li Fan couldn't pinpoint where this lethal danger was coming from. Li Fan stopped and retrieved another necklace embedded with a random teleportation array from his storage ring. After activating it, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. Before he could even discern his new environment, Li Fan pulled out another necklace. He repeated this process 5 times, unsure how far he had traveled. Finally, Li Fan stopped, his head still spinning slightly from dizziness. The sense of foreboding in his heart gradually subsided. It seemed he had temporarily shaken off this unknown enemy. Surveying his surroundings, Li Fan found himself standing on a plain. A mountain range was faintly visible on the distant horizon, and a city stood not far away. Li Fan approached and made inquiries, only to discover he was already within the borders of Jioshan province. This city was called Luofan City, a remote town without any guardian cultivator. However, north of Luofan City stood a larger city named Ronghua City. There would certainly be cultivators guarding that place. For his own safety, Li Fan decided to head to Jioshan Sky City via Ronghua City's teleportation array and lay low there until he could figure out the source of this inexplicable danger. Without further delay, Li Fan flew swiftly toward Ronghua City. However, halfway through his journey, he abruptly halted. The source of that crisis had suddenly reappeared, and it felt even more urgent than before, as if it had materialized directly in his path ahead. Did they use a teleportation array to reach Ronghua City? Can they actually track my location at all times? Li Fan pondered for a moment, then chose not to activate Return to Truth immediately. Instead, he landed, retrieved various materials from his storage ring, and began setting up arrays on the spot. The fact that they needed to use a teleportation array suggests they're not at the Daunity realm. If it's a spirit transformation cultivator, I might be able to hold them off for a moment. At the very least, I need to understand why they're hunting me. Otherwise, even if I start over, I'll encounter this crisis again in my next life. After abandoning his escape plan, Li Fan's mind grew calm and steady. One array after another took shape around him. The technique Eruption Spirit Startling Array temporarily boosted the power of his Dao techniques by 1 full rank. The Chaotic Spirit Severing Array disrupted the flow of spiritual qi around his opponent, reducing their combat effectiveness. The 5 Elements Sword Qi Array converted spiritual qi into the power of the 5 elements, transforming them into sword qi to attack. The Soul Shaking and Spirit Snatching Array used exotic beast bones as conduits to launch divine sense assaults. The Technique Replication Array, once activated, would memorize the opponent's current technique and replicate it. Finally, Li Fan gathered his remaining lifespan devouring white mist. Beside it, he placed hundreds of explosion talismans. Each explosion talisman contained power equivalent to a full force strike from a final stage foundation establishment cultivator. While individually not overwhelmingly powerful, their strength lay in numbers. He stored the white mist and talismans together in a separate storage ring, preparing a surprise for this unknown enemy. It's a pity that my current array proficiency isn't sufficient to create an array crown. Otherwise, this wouldn't be so troublesome. In this cultivation world, those below Dao Unity who could kill opponents one cultivation realm above them were considered prodigies. Those who could kill opponents 2 cultivation realms above them were exceptionally rare throughout history and were called peerless prodigies. With my arrays assisting me, my combat power barely reaches the half-step golden core level. I wonder how many rounds I can last against this spirit transformation immortal eminence. With all preparations complete, Li Fan closed his eyes and calmed his mind, ready to meet his enemy. Soon after, a fiery red light streaked across the sky, arriving in an instant. It halted directly above Li Fan. The figure was burly, with flame-red hair and a bristling crimson beard. He looked down contemptuously at Li Fan, his voice like crashing thunder. "Quite the runner, aren't you? Hand over the mini Medicine King cauldron, and I'll spare your life." The booming voice echoed incessantly in Li Fan's ears. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, numerous thoughts flashing through his mind. Mini Medicine King cauldron? They chased me across multiple provinces. For this? Could it be some extraordinary treasure? But it's been nearly 37 years since I bought these 2 small cauldrons from Jiaoxiu Yuan. These 2 cauldrons served no practical purpose, so I'd left them in a corner of my storage ring to collect dust. I'd nearly forgotten they existed myself. If they truly possessed some special value, why has it taken this long for someone to pursue them? Scenes from the past flashed rapidly through Li Fan's mind. It is said that after the immortal venerables spread the Tao, but before the Great Reformation arrived, the sect master of the Medicine King sect at the time, Lu Rukin, had a vague premonition that a great change was coming to the world. So, using the Medicine King cauldron as a vessel, Lu Rukin parted the void and broke through the boundaries of this world, departing with the entire Medicine King sect. Jiaoxiu Yuan had spoken eloquently. Anchor year 15. A meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating the night. Its landing place remained unknown. Every cultivator who witnessed this meteor felt an inexplicable sense of dread and foreboding. And guess what? That meteor landed in the Kangwu Abyss. That damned place is bottomless. No wonder nobody found it for so long. In Anchor Year 41, the meteor landed in Kangwu. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi sought to claim this opportunity. Previously, we went through all kinds of hardships to get to Kangwu province. The moment we arrived, news broke that the meteor had already been found. We didn't even get a glimpse of what it looked like and had to return in frustration. Ko Hong had complained bitterly. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Li Fan. Could that fiery meteor be the Medicine King sect's Medicine King cauldron? The Medicine King cauldron that broke through the world's boundaries and departed before the Great Reformation has now inexplicably returned to the Xianwang world. And for some unknown reason, those 36 mini Medicine King cauldrons that nobody cared about before have now become treasures everyone is fighting over. So this life-threatening crisis stems from this. Having understood the reason he was being hunted, Li Fan did not immediately activate Return to Truth. Surveying the burly red-haired man above him, a dangerous glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. I'd thought it was a spirit transformation immortal eminence chasing after me. Instead, it's just a nascent soul cultivator. In a century of cultivation, I've never truly fought anyone. Perfect. I'll use you to test everything I've learned. Seeing that Li Fan wasn't responding or moving, the red-haired nascent soul cultivator grew impatient and roared once more. Hand over the mini Medicine King cauldron, and I'll spare your life. If not for his fear of damaging the storage ring and the mini Medicine King cauldron, he would have long since swatted this insignificant foundation establishment and to death. Esteemed senior, is this the mini Medicine King cauldron you speak of? Li Fan put on an ingratiating smile, then retrieved a small cauldron from his storage ring, placing it in his palm. The red-haired nascent soul cultivator's eyes lit up. Yes. Yes, that's the one. You're quite a sensible one. Watching the mini Medicine King cauldron fly toward him, he nodded in satisfaction. He reached out to take it, but before he could even savor his joy, a storage ring suddenly shot out from within the small cauldron. In the same instant, a massive cloud of white mist, its surface interwoven with golden threads, materialized right beside the red-haired nascent soul cultivator. Boom! Hundreds of talismans detonated at once within the white mist. A terrifying surge of destructive power erupted outward, and the cloud of lifespan-devouring white mist surged forward, completely engulfing the red-haired nascent soul cultivator. Bastard! With a furious roar, he dispersed the lifespan-devouring white mist. When the red-haired nascent soul cultivator reappeared, the mini Medicine King cauldron was already secured in his storage. He appeared unharmed on the surface, yet the faint tremor in his hand revealed that Li Fan's attack had not been entirely ineffective. "You're courting." Before the word death could leave his lips, the red-haired nascent soul cultivator suddenly found himself enveloped by several arrays. The flow of energy within his body stagnated, and heaven and earth seemed to brighten in his perception. A sapphire sea abruptly manifested in the sky above. A brilliant azure sword light shot forth from the sea, slashing directly toward him with unstoppable momentum. The very first move Li Fan unleashed was his ultimate killing technique, One Songyun's sword strike. A curio of earth? The red-haired nascent soul cultivator gasped in shock, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The ground cracked apart, and the sky turned murky. A volcano rumbled as it rose, blocking the sword light's path. Unlike the phantom of the sea, this volcano appeared completely solid. The surroundings grew scorching hot, and boiling magma surged up from the fractured earth. The blue sword light dimmed slightly, but still pierced through the volcano, continuing its path toward the red-haired nascent soul cultivator. A flicker of gravity crossed the red-haired nascent soul cultivator's face. He could tell that this azure sword light was unavoidable. He could only meet it head-on. This sword light, unleashed by a Foundation establishment cultivator, actually posed a lethal threat to him? What kind of sword technique was this? Thoughts racing, flames erupted around the red-haired nascent soul cultivator's body. Blazing fire met the azure sword light in direct collision. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The azure sword light contracted and sharpened in an instant, forming a single blue thread. The thread split the flames apart, then swiftly wrapped around the red-haired nascent soul cultivator's body. As the red-haired nascent soul cultivator froze, he heard his opponent's soft cry. 28 Songyun's sword strikes. Within the sea phantom that filled the sky, 27 additional sword lights materialized, flying toward him in an instant. Simultaneously, all arrays were activated at once. The sword chi of 5 elements descended upon him. Exotic beasts roared, shaking his mind. The red-haired nascent soul cultivator felt a tiny gap tearing open between his physical body and his grotto heaven domain. At the same time, a blue phantom suddenly appeared without anyone noticing, and the temperature around the volcano instantly dropped. The blue phantom flew silently to the red-haired figure's side. Then it reached out, pressing lightly against empty air. Together with the 27 Songyun sword lights, it struck the red-haired nascent soul cultivator. From the appearance of the first Songyun sword light to the moment the remaining 27 sword lights slashed the nascent soul cultivator, only an instant had passed. The red-haired nascent soul cultivator's face was filled with astonishment. His form grew stiff and cold, and cracks appeared across his body. A gentle breeze blew. Like a broken ice sculpture, he shattered into countless tiny fragments, falling to the ground in pieces. The nascent soul cultivator's body had been utterly destroyed. Yet Li Fan did not show the elation of a victor. The volcano confronting the Songyun Sea was still active. In fact, it had even grown more violent. Not bad, you managed to destroy my physical body. You should be proud of yourself. Unfortunately, a Foundation establishment cultivator like you could never comprehend the terror of the nascent soul realm. The red-haired nascent soul cultivator's voice rang out once more. Beneath his calm tone lay boundless fury. As long as my grotto heaven remains, I will not die. Behind the volcano, the projection of an infant slowly emerged. Like a parasitic worm, it arched its small body, clinging to the volcano. You won't be able to die easily either. I'll torment you with the cruelest methods you can imagine. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Amid the infant's resentful cries, the red-haired nascent soul cultivator's body actually showed faint signs of regenerating. Li Fan watched as the infant slowly absorbed the volcano's energy. Then, squirming flesh materialized on the infant from nothingness, as if weaving a garment. A human shell was slowly taking shape. As long as the grotto heaven remains, the cultivator doesn't die. Li Fan watched the scene play out, deep in thought. He had used every means at his disposal and caught his opponent off guard, but had only managed to destroy one physical body. Once the enemy recovered, he would be the one to die. Indeed, challenging those above one's realm is no easy task. But Li Fan's eyes flashed as his aura erupted violently. He no longer held anything back. I have one final move. I look forward to exchanging pointers, Senior. The technique Eruption's spirit-startling array was pushed to its limits, reaching the verge of collapse. Overloaded with energy far beyond its capacity, Li Fan's body began disintegrating inch by inch. His lower body gradually vanished, leaving only his upper torso. Fearless of death at this moment, Li Fan unleashed the sea-overturning palm strike he'd comprehended from the Tao resonance artifacts. His right hand swept out in an utterly ordinary manner. In the instant before the sea-overturning palm strike fully formed, standing between life and death, Li Fan suddenly had an epiphany. Both Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei had gained their own insights from observing the sea-overturning palm strike. Xiao Heng's palm technique was ethereal and elusive, impossible to grasp. Su Xiaomei's palm technique was overwhelmingly domineering, capable of suppressing all creation. Yet Li Fan had only ever grasped the superficial form of the technique, never managing to develop his own true intent. That final, crucial understanding always eluded him. For years, he'd made no progress. But now, undaunted by the gap in cultivation realms, Li Fan resolutely executed the sea-overturning palm strike against a nascent soul cultivator. And in that moment, he suddenly comprehended his own palm technique's true intent. It was defiance. So, what if you're a nascent soul cultivator? I've lived through multiple lifetimes, cultivated immortality for 100 years, and carry countless secrets. I've used numerous prodigies as pawns to derive techniques and divine abilities. If ancient prodigies could kill opponents 2 cultivation realms above them, why can't I? Li Fan's body dissipated like smoke in the wind, yet his eyes grew increasingly brilliant. He laughed heartily. Today, I shall use your life to complete my divine ability. The red-haired nascent soul cultivator laughed in furious disbelief. Such arrogance. Before he could finish, he noticed that dark clouds had gathered overhead without his notice. It appears to overturn the sea. But in truth, it overturns the heavens. A colossal hand of unimaginable size descended from above, crushing him. Boom! The volcano, along with the nascent soul cultivator clinging to it, was instantly reduced to dust. High in the sky, the phenomenon marking a nascent soul cultivator's death suddenly manifested. But Li Fan had no attention to spare for it. His body had disintegrated, leaving only half a skull. Just before his consciousness faded completely, Li Fan silently recited, "Return to truth. This simulation has ended." In the study that felt familiar yet strange, Li Fan stood motionless, still immersed in the lingering sensation of executing the heaven-overturning palm. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath. Though he had slain a nascent soul cultivator as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Li Fan felt little pride. One reason was that the red-haired nascent soul cultivator wasn't particularly strong. More importantly, Li Fan hadn't relied entirely on his own power. He had used the technique Eruption's spirit-startling array to forcibly elevate the power of his techniques to the Golden Core realm, then activated numerous supporting arrays. Finally, he unleashed both ultimate killing moves simultaneously, 28 Songyun swords and the heaven-overturning palm. Yet in the end, he had only managed to trade his life for his opponent's. If not for Return to Truth, he would likely be dead by now, with his Tao extinguished. On the other hand, if he hadn't had Return to Truth as a safeguard, given Li Fan's temperament, he probably wouldn't have fought with such desperate abandon, ultimately comprehending the heaven-overturning palm that allowed him to turn the tides. Gazing at the options offered by Return to Truth, Li Fan naturally chose the second option without hesitation, retaining his cultivation level. As he confirmed his choice, he concentrated on the inside of his body, focusing on the changes taking place. When he had regained his late-stage qi refinement cultivation before, the immortal mortal miasma within him had silently dissolved and vanished as his cultivation appeared. What Li Fan was most curious about was how Return to Truth would handle this world's law that one must borrow a curio of heaven and earth to establish their foundation. As he held his breath, late-stage foundation establishment cultivation suddenly surged forth within his body. The immortal mortal miasma vanished like snowflakes dissolving in water. Spiritual chi inexplicably emerged within him, and his aura began climbing steadily. In an instant, he reached the late-stage chi refinement realm. Then, within his dantian, a deep blue pearl suddenly appeared without any warning. It was none other than the deep-sea pearl that shouldn't have descended into the world yet. The heaven-earth root attached itself to the deep-sea pearl, transforming the laws it encompassed into Li Fan's Tao foundation. Yet this foundation establishment process was hundreds, thousands of times faster than when Li Fan had done it himself. In moments, the deep-sea pearl disappeared without a trace, and a shimmering blue projection of a sea now resided within Li Fan's dantian. In the space of a breath, Li Fan had completed the foundation establishment process. Then his aura continued rising until it finally stopped at the late-stage foundation establishment realm. It seems that even when relying on Return to Truth to enhance my cultivation, in this world, I must still follow the cultivation rules established by the heavenly venerable Tao teachers step by step. 1. This is the power of defying the principles of heaven and earth. The rules of cultivation have been completely and fundamentally altered. To play this game of immortal cultivation, one must follow the newly established rules. Li Fan pondered for a moment, recalling scenes from his previous life. After the eternal heavenly venerable defied the principles of heaven and earth, they no longer appeared in the world. Tao unity powerhouses who suppress entire provinces represent the strongest power in the open. Below Tao unity, remembering how the various spirit transformation experts in Yuan Tao province had slaughtered each other, only to serve as sacrifices for immortal venerable Lanyu to attain the Tao, Li Fan couldn't help but sigh. Below Tao unity, all are ants. Spirit transformation, nascent soul, golden core, foundation establishment, there's no fundamental difference between them. Only after sacrificing the soul of heaven and earth and achieving Tao unity can one barely enter the sights of the eternal heavenly venerables. But, without achieving eternal life, all is ultimately illusory. Immortal venerable Lanyu clung to life for thousands of years, yet his time still came. Achieving eternal life. Achieving eternal life. Li Fan murmured these 3 words repeatedly, as if contemplating something profound, his brow deeply furrowed. Without achieving eternal life, all is ultimately illusory. But even if one achieves eternal life, then what? Back then, the heavenly venerable Tao teacher established the new path of cultivation. From that moment, if one didn't follow his cultivation path, cultivation became impossible. But if one truly walks his cultivation path, one would still remain beneath his shadow even upon achieving eternal life. Li Fan's expression suddenly smoothed, as if he'd reached some profound realization. In this world, the path of cultivation has already been set according to his will, becoming an established rule. To transcend this, one must step outside the game board from the very beginning. But as mere pieces, and the weakest pieces at that, how can we leap off the board ourselves? Unless we borrow external means. Return to Truth. Li Fan stared at Return to Truth's panel before him, his gaze flickering intensely. From the moment I learned everything in existence could be considered a curio of heaven and earth, I conceived the idea of using Return to Truth to build my Tao foundation. For this purpose, I've observed over 1,000 foundation establishment processes and unlocked 2 anchor points. Now, it's time to attempt it. Having reached this decision, Li Fan flew to the peak of Jieli Mountain, where he'd once comprehended formless killing mechanism. He built a simple grass hut and set up protective measures around it to prevent accidental intrusion. Then he sat cross-legged inside, and with a thought, Return to Truth's prompt appeared at precisely the right moment. Set current time as second anchor point. Without hesitation, Li Fan answered, yes. With a click, the second anchor point was set. Now, we wait for Return to Truth to finish charging. Return to Truth's charging speed hasn't improved. It still requires about 9 years. But I shouldn't remain idle during this time. I haven't studied He Jianghao's Mountain River 100 Veins Array diagram much, but I remember the general principles of Zhang Jiliang's unlimited art. This is the perfect opportunity to further strengthen my array proficiency. It's just unfortunate that this immortal forsaken land of Great Xian only allows me to improve my theoretical understanding, with no way to practice actual array deployment. Li Fan sighed briefly, then immersed himself in contemplation of the array path. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. It's time. With the ability to revert to his current state at any moment, Li Fan finally felt confident enough to begin building his Tao foundation using Return to Truth. Currently, his foundation establishment curio of heaven and earth remained the deep-sea pearl. So the first step was shattering his Tao foundation. The Taishang primordial true scripture operated, transforming all his cultivated power into pure cultivation, which was stored within his body. Then, looking at the projection of the sea hovering between reality and illusion within his dantian, Li Fan struck his dantian fiercely with a finger. Li Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his life force rapidly fading. The Zhongyun Sea phantom trembled violently, and a black fissure appeared at its center. The projection of the sea grew increasingly faint. Li Fan struck again. After 3 such strikes, the Zhongyun Sea phantom completely vanished from the world. Li Fan's breath grew faint as gossamer, and his face pale as paper, teetering on the brink of death. I overdid it this time. Next life, I'll go a little lighter. Li Fan thought to himself. As he refined the cultivation within him, his injuries healed swiftly, and he returned once more to the final stage Qi refinement realm. If not for the Taishang primordial true scripture, attempting to build my Tao foundation with Return to Truth as a curio would have been 100 times harder. He mused inwardly, reflecting on the abrupt rise and fall of his cultivation level. Steadying his mind, Li Fan began his first attempt. Unlike establishing a foundation with a tangible curio of heaven and earth, Return to Truth existed within Li Fan without form or substance. Sensing it proved incredibly difficult. Fortunately, Zhang Haobu's own foundation establishment curio, the heaven-scorning sword intent, had also been formless. Having witnessed the entire process, Li Fan used that experience as a reference, striving to perceive the principles of Return to Truth embedded within his body. After a long while, a faint, hazy white light emerged from Li Fan's dantian. And then, boom! Li Fan's dantian exploded. Return to Truth. Li Fan murmured inwardly, just before his consciousness faded. Light and shadow shifted. He did not return to the study from before, but remained inside the small thatched hut atop Jieli Mountain. He had naturally chosen to return to the second anchor point. He opted to shorten the charging time. After reducing it by 30%, the charging process now took only 6 years. Frowning slightly, Li Fan carefully reviewed the foundation establishment processes from his previous life, pondering and reflecting on his insights. 6 years flashed by in an instant, and Return to Truth was fully charged once more. Thus, Li Fan began his next attempt. With 3 strikes, he shattered the Tao foundation. This time, though Li Fan's face remained pale, he only spat out a small mouthful of blood. Returning to the final stage Qi refinement realm, he immersed himself in sensing the principles of Return to Truth. This time, the glowing white light appeared slightly gentler. The situation had improved, but it didn't last long. Boom! Li Fan's dantian exploded again. Return to Truth. 6 years later, Li Fan began his third attempt. The white radiance symbolizing the principles of Return to Truth grew a little milder still. This time, he lasted longer than the previous 2 attempts. But it was still far from the point where the projection of Return to Truth could take shape. Li Fan's dantian exploded once more. Return to Truth. It was now his 4th attempt. Why does my dantian keep exploding? Li Fan wondered, recalling the foundation establishment processes he had observed in his previous lives. The cultivation path laid down by the heavenly venerable Tao teacher emphasized stability above all. No matter how poor one's aptitude, given sufficient lifespan and necessary conditions, success in cultivation was guaranteed. But Li Fan's current process of establishing his foundation with Return to Truth ran counter to the heavenly venerables' teachings. I originally thought the main difficulty in my foundation establishment process would lie in sensing the formless, intangible Return to Truth. Yet, perhaps because Return to Truth is already fused with my very being, sensing its presence isn't as difficult as I imagined. Instead, This apparent incompatibility with the Heavenly Venerable's cultivation methodology has become the greatest obstacle to my Foundation establishment's success, leading to Danteon explosions. Perhaps, if I can resolve this issue, I won't be far from establishing my foundation with return to truth. With that thought, Li Fan's spirits lifted slightly. He began his fourth attempt. Boom. Fifth attempt. Boom. Sixth attempt. Each attempt represented 6 years of time. Though each effort ended in failure at the final moment, with his Danteon exploding and shattering, the radiance of return to truth was indeed growing increasingly warm and gentle. Things were progressing in a positive direction, which strengthened Li Fan's conviction. Through countless cycles, Li Fan tirelessly repeated the Foundation establishment process again and again. His mind focused entirely on this one task, casting aside all other distractions. 10th attempt. 20th attempt. 30th attempt. Only after 56 attempts did Li Fan finally achieve significant progress. Within his Danteon, the warm white light seemed to condense into solid form. It was as smooth as polished jade and pleasing to the eye. The light itself no longer changed. What he now saw changing was its shape. Could it be that I'm finally about to succeed? Witnessing this, even Li Fan's normally placid heart couldn't help but ripple with emotion. But clearly, success wouldn't come so easily. This time, his Danteon remained intact, without exploding. Yet Li Fan felt as if tiny insects were constantly wriggling deep within his bones and muscles throughout his body. The sensation, simultaneously itchy, numb, and painful, drew a muffled groan from him. And this was merely the beginning. One circular lump of flesh after another suddenly bulged from Li Fan's body. Then, as if possessing their own consciousness, they began swimming across his skin. The fleshy lumps grew larger and larger, becoming almost half the size of a human head in a few breaths. Covered with these terrifying crimson tumors, Li Fan now appeared like some inhuman monster. And still, the bloody tumors continued to swell. Finally, the tumors reached the limits of what his chi refinement body could endure, bursting open like balloons with a loud pop. Chunks of flesh and blood sprayed in all directions, splattering across the entire grass hut. Li Fan was drenched in his own flesh and blood, yet he remained unmoved. Within his sea of consciousness, the blue flame phantom spirit emerged. Simultaneously, the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra operated. Li Fan entered a state free from worry, fear, or terror. Maintaining complete composure despite his physical body's corruption, he focused on return to truth's phantom condensed within his Danteon. But a chi refinement cultivator's body was ultimately frail. Gradually, Li Fan's vital aura grew faint, then approached complete extinction. At the final moment, Li Fan silently recited return to truth in his heart. The 57th time. 6 years later, Li Fan attempted it again. The white jade shifted shapes according to Li Fan's insights. Tumors swelled and reseeded across Li Fan's body. After a long while, failure came once more. The 58th time. Failure. The 59th time. Failure. The string of failures did not diminish Li Fan's determination or conviction. He analyzed each failed attempt, comparing each foundation establishment process. He discovered that when he deliberately tried to control it with his insights, he actually persisted for shorter periods than when he remained in a state of ignorant chaos. Return to truth has merged with me. Though I cannot perceive it directly, my body is subtly and unconsciously influenced by it. My foundation establishment should proceed much more smoothly if I use my unconditioned consciousness than my ego consciousness, too. During the 75th foundation establishment attempt, a flash of insight struck Li Fan. Just as he had anticipated, the white jade began taking on a more regular form. Each attempt was like a sculptor's careful stroke, carving it back toward its original shape. By the 90th attempt, when the white jade finally stabilized into an elliptical form, the grotesque tumors ceased appearing on Li Fan's body. The light pulsed, shifting from ethereal to substantial. It seemed on the verge of manifesting within his Danteon. But a sudden clarity dawned within Li Fan. Something was still missing. At that moment, it was as though some invisible presence had abruptly descended upon the humble cottage atop Jieli Mountain. In that fleeting moment, Li Fan's hair turned snow-white. His skin withered and wrinkled. Terrifying furrows and cracks carved across his face. His muscles dissolved until only a thin layer of skin draped over his skeletal frame. His appearance was no longer human. Li Fan was aging at an alarming rate, moments away from dying of old age right then and there. Return to truth. Li Fan acted without hesitation. From the 91st to the 98th attempt, the pattern repeated. Each time, he fell just short of successfully establishing his foundation with return to truth. On the 99th attempt, he found himself back atop Gle Mountain. What exactly am I missing? Li Fan frowned slightly. He knew success was within reach, separated by the thinnest of margins. Yet, this wasn't something repetition could solve. It required a moment of sudden epiphany to identify the missing piece. Li Fan sensed that the answer was a simple one. He was separated from it by nothing more than a paper screen, one poke away from breakthrough. But standing on the mountain himself, he couldn't perceive its true shape. The solution eluded him. Contemplating deeply, Li Fan drifted down the mountain. He wandered through the mortal world, seeking his answer. For the first time, he observed the events of Great Xian unaffected by his influence. In Anchor Year 5, Jiang'an suffered a great drought. A band of refugees stormed the Prince of Langya's estate. The Prince of Langya's estate suffered heavy losses. Only the Prince of Langya escaped through a dog hole, barely keeping his life. Everyone else in the mansion was brutally slaughtered by the refugees. News spread, shaking both court and country. The emperor flew into a rage, ordering troops to suppress the refugees. Simultaneously, he summoned the Prince of Langya to the capital, comforting him personally. Henceforth, the Prince of Langya remained in the capital. In Anchor Year 15, the emperor suddenly fell gravely ill. Before passing away, he summoned the Prince of Langya to the palace and passed the throne to him. The Prince of Langya ascended the throne, and the era name was changed to Xianjing. In Anchor Year 16, rebellions large and small erupted simultaneously across the land. Emperor Xianjing appointed his trusted aide as Grand General, commanding him to quell the rebellions. Grand General Jinwei spent 3 years pacifying the various uprisings, after which he returned to court in glory. Emperor Xianjing ordered all officials to welcome him outside the capital, receiving him with imperial honors. Grand General Jinwei wore an expression of arrogance, accepting these honors as his due. He neither dismounted upon seeing the officials nor knelt when meeting the emperor. Emperor Xianjing showed no change in expression, personally supporting him and welcoming him into the palace. A lavish banquet was held in his honor. After 3 rounds of drinks, the officials quietly withdrew, and dozens of axemen swarmed in. The thoroughly drunken Grand General Jinwei instantly sobered, demanding answers from Emperor Xianjing. Emperor Xianjing remained ominously silent. Despite the Grand General's peerless bravery, he accumulated numerous wounds under the assault of the axemen. Hovering near death, he pointed at Emperor Xianjing and venomously declared, "If I get another chance, I shall personally lead my army to raze Xianjing to the ground and fashion your skull into a wine vessel. Only then will my hatred be quenched." With these final words, he fell beneath the blades. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Li Fan, who had been silently observing all along, now revealed his form. His eyes shone with sudden clarity, and a profound realization dawned upon him. People never get second chances. This world offers no do-overs. But I am different. Return to truth transcends the very boundaries of this reality. In a flash, his surroundings grew hazy and indistinct, and Li Fan found himself once more atop the peak of Gle Mountain. Li Fan activated Return to Truth once again. When truth becomes falsehood, falsehood becomes truth. He stared at the 7 magnificent characters formed by Return to Truth, his mind turning perfectly clear and serene. I shall use the principles of Return to Truth within this world to forge my Tao foundation. Like water flowing naturally along its course, without the slightest obstruction, a sphere of pure white jade light instantly manifested within his dantian. The 3rd anchor was set with a click. 1. When he preached the new methodology, he was still an immortal venerable. Later on he became a heavenly venerable. 2. Benwo Isher refers to the original, primordial, unconditioned self. The core of one's being before it is shaped by ego, desires, and worldly identity. Translated here as unconditioned consciousness. Ziwo Isher refers to the constructed, individual ego, the sense of I that is separate from others and the world. It is associated with personal will, desires, attachments, and the stubborn insistence on one's own identity. Translated here as ego consciousness. It took me 100 lifetimes to establish my Tao foundation. Though arduous, all shackles have finally been shattered. From this day forward, I'll never need to worry again about incompatibility between the cultivation techniques I practice and my foundation establishment curio. Every technique under heaven can become my technique. Standing atop Jieli Mountain, Li Fan felt a faint surge of joy well up within him after successfully establishing his foundation with return to truth. 600 years. 100 simulation cycles. All for this single goal. Now he had finally achieved it, and the results were extraordinary indeed. Deep Sea Pearl. As Li Fan concentrated, the white jade within his dantian emitted a gentle glow. Then, in an instant, it transformed into the appearance of the Tsongyun Sea. Even though Li Fan had once established his Tao foundation using the Deep Sea Pearl, he now found it difficult to distinguish between the sea phantom that was now within him and the original. No, they were not just similar, they were absolutely identical. Falsehood becomes truth. Li Fan marveled. The tremendous power of return to truth to rewind time went beyond the constraints of this world. That was why Li Fan had failed repeatedly when attempting to use the complete return to truth for his foundation establishment. But while return to truth transcended this world, it also intersected with it. Its law within this world could be summarized in 7 words. When truth becomes falsehood, falsehood becomes truth. Simply put, at the foundation establishment realm, return to truth could transform into any curio of heaven and earth that Li Fan had personally comprehended, or that had been absorbed by return to truth. In his exhilaration, Li Fan cycled through the foundation establishment curios within his body. Dao Xian Sword. The rusted, broken Dao Xian sword appeared above Jieli Mountain. Bamboo of Reluctance. Staff of Sorrow. As the foundation establishment curio within him shifted to a new form, the aura emanating from Li Fan also transformed. After a long while, having simulated all the curios of heaven and earth he'd encountered during his 12th lifetime, Li Fan changed return to truth back into the Deep Sea Pearl. A phantom sea materialized above his head as Li Fan executed a sword strike. The sword light of Wan Songyun's sword strike parted the sea of clouds, flying toward the rising sun in the east. Even as it vanished from sight, its power remained undiminished. Even when executing divine abilities and killing techniques, it's indistinguishable from the true Deep Sea Pearl. In this cultivation world, the influence that foundation establishment curios have on cultivators is profound. At least, until one reaches Tao unity, one's cultivation path must align with their personal curio. Take my 12th life when I built my foundation with the Deep Sea Pearl, for example. If I'd practiced fire attribute techniques instead of water attribute ones, my progress would have been painfully slow, and I might have even suffered backlash from the clashing attributes. But now that I've established my Tao foundation with return to truth, I no longer have such worries. This means that every technique under heaven can become my technique. Moreover, I have a premonition. Li Fan's eyes burned with intensity as his imagination soared. Curios of heaven and earth are manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. If one day I manage to simulate and manifest all the curios under heaven, like the myriad immortals alliance's curio of heaven, the derivation jade. A long time passed before Li Fan emerged from his reverie. Establishing his foundation with return to truth had allowed him to leap beyond all constraints, opening infinite possibilities. But still, they were only possibilities. To realize them, he would need careful planning across lifetimes. This lifetime, following my intuition with absolute certainty, I began foundation establishment without waiting for return to truth to finish charging. Now that foundation establishment is accomplished, I've set my 3rd anchor point. It is only a few days after my initial anchor point. My initial anchor point marks the moment I first transmigrated to this world. The 2nd anchor point was set atop Jieli Mountain, with my cultivation at the late-stage foundation establishment realm and the Deep Sea Pearl as my foundation establishment curio. The 3rd anchor point was just established, with my cultivation also at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, but this time with return to truth serving as my foundation establishment curio. Foundation establishment is complete. It's time to return to the cultivation world. With 9 years remaining until charging is complete, I can make some preparations here in Great Xian first. With this thought, Li Fan drifted down the mountain and descended into the mortal world. Using the identity of an immortal, he commanded mortals to do his bidding. Over 9 years, he slaughtered all who deserved death across the land, collecting every drop of their blood. Eventually, he condensed it all into a single black-red blood pearl. The aura emanating from the blood pearl resembled that of a natural predator. Even observing from a distance, Li Fan couldn't stop his heart from pounding. When the charging process was completed, Li Fan activated Return to Truth once more. Returning to the third anchor point, Li Fan selected the first option this time, to retain an item in his possession. Naturally, he chose the blood pearl saturated with immortal miasma. Myriad mortal essence blood. Li Fan stroked his chin as he read the item's name designated by Return to Truth. It only mentions mortal essence blood, with no reference to the immortal miasma. Li Fan began recalling how the immortal miasma within him had been purged over and over again during his foundation establishment process spanning 100 lifetimes. Perhaps the immortal miasma doesn't actually exist in physical form? Maybe it's more akin to a curse-like power? Regardless, this essence blood pearl will be my ultimate trump card moving forward. During his 12th lifetime, Li Fan often felt powerless whenever he encountered cultivators at the nascent soul realm or higher. At those moments, he couldn't help but remember the immortal miasma that made all cultivators pale with fear. All his efforts in this lifetime were aimed at turning the immortal miasma into a bound item of Return to Truth, allowing him to summon it whenever needed. However, from what I understand, using immortal miasma to harm others maliciously in the cultivation world will incite the joint pursuit of both the Myriad Immortals Alliance and 5 Elders Council. It will be a hunt to the death. I cannot use this item unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps I could use Return to Truth's transformation ability to disguise myself as someone else. Li Fan slowly sank into deep thought. In Anchor Year 9, Return to Truth was finally fully charged. Li Fan still conducted a sweep of the Empire, filling the Taiyan boat to capacity. Then he burst through the immortal-slaying Grand Array, returning to the cultivation world after over 600 years. To avoid alerting anyone, Li Fan maintained only the 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture as his cultivated technique. His foundation establishment curio now took the form of the Halt Steel Fragment. Arriving at Songyan Sea, he headed straight for Lioli Island as before. Once he approached his destination, Li Fan didn't forget to slay that giant Lioli fish along the way, obtaining the exquisite Lioli pearl. Rest assured, fellow Taoist I'll make sure you won't lose everything this time. Li Fan smiled slightly and arrived outside Lioli Island. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly spreading across Lioli Island. Is fellow Taoist he of the Myriad Immortals Alliance present? Moments later, He Jianghao's cautious voice responded, I am He Jianghao. May I ask what business you have with me, fellow Taoist? Yet he didn't appear personally, still hiding within the island protection array. Li Fan chuckled softly, then declared in a clear voice, I mean no harm. I simply wish to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Having long heard of your reputation for generosity, I hoped you might provide a referral. What? Before he could complete his sentence, He Jianghao flickered into existence beside Li Fan, his face alight with astonishment and delight. Say no more. Say no more. He Jianghao looked Li Fan up and down, readily agreeing. Might I ask for your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? He performed a deep bow, his face beaming as he inquired. I am Li Fan. Seeing He Jianghao's jovial expression, Li Fan couldn't help but offer a warm, friendly smile in return. Where were you practicing before this, fellow Taoist? Within the Lioli Islands array, He Jianghao and Li Fan sat facing each other inside a mountain pavilion. He Jianghao produced a pot of spirit tea and filled Li Fan's cup. I was originally a rogue cultivator from Yuandao province. A few years ago, while seeking opportunities for a breakthrough, I came to the Songyan Sea. Li Fan took a sip of tea, then continued, I've now reached the late-stage foundation establishment realm and would like to make advanced preparations to obtain a golden core technique. When it comes to fortuitous encounters, acquiring a foundation establishment method is already the limit for ordinary rogue cultivators. Trying to find a golden core technique through exploration is incredibly difficult. After much thought, I decided to abandon my previous mindset of going solo and join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Li Fan sighed deeply as he explained. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to feel troubled. I know many rogue cultivators outside misunderstand our Myriad Immortals Alliance. They think we Alliance cultivators are like cattle and horses, driven without any freedom. They are completely mistaken. He Zhenghao spoke eloquently. Our Alliance's contribution points are essentially no different from spirit stones. Fundamentally, everyone relies on their own efforts to obtain cultivation resources. The Alliance simply provides centralized management and organization. Moreover, the Alliance possesses spirit treasures with extraordinary uses like the Tianyan mirror. You'll understand once you see it. He Zhenghao finished with a smile, lifting his teacup to take a sip. I've heard that referring new cultivators to the Myriad Immortals Alliance comes with corresponding contribution point rewards? Li Fan suddenly asked. Ahem, He Zhenghao choked on his tea, coughing several times before setting down his teacup. I see you are quite well informed. Don't worry, I understand the rules. I'll be sure to give you half the contribution points. He patted his chest with an assuring look. Li Fan gave He Zhenghao a meaningful look, then slowly nodded. In that case, please show me the way, fellow Taoist. I can hardly wait any longer. He Zhenghao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But it vanished immediately, making him think it was just his imagination. Hearing Li Fan's words, he immediately said, Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I'll first retrieve a passage talisman for you. Otherwise, your presence would trigger attacks from the Myriad Immortals array once you approach the island. Li Fan nodded. I've heard about this. Please go ahead. He Zhenghao activated the teleportation array and departed from Myriad Immortals Island. Li Fan drank his tea as he waited. Before long, He Zhenghao returned. Fellow Taoist, you just need to leave a trace of your aura here. He Zhenghao explained as he handed the passage talisman to Li Fan. Li Fan performed the familiar procedure with ease. Remember to return this talisman after you officially join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Otherwise, you'll need to pay the equivalent value in contribution points. Such a tiny talisman. He Zhenghao started to say something more, but suddenly changed his mind. Never mind, it's not worth mentioning. Let's go, fellow Taoist. Li Fan nodded, and the two then took the teleportation array and arrived at Myriad Immortals Island. Just as before, He Zhenghao explained various aspects of life on Myriad Immortals Island to Li Fan. But this time, his explanations were considerably more detailed than on previous occasions. The Tianyan mirror is just ahead. This spirit treasure has endless wonderful uses. Once you start using it, you truly can't live without it. When you have abundant contribution points later, you can even purchase a separate, portable mirror avatar. As they chatted, the two entered the Tianyan mirror's space. This fellow Taoist is the late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator I previously reported about. He wishes to join our Myriad Immortals Alliance, He Zhenghao said. After a moment, the Tianyan mirror's voice rang out. Recommendation of one late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Recorded as a grade C+ merit, converted to 3,000 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 4140. He Zhenghao froze, as if doubting his ears. How much? The Tianyan mirror repeated itself. He Zhenghao turned to Li Fan, his expression frozen in astonishment. His jaw moved once, then twice, yet speech failed him entirely. What, is there a problem? Li Fan asked, feigning ignorance. After a while, He Zhenghao cautiously probed. Fellow Taoist, might I ask, how old are you currently? Li Fan pretended to hesitate for a long moment before sighing and saying, to be honest, I have lived for more than 29 years. But despite spending so much time, I am still stuck at the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, with the Golden Core realm nowhere in sight. I am truly ashamed to mention it. Upon hearing this, He Zhenghao immediately flushed red. His lips parted, trembling as if to speak, but no sound emerged. After a long while, he forced a strained smile and said, Fellow Taoist, you jest. A late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator at 29 years old. A late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator at 29 years old. After thinking hard for some time, He Jianghao finally squeezed out the words, "That makes you a heaven-sent prodigy." "I dare not claim such praise, I dare not." Li Fan repeatedly shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, do you know that a true heaven-sent prodigy can forge their golden core in just 8 years of cultivation? Moreover, they can slay a Tao Unity cultivator while still at the golden core realm. I am far from reaching such heights," Li Fan said with utmost seriousness. What Li Fan said went beyond He Jianghao's understanding. Not knowing how to respond, he could only offer an awkward smile. Fortunately, as an experienced veteran, he quickly changed the subject. He Jianghao pulled out a mountain peak-shaped spirit talisman and handed it to Li Fan, then said enthusiastically, "Since you sought me out for a referral, you must think highly of me. If there is ever anything you need from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Although my cultivation level is a bit low, I do have some connections here on Myriad Immortals Island." Li Fan took the spirit talisman, but remained silent, simply smiling as he looked at He Jianghao. He Jianghao was momentarily puzzled, then slapped his forehead as if suddenly realizing something. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have nearly forgotten." A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes as He Jianghao transferred 1,500 contribution points to Li Fan. Only then did Li Fan nod in satisfaction before asking, "Fellow Taoist, you must have joined this Myriad Immortals Alliance for quite some time. Yet, I couldn't help but notice your contribution points don't seem too high." He Jianghao immediately perked up and began explaining to Li Fan, "Fellow Taoist, if you have many contribution points, but never use them, keeping them on you, they won't grow on their own. Instead of letting your contribution points sit around, you can use them to buy some commodities like spirit mist grass or taxian wood when their prices are low and stockpile them. Then, when their prices rise, you can sell them off and profit from the difference. Although the fluctuations are usually small and the profit per plant isn't much, if you buy enough of them, each transaction can yield a considerable return." He Jianghao puffed out his chest with pride. "This is what they call investment. You may not know this, fellow Taoist, but I am well-versed in the ways of investment." Li Fan looked at He Jianghao with a strange expression, thinking to himself, "No wonder you dared to stake your entire fortune. So you've already tasted success from this. Fellow Taoist, that look on your face suggests you don't believe me?" He Jianghao looked somewhat wronged. He immediately declared, "Very well, then. When the next major opportunity to profit arises, I will notify you. This way, I can properly show you my capabilities." Li Fan chuckled softly. "I'm looking forward to it," he said, noting the absolute confidence shining in He Jianghao's eyes. He Jianghao continued boasting about his past achievements, how he doubled his contribution points in 10 years, how one big score was equivalent to years of hard labor. Only when Li Fan gave him a meaningful look did he reluctantly stop and take his leave. The Tianqian mirror's notification sounded at just the right moment. "Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you will receive 1,000 complimentary contribution points. You may use contribution points to redeem spirit stones, techniques, artifacts, and more. You have received 1,500 contribution points from He Jianghao. Your current total contribution points, 2,500. Though he was starting this life with 2,500 contribution points, such a paltry amount could hardly stir any emotional reaction in Li Fan, who had once possessed over 1,000,000. Moreover, at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, activating the Tianqian Mirror's epiphanic state boost cost a staggering 300 contribution points per day. Li Fan had come to understand that 300 contribution points represented roughly what an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could earn in around a month doing low-risk tasks. Cultivators typically spent most of the month running errands, then cultivated for 1 day in the epiphanic state. Then it was back to running errands. The cycle was endless. Occasionally, with luck, one might land a high-reward, low-risk mission. After a full year, one would only be able to accumulate a pitiful handful of contribution points. Working like beasts of burden, this was the fate of ordinary cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As for those unwilling to accept it, who wanted to gamble for more? Well, then one had to face the risk of death. As someone who could keep starting over, Li Fan would never sink to such a fate. Employing his old tricks, he purchased a storage ring, made a trip out and back, then converted the gold, silver, and other valuables from the tie-in boat along with the halt steel fragment. He obtained 2,831 contribution points. Still too little. Li Fan remembered that in about half a year, the Dracohail exotic beast, which had gained sentience after devouring numerous Lioli pearls, would destroy the Spirit Mist Grass Island. Eminence Qingmu Huaxing would use this opportunity to set a trap and reap a massive harvest. Li Fan naturally didn't want to miss out on such a feast. He needed to accumulate enough contribution points before then to participate. Li Fan's gaze fell on the mission to gather blue blood coral. Without hesitation, he accepted it once more. Then, using a teleportation array, he arrived at Miss Crow Island in the northwest region of Tsongyun Sea. The guardian of Miss Crow Island was also a Foundation establishment cultivator. His stooped form was hidden within black robes, and his expression was veiled. An eerie aura emanated from him, pushing away anyone within 1,000 li without a word. Li Fan nodded slightly in his direction before proceeding on his way. Once outside the island protection array, Li Fan looked up. The island was perpetually shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Within the haze, shadowy flocks of flying birds could faintly be seen. Li Fan flew close to the gray mist, using his spiritual power to capture one of the birds for closer examination. Ka. The bird was naturally the so-called mist crow. It had no physical body, being entirely composed of the gray fog. The mist crow struggled, flapping its wings and trying to peck at Li Fan with its large, curved beak. Where his spiritual power touched the gray mist, a faint burning sensation occurred, surprising Li Fan somewhat. These mist crows seemed somewhat useful, but only those from the Heavenly Mechanism Hall would know. After studying it for a while without gaining any insights, he released it back into the mist. Then he attended to his main business and flew westward from Miss Crow Island. After flying over 200 li, Li Fan suppressed his aura and dove beneath the sea. Within the sprawling underwater ruins that stretched for dozens of li grew a prominent stalk of blue blood coral. It was completely transparent, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Various marine creatures had established their homes around this coral. A sea snake with strength equivalent to the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm lurked in the surroundings, guarding it. This tranquil and beautiful scene was abruptly shattered by Li Fan's arrival. He activated the insect binding divine ability as Return to Truth transformed into the deep sea pearl. With one Songun sword strike, the sea snake instantly lost its life. Huh? After my Foundation establishment curio transformed into the deep sea pearl, my technique's power actually received a slight boost within the Tsongyun Sea? Feeling that there was something different about that sword strike, Li Fan carefully perceived the sensations emanating from around him. This feeling, is it a sense of familiarity emanating from the Tsongyun Sea? Does it consider the deep sea pearl a fellow brother? Li Fan chuckled dismissively, paying it no mind, and focused his gaze on the blue blood coral. With a rumbling sound, the blue blood coral was uprooted and stored within his spatial ring. Seeing their home destroyed, countless creatures scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives. Li Fan showed no awareness that he had just been an agent of destruction. That's 3,000 contribution points acquired. It was even easier than loaning out techniques. Li Fan remembered that Elder Chen from the Medicine Hall consistently purchased this blue blood coral. So he carefully recalled the other locations in the Tsongyun Sea where it could be found. It seems there's another one not far from here, in an underwater canyon. I might as well take that one too. Thus, without much effort, Li Fan dug up another stalk of blue blood coral. Returning to the Tianqian mirror, he selected the task submission option. After the other party received the 2 stalks of coral, he quickly received the mission reward. 6,000 contribution points were now his. Elder Chen, I wonder what pill you're intending to refine with this blue blood coral? Li Fan casually asked. Perhaps owing to the fact that had provided 2 stalks of blue blood coral, a reply came through after a while. The Frostwill Severance Pill, needed to explore a certain secret realm. If you can find more of this coral in the future, you can trade them with me. I'll take as many as you have. Frostwill Severance Pill, huh? Li Fan contemplated the pill's name. With the mission completed, Li Fan now possessed over 10,000 contribution points. And only 3 days had passed since he joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The speed at which he accumulated contribution points was truly astonishing. Li Fan's gaze returned to that most eye-catching bounty mission. The 100,000 contribution points for the Cloud Water model. I cannot miss it in this lifetime either. But that old fellow called the Heavenly Physician is somewhat sinister. Judging by his strength, he's at least a Tao Unity immortal venerable. The memory of his very thoughts being frozen in their tracks by that black-robed Tao Unity cultivator in Yuandao province remained vivid in his mind. Naturally, Li Fan had no intention of confronting the Heavenly Physician with his true self. Looks like I'll need to forge an avatar after all. He gathered all the materials required for crafting the avatar, then descended into the depths of the sea to retrieve the sky crystal spirit sand. With everything in hand, he made straight for the cave dwelling where Sikong-yi had concealed himself. Sikong-yi and his avatar Bailey Chin moved like phantoms, and their whereabouts shifted constantly. Attempting to track them through the heaven-swapping art's resonance risked alerting them, potentially prompting them to flee through a teleportation array. A prolonged chase would only bring unnecessary complications. It was better to wait right at the rabbit's burrow until it returned. According to Jiaoxiu Yuan's earlier intelligence, Sikong-yi would visit this cave dwelling periodically. Thus, Li Fan decided to simply wait here. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. His luck proved decent. Over 10 days later, Li Fan opened his eyes. Sikong-yi and Bailey Chin walked into their hidden cave dwelling expressionlessly. The instant they spotted Li Fan waiting in ambush inside, their faces froze in shock and disbelief. You! Before they could finish speaking, Li Fan captured them with the insect-binding divine ability. Without wasting words, he killed them on the spot, patiently repeating the process until they exhausted their resurrection chances. Once they were eliminated from the world for good, Li Fan collected the heaven-swapping token that had fallen to the ground and began crafting an avatar. In theory, an avatar's cultivation should only be one cultivation stage behind the true selves. But Li Fan discovered that, in order to create an avatar at the Foundation Establishment realm, a curio of heaven and earth was still necessary. Perhaps the original heaven-swapping art was truly powerful, but after the immortal venerable propagated the Tao, it became rather useless. No wonder the heaven-swapping sect declined with each generation. Since this avatar is meant to be sacrificed anyway, there's no need to waste a curio of heaven and earth on it. Final stage Qi refinement realm cultivation should be sufficient. After some consideration, Li Fan began crafting the avatar. This was already Li Fan's third time creating an avatar, so he was thoroughly familiar with the process. Before long, a new avatar manifested in the world. After dressing it, the avatar went to Lingyun Island to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Li Fan remained where he was. He brought out He Jianghao's communication spirit talisman and sent a message. Fellow Taoist He, during my travels these past few days, I've heard some unfavorable rumors about you. He Jianghao replied quickly, unfavorable rumors? You must be mistaken, fellow Taoist. I, He Jianghao, have forged widespread connections, and both my reputation and public image are excellent. How could there possibly? Oh? So those whispers saying you helped smuggle mortals into the cultivation world are false then? Those maliciously spreading such rumors are detestable indeed. But the rumors were quite detailed, something about the Li world. Ahem. Before Li Fan could finish, He Jianghao's flustered voice came through. Where did you hear of this, fellow Taoist? Actually, this matter requires a face-to-face discussion. Are you free, fellow Taoist? Could I trouble you to come to my Liuli Island? He Jianghao's voice carried some gravity. Haha. Sure, I'm free. Li Fan chuckled, put away the communication spirit talisman, and headed straight for Liuli Island. He Jianghao exited the teleportation array and greeted Li Fan. He then immediately activated the Mountain River Constellation Array. After decades of studying arrays, Li Fan naturally had a far more discerning eye than before. The mountains and rivers above rotated like stars. This array's power was clearly even greater than the Torrent Phantasm Grand Array Li Fan had previously purchased. Your island protection array is truly extraordinary, Li Fan praised. Oh? Fellow Taoist is well-versed in arrays too. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across He Jianghao's face. Only a little. It's just that the array path is vast and profound. I don't have a master to guide me through the door and have to study it by myself, so progress is painfully slow. Li Fan sighed. Haha, if you don't mind, fellow Taoist, you can come here to my place. We can discuss arrays together. The moment they began talking about arrays, He Jianghao's eyes lit up with fervor, momentarily forgetting why he had invited Li Fan over. I don't mean to boast, but when it comes to pure array proficiency, even ordinary nascent soul array masters on Myriad Immortals Island might not surpass me. Perhaps only 3 or 4 individuals, like Zheng Jieliang and Gong Boyu, can barely claim to be superior. He puffed out his chest with pride. The Mountain River Constellation Array was largely constructed by yours truly. Li Fan chuckled softly, but didn't take the bait. Instead, he redirected the conversation. Let's set aside the topic of arrays for now. Did you call me here over the matter of smuggling mortals? He Jianghao's expression froze, then he sighed heavily. I won't hide it from you, fellow Daoist. I have indeed been secretly running an operation assisting mortals in crossing borders. I always believed my cover was flawless, never imagining word would leak out. How exactly did you come to hear of this? His face was a mix of sorrow and bewilderment. Some time ago, I took part in the fish betting game, Li Fan replied smoothly, having prepared his explanation. It was there that I overheard whispers about your activities. As for the specific individuals involved, I didn't recognize them. He Jianghao's heart sank like a stone. What a disaster. The fish betting game draws countless cultivators each time. By now, news of my mortal smuggling operation has likely spread throughout the Tsongyan Sea. Now, fellow Daoist, there's no need to frighten yourself, Li Fan quickly reassured him. Besides, you're just helping mortals return to the cultivation world. While somewhat taboo, it's hardly a capital offense. You're a Foundation establishment cultivator and an island guardian, after all. Surely the Myriad Immortals Alliance wouldn't truly punish you severely. But He Jianghao shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. You don't engage in this trade, so it's natural that you wouldn't understand the full implications. Assisting in the smuggling of mortals isn't just about breaking taboos. His voice dropped to a grave whisper. If they choose to pursue this to the fullest extent, the most severe charge would be treason against the world. At that point, not even the Myriad Immortals Alliance would offer refuge, and neither would the 5 Elders Council. Li Fan was genuinely stunned. Treason against the world? How could it possibly be that severe? He Jianghao explained with weary resignation. It all traces back to that farce 500 years ago. As he elaborated, Li Fan began to understand the full story. During the Great Migration long ago, mortals were relocated to thousands of minor worlds and grotto heavens. Over millennia, most of these places remained immortal forsaken lands, barren of spiritual qi. Yet through strange twists of fate, some had developed extraordinary powers of their own. In some, spiritual qi had resurged after the mortals there smuggled themselves over to the cultivation world and brought back methods to dispel the immortal mortal miasma, reopening paths to cultivation. Others developed body refinement secret techniques, focusing purely on physical prowess. Eventually, their bodies became so resilient that ordinary Foundation establishment attacks felt like nothing more than scratches. Still others, though physically weak themselves, mastered ways to communicate with spirit beasts. By commanding these creatures in battle, they could unleash formidable combat strength. Nursing centuries-old grudges from their forced exile, these minor worlds, persuaded by certain agitators, had somehow united. They formed an alliance and launched an attack on the cultivation world. Reportedly, dozens of minor worlds joined the uprising, creating a massive wave of rebellion. The coalition forces appeared abruptly, catching the cultivators completely off guard. But they were nothing more than a disorderly mob after all. When the Tao Unity Immortal Venerable took action, they were easily suppressed. The entire process didn't seem to cost us many cultivators. That's why it's called a farce. Now that I think about it, it does make sense. Attacking the cultivation world? Did they really think they would succeed? Still, this precedent served as a warning. The Myriad Immortals Alliance and 5 Elders Council have had to establish rules because of it. He Jianghao frowned deeply, his face clouded with concern. It's one thing if no one investigates this matter. What I fear is that someone with ill intentions might seize this chance to scheme against me. That would truly be a disaster. He Jianghao's expression grew increasingly grim as he thought about it. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to worry. I think it will be brought up during idle chatter at most. If someone truly wanted to use this against you, why would they speak of it so casually? They would surely take it directly to the upper echelons of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Li Fan reassured him. However, to be safe, I advise you not to engage in such activities anymore, Li Fan added. He Jianghao sighed and nodded in agreement. Then, Li Fan pretended to be very curious. Since you knew helping mortals sneak across borders carried significant risks, why did you insist on doing it? Could the profits be so great that you disregard the risk of death? He Jianghao gave a bitter laugh. What great profits? For a single minor world, a trip there once every 10 years only yields 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points at most. It's just about accumulating small amounts over time. Li Fan feigned astonishment. Are you that short on contribution points, fellow Taoist? You'd covet such a small amount. He Jianghao's face flushed slightly. Who would ever complain about having too many contribution points? Besides, I have my own difficulties. He then explained the pros and cons of his cultivation technique and his plan to switch to a nascent soul technique. After listening, Li Fan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Over 100 years, and you've only reached the mid-stage foundation establishment realm? That technique really isn't up to par. Better that you abandon it. Fellow Taoist, changing techniques midway is a big decision. Though the cost is high, it's clearly worth it. I support you. How many more contribution points do you need to redeem that nascent soul technique? He Jianghao shook his head with a sigh. The technique I want to redeem is extremely extraordinary. Not only does it require 250,000 contribution points, but you also need a certain level of permissions just to search for and redeem it. Now, my permission level is almost sufficient, but I have a long way to go to accumulate the necessary contribution points. I still need about another 100,000 points or so. Li Fan nodded upon hearing this. So the technique catalog I usually see in the Tianjian mirror isn't complete. 100,000 contribution points is indeed an astronomical figure. Since joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance over a month ago, I've come to understand how difficult it is to accumulate contribution points. I heard the fish betting game was a chance to get rich overnight, so I took a gamble. Li Fan sighed, wearing a frustrated expression. Fish betting? I was once obsessed with it long ago. But I haven't played in ages. He Jianghao said seriously, take my advice, it's best to avoid that thing. Neither of us has the knack or providence for it. It's as good as throwing money away. Li Fan agreed wholeheartedly. You're absolutely right, fellow Taoist. Then, Li Fan shifted the conversation, revealing his true intentions. After much thought, I believe the investment method you mentioned earlier is more suitable for me. He Jianghao looked pleased. Realizing this so quickly is proof that you have good judgment. Meanwhile, I wasted half my life before finally finding a reliable way to earn money. Don't worry, next time there's a big opportunity, I definitely won't forget you, fellow Taoist. But Li Fan said directly, there's no need to wait for next time. I've got a major money-making opportunity right now. Oh? Is that so? He Jianghao sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted slightly. Still, he asked, what opportunity? To be honest with you, fellow Taoist, Li Fan said confidently, ever since you mentioned that investment method last time, I've been studying it in my free time. After a month, I feel I've grasped the essentials. To profit from price fluctuations, spirit mist grass is the most convenient method. Its price consistently fluctuates between 18 and 22 contribution points per stock. If I buy large quantities when it's at 18 contribution points and sell when it reaches 22, wouldn't that yield substantial profits? Li Fan spoke with assurance. Well, that logic isn't wrong, He Jianghao admitted, unable to find flaws in Li Fan's reasoning. Li Fan clapped his hands together. Then now is the perfect time to buy. For some reason, spirit mist grass prices have been steadily declining recently. They've already dropped to 18 contribution points. Isn't this the absolute bottom? If we don't go in now, then when? He Jianghao felt his heart stir at Li Fan's words. That makes sense. He immediately produced a mini Tianyan mirror from somewhere, tapping it lightly to display the current price of spirit mist grass. It really has dropped to 18 contribution points, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Turning to Li Fan with appreciation, he said, you've really got an eye for investment, fellow Taoist. Wait, how did it drop to 18? Suddenly, He Jianghao's expression changed dramatically as he realized something. I originally bought it at 18 contribution points and never sold. Now it's dropped back to that price. Li Fan quickly interjected, don't panic, fellow Taoist. Things always bounce back after reaching an extremity. Now that spirit mist grass prices have hit rock bottom, they're sure to rebound. They might even jump to 23 points. With prices this low, It's the perfect opportunity for us to increase our positions. That makes sense. We must increase our positions. He Jianghao deeply agreed. But unfortunately, Li Fan sighed, I lost most of my contribution points in that fish betting game. I wonder if fellow Taoist he might lend me. Before Li Fan could finish, He Jianghao shook his head repeatedly. No, as you saw last time, I only have about 1,000 contribution points left for usage. I really don't have any extra to lend you. Li Fan wore a look of deep regret. It would be such a shame to miss this major opportunity. He Jianghao looked at Li Fan, obviously wanting to say something but hesitating. Li Fan saw right through him and exclaimed joyfully, Can you offer me guidance, fellow Taoist? He Jianghao still kept silent. Li Fan spoke solemnly, If you can help me this time, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. I have a feeling that I'm not far from breaking through to the final stage foundation establishment realm. I'll soon need to prepare for core formation. I urgently require a technique and must gather the points for it. If I miss this opportunity, who knows how long my cultivation will remain stagnant. This finally seemed to convince He Jianghao. After hesitating for a moment, He Jianghao produced a dark green jade token and handed it to Li Fan. Leaning closer, he whispered, If you truly wish to seize this opportunity for your future, take this token to the outermost region of Myriad Immortal's island. Find a shop called Breeze Hall. Once inside, say nothing. Simply show them this token. If anyone asks, tell them I sent you. Outwardly, Breeze Hall appears to be a shop selling miscellaneous goods, but in truth, they secretly offer loans of contribution points, techniques, and other resources. As Li Fan listened to He Jianghao's words, he smiled inwardly. This is the one. When Bright Moon Palace was uprooted by that black-robed Dao Unity powerhouse, many similar organizations had been eradicated alongside it. Back then, Li Fan had suspected that these groups likely weren't imitations that had sprouted up after witnessing Bright Moon Palace's thriving technique transmission enterprise. Rather, these organizations had already been engaged in lending-related businesses. Only after witnessing the enormous annual profits generated by Bright Moon Palace were they unable to resist emulating the model. If such organizations existed in Yuandao province, then the Tsongmun Sea would naturally have similar establishments. How could one hope to become wildly wealthy without using leverage? Li Fan intended to seize the opportunity presented by the massive price fluctuations of spirit mist grass to make a substantial profit. Naturally, he would require the assistance of these lending organizations. Yet both in the past and in this current life, Li Fan had been unable to locate any trace of them despite extensive inquiries. Clearly, this organization operated with extreme caution. Thus, Li Fan went to He Jianghao to sound him out. As expected, He Jianghao did not disappoint him. Fellow Taoist, you should consider carefully before going to Breeze Hall. They won't just lend you contribution points for free. They demand a high annual interest rate of 18%. If you profit, it's fine, you can repay that interest quickly. But if you incur losses, He Jianghao's eyelid twitched violently. You'd probably end up working for those fellows for over a decade without pay. Li Fan cupped his hands in a salute. I will remember your advice, fellow Taoist. But rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I won't impose on you any further. Let's continue our conversation another time. With that, Li Fan took a teleportation array to return to Myriad Immortal's island and headed straight for Breeze Hall. He found it tucked away in a corner of the outermost region of Myriad Immortal's island. It was utterly inconspicuous, indistinguishable from any ordinary small shop. Li Fan activated a form-concealing talisman and entered. A rather slovenly-looking old man lay sleeping on a recliner behind the shop counter. Even though a customer just entered, he didn't open his eyes. He continued rocking his chair, eyes shut. Following He Jianghao's instructions, Li Fan produced that dark green jade token. Tap, tap, tap. The old man tapped 3 times on the counter. The dark green jade token emitted a faint glow, forming a shimmering door. Li Fan glanced around briefly, then stepped through the doorway. His figure vanished, and the green door disappeared along with him. As for the old man, his posture didn't change in the slightest from start to finish. It was as if no one had ever visited Breeze Hall at all. Li Fan's surroundings plunged into darkness, then brightened again. Looking around, he found himself standing beneath a massive tree. The effects of the form-concealing talisman he had activated were instantly dispelled. The tree stood lush and thriving, its jade-green leaves shimmering with a gentle glow. A human face manifested on the tree's trunk. It stared at Li Fan and asked, "Who referred you, and what is your business here?" Facing the tree face, Li Fan declared clearly, "I was referred by He Jianghao, guardian of Liuli Island. I want to borrow something from your breeze hall." The tree face reaction seemed somewhat sluggish. A long while after Li Fan finished speaking, it finally replied, "Cultivation at the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Maximum borrowing limit, 30,000 contribution points. Annual interest, 16%. You may choose your repayment method. The maximum repayment period cannot exceed 10 years. The tree face spoke slowly, explaining Breeze Hall's services to Li Fan one sentence at a time. When it finished, Li Fan finally responded with clear dissatisfaction. "Only 30,000 contribution points? That's nowhere near enough. I'm a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator at 29 years old. My potential is limitless. Can you offer better terms?" The tree face strained to widen its wooden eyes and studied Li Fan intently. After a long time, it finally replied, "You may borrow up to 40,000 contribution points." Li Fan grew impatient. "Just 10,000 more? How stingy. When I was still at the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, Bright Moon Palace in Yuandao province lent me 70 or 80,000 contribution points at once. How is Breeze Hall so far behind them? Brother Tree, are you actually authorized to make decisions here? Maybe you should find someone with real authority to negotiate with me." Li Fan spoke boldly while subtly glancing in a specific direction. Overhead, branches swayed without wind, their glowing green leaves rustling softly. The tree face stared at Li Fan expressionlessly. Li Fan met its gaze without flinching. After a long pause, the tree face slowly declared, 50,000. Not a point more. Li Fan put on a deeply disappointed expression, then added, "Oh, one more thing. I don't want to borrow contribution points, I need spirit mist grass. Can you lend me that instead?" He blinked, watching the tree face closely. The wind seemed to intensify. Branches and leaves shook more violently. "Yes. For material loans, we don't calculate by interest, but by quantity borrowed," the tree face replied gloomily with a muffled voice. "If repaid within the first year, you must return 130% of the borrowed amount. The second year, 160%. The third year, 200%. The maximum loan term is 3 years. Li Fan looked shocked. "That's daylight robbery." But seeing the tree face's unfriendly expression, he immediately fell silent. He began haggling again. "If I'm borrowing materials instead, can you lend me more?" The tree face ignored him. Seeing this, Li Fan reluctantly gave up. "So how many stalks of spirit mist grass can I borrow now?" he asked. 2,700 stalks, the tree face grumbled. Li Fan muttered something under his breath, though his words were unclear. "Fine. I'll take it. What paperwork do I need?" Li Fan seemed to have made up his mind. A green leaf drifted slowly down from above, landing before Li Fan. As he picked it up, streams of information instantly appeared in his mind, matching the terms he'd just negotiated with the tree face. "If you agree, refine this leaf with your spiritual power." Li Fan nodded, then enveloped the leaf with his spiritual power. The leaf was refined instantly, and a barely visible leaf pattern appeared on the inner side of Li Fan's left arm. "The tree mark will vanish once your debt is cleared. Wait a moment. I'll bring your spirit mist grass." After speaking, the face disappeared from the tree trunk, vanishing to who knew where. Li Fan took this opportunity to look up and examine the giant tree. The tree's power felt strange to him. It was clearly far stronger than a nascent soul eminence, yet somewhat weaker than a spirit transformation immortal eminence. Moreover, there were no traces of any arrays in the space, making it appear to have grown naturally. Li Fan observed his surroundings with keen interest. After a while, the tree face reappeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a storage ring. "The spirit mist grass is all inside. This transaction is complete. You may leave. Remember to repay your debt on time, otherwise." Before Li Fan could speak, the tree face expelled him from the space. Beneath the great tree, threads of green light gathered, forming a faint green silhouette. "Borrowing so much spirit mist grass? Interesting." A clear, melodious female voice emerged from the silhouette. Could it be that the price of spirit mist grass will fall even further? Alio, keep a close watch in the coming days. The tree face responded in a muffled voice, yes, miss. Miss, that fellow earlier was truly detestable. The green silhouette let out a soft laugh. Quite detestable indeed. But which rival business is this Bright Moon Palace? Why have I never heard of them? After leaving Breeze Hall with 2,700 stalks of spirit mist grass, Li Fan wandered around the area for a while, hoping to find more hidden lending organizations. Unfortunately, he had no such luck. Li Fan returned to the Tianxian mirror and began calculating quietly. The price of spirit mist grass will briefly rise to 25 contribution points soon. I need to sell all of it before that happens. Once news of the wood attribute Grotto Heaven discovery spreads, the price will crash. It'll keep falling until it stabilizes at 6 contribution points. At that time, I'll just buy 3,510 stocks to repay Breeze Hall. After this round trip, I should net nearly 40,000 contribution points. TCH. So little. Making money is still too difficult. It was harder to fall from luxury than to rise to it. Having grown accustomed to dealing in hundreds of thousands of contribution points, a mere 30 or 40,000 increase couldn't stir any excitement. However, capital accumulation was always most difficult at the beginning. Once it reached a certain threshold, the snowball effect would take over, and his wealth would grow faster and faster. A large-scale technique transmission business probably won't work even if I tried it again in this lifetime. It seems the cultivation world is strictly controlling the number of cultivators. Their reaction was far more intense than I anticipated. The power of a Dao Unity cultivator is still beyond my current ability to handle. Li Fan pondered carefully. But I can't abandon those 400,000 contribution points from Zhang Jieliang. This cycle, I still need someone to push the spirit transformation cultivators of Myriad Immortals Island into conflict with Crimson Flame. Though perhaps I should choose a different candidate. The image of a fat man suddenly surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Zhang Haobo possessed unexpected fortune, but not heaven's blessing. He managed to slay Crimson Flame with the power of the desperate Song Yun Si and achieved Dao Unity as a golden core cultivator. Yet, he had no power whatsoever to resist Ink Death, who descended afterward and was instantly eradicated. His providence was exhausted, his body perished, and his Dao dissipated. If his providence had been stronger, would the outcome have been different? Of course, the main point is that I've already fully comprehended the 28 Songyun swords. Having Zhang Haobo repeat his actions would be useless for me now. That Yu Feiping has a peculiar fate. If given sufficient support, he might truly surprise me. Supplemented with the mountain-sitting art. I wonder how much cultivation feedback I'd receive if he successfully achieved Dao Unity. Could it push me to the Golden Core realm? Of course, guiding this person requires a different approach. While Zhang Haobo responded to emotional appeals, this one must be tempted by profit. After thorough planning, Li Fan settled on a course of action. The reason he still chose to use proxies for the Dao Unity attempt rather than trying it himself was naturally that the risks were too high. The black-clothed Dao Unity cultivator could already freeze Li Fan's thoughts, and Ink Death's power clearly surpassed even that. If even Zhang Haobo, who had actually made it to the Dao Unity realm, couldn't react before being erased, how could Li Fan ensure he'd be an exception? Success was probable, but also failure and erasure, and the probability of the latter wasn't small. Once he failed, there would be no chances to try again. Li Fan did not need to take such a gamble. I can wait until the spirit mist grass situation is resolved before making arrangements in the Li world. For now, Li Fan began searching for methods to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance's official ranks. A flood of information immediately surfaced. There were several pathways to secure an official position within the Myriad Immortals Alliance's system. The first method was participating in the Alliance's decennial assessments. However, one had to meet specific criteria, such as membership in the Myriad Immortals Alliance for at least 30 years, cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm or higher, and possessing a specialized skill. Simply put, the Myriad Immortals Alliance didn't tolerate idlers or incompetence. The second method involved securing a recommendation from a high-ranking Alliance official who was willing to sponsor a junior cultivator. After a 3-year probationary period, a formal appointment could be granted. Put plainly, the The Myriad Immortals Alliance didn't suffer fools unless you had connections. The third method was more unconventional, completing specific bounty missions. These ranged from assassinating key figures of the Five Elders Council to accomplishing critical tasks. Rumor had it that Zhou Qingong, the guardian of Tian Island, had officially joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance through this very method. Li Fan found himself particularly intrigued by what He Jianghao had mentioned about higher permission levels granting one access to previously hidden techniques. He discovered that the techniques routinely available for exchange through the Myriad Immortals Alliance were generally of limited power. None of the techniques Li Fan had seen in the Tianqian mirror across multiple lifetimes could be considered true divine arts. This was likely intentional to restrain the combat capabilities of ordinary Alliance cultivators. They couldn't compare to the 28 Songyun swords, and even those that could match the Sea-calming sword art were rare. After some thought, Li Fan acknowledged that this made perfect sense. If beasts of burden became capable of posing threats, would they remain beasts of burden? Wouldn't they overturn the natural order? Of course, restrictions were necessary. But the treatment of insiders within the system was entirely different. With sufficient permission levels, every conceivable divine art became available. The benefits of being part of the system required no elaboration. Li Fan began carefully examining those special bounty missions. As he read, his brow furrowed. Having never previously paid attention to this aspect, none of the tasks initially made sense to him. But he quickly detected something peculiar. Only a tiny minority were truly worth putting a bounty on, like tracking down spies from the Five Elders Council or eliminating traitors of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The overwhelming majority had extremely tailored characteristics. Basically, they seemed to have been created for specific cultivators. For instance, one mission posted stood out as particularly absurd. The Heavenly Mechanism Hall of the Myriad Immortals Alliance needed an assistant to help with calculating heavenly mechanisms. They were looking to recruit a cultivator surnamed Wu, aged 123 to 130 years, practicing fire attribute techniques, and at mid-stage foundation establishment realm. They might as well have named the person directly. Li Fan was familiar with this practice. A perfectly tailored peg for a pre-dug hole, as the saying went. But he hadn't expected the Myriad Immortals Alliance to have deteriorated to this extent. After scanning through all options, Li Fan found no suitable missions for himself. The decennial assessments had also concluded recently. With no clear path forward, Li Fan once again consulted the ever-reliable fellow Daoist He Jianghao replied with characteristic speed. You wish to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance's official system? Well, that's somewhat difficult. Mainly because you've only recently joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, it's not impossible. I have some connections with Array Master Gong Boyo. He has several open positions each year for array maintenance staff. You only need to spend a small amount of contribution points to secure this position. After working diligently in this role for a year or two, you can use other connections to transfer to different assignments. I'm only telling you this because we're close, fellow Daoist. Please don't spread this information carelessly. It wouldn't look good. They're selling positions this openly? Doesn't anyone regulate this? Li Fan feigned shock as he replied. Regulate? Who would regulate it? The spirit transformation immortal eminences? He Jianghao snorted. The two on Myriad Immortals Island conduct this business even more openly than those below them. Ahem. He Jianghao paused, then explained further to Li Fan. The Myriad Immortals Alliance grants a high degree of autonomy to each province. As long as no rules are broken and the Enforcer Hall isn't disturbed, headquarters couldn't care less about what happens in the branches. After all resource transactions and distributions must go through the Tianqian mirror. Everything remains under control, so no major chaos can occur. Remembering Enforcer Wan, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had hunted him in his 11th life, Li Fan inquired, if that's the case, then the Enforcer Hall holds the highest status? Fellow Daoist, do you know how one might join? I'd be willing to spend extra contribution points. The Enforcer Hall personnel for each province are directly appointed by headquarters. Fellow Daoist, it would be quite difficult for you to join it, He Jianghao tactfully replied. Too many cultivators want to become enforcers. The competition is fierce, with waiting lists longer than you can imagine. He Jianghao sighed. The only reliable method is the once-a-decade assessment. I once aspired to become an enforcer myself, but the requirements were too strict, and I failed to qualify. In the end, I had to settle for becoming an island guardian. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worrying about techniques now. You must know that Enforcer Hall enforcers can select and cultivate techniques for free. He Jianghao spoke with immense envy. There's actually such a benefit? Li Fan was rather surprised. Of course. Enforcers face all kinds of ruthless technique thieves daily. The risk of death isn't small. It's only natural that they are offered better benefits, He Jianghao stated matter-of-factly. Actually, being an array maintenance officer isn't bad either, fellow Daoist. Don't be too fixated on the enforcer position. You'll receive fixed compensation yearly and can learn about arrays for free by following array masters. All you need to do is help maintain the island protection arrays across the Tsongyun Sea's islands. Will you consider it? For just 10,000 contribution points, I can persuade them on your behalf. He Jianghao asked in a persuasive tone. Li Fan paused, then asked, I wonder if fellow Daoist is familiar with Master Zhang Jieliang? I've heard he treats others generously and possesses immense mastery in the array path, considered the best in the Tsongyun Sea. If I were to become an array maintenance officer, I would likely benefit the most from following him. He Jianghao seemed somewhat surprised. Treats others generously? Where did you hear that, fellow Daoist? This man has a rather peculiar temper. However, his skills in the array path are indeed exceptional. Following him would likely yield greater gains. I can't guarantee this matter, but I'll do my best, He Jianghao said honestly. Whether you succeed or not, I'll remember this favor, fellow Daoist, Li Fan replied. Don't worry about the contribution points either. After borrowing contribution points from Breeze Hall and increasing my position in Spirit Mist Grass, I still have some remaining. That should be sufficient for this matter. He Jianghao replied, since that's the case, I shall spare no effort. Please await my good news. After expressing his gratitude once more, Li Fan ended the communication. Fellow Daoist, he truly is a good comrade. Free techniques, the decennial assessment. Li Fan pondered for a moment and began searching for related information in the Tianqian Mirror. The Myriad Immortals Alliance's official recruitment assessment was held once every 10 years. The last assessment had taken place roughly half a year ago. The content of the assessment varied depending on the candidate's desired position, and the assessment was conducted within the Tianqian Mirror, eliminating any possibility of favoritism or cheating. Results were announced immediately after the assessment, with no lengthy waiting period. Candidates would lose all memory of the assessment's content upon leaving the Tianqian Mirror, preventing anyone from profiting from the information. How meticulous! Li Fan marveled. When the next assessment begins, I should go and see what it's like. He searched for impressions of the assessment among those who had taken it and found that difficult, absurd, and rigged were the overwhelming consensus. Just as Li Fan was engrossed in reading, the Tianqian Mirror suddenly alerted him, you have a new video message. Please check it promptly. Puzzled, Li Fan opened the message. A man in azure robes abruptly appeared. Young friend, I am Chen Ying of the Medicine Hall. Might I ask where you discovered those 2 stalks of blue blood coral you provided last time? After successfully refining the Frostwill severance pills this time, I found that the pills produced were significantly more potent than previous batches. After careful consideration, the only variable was these 2 stalks of blue blood coral. Nothing else had changed. So, I tried refining the pill again with other stalks of blue blood coral and found that the enhanced potency had indeed vanished. The blue blood coral you provided was of notably higher quality compared to the common variety. I wish to visit their place of growth to investigate further. There may be more to uncover. Regardless of the outcome, if you can provide an honest account, I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded. The message ended. Li Fan did not reply immediately, falling into deep thought. Recalling the process of harvesting the blue blood corals, he had not noticed anything unusual about the 2 locations at the time. Could I have overlooked something? After some consideration, Li Fan decided to make another trip to investigate. To prevent being tracked by Chen Ying of the Medicine Hall, he specifically purchased a trace-eradicating talisman from the Tianqian Mirror. It was an upgraded version of the form-concealing talisman, capable of blocking nascent soul realm cultivators from detecting him. Activating the trace-eradicating talisman, Li Fan returned to the underwater ruins near Miss Crow Island where he had discovered the blue blood coral. With the coral removed, the place had long lost its former vitality. Only an occasional fish or two swam through the gaps in the collapsed rubble and boulders. Nothing out of the ordinary. Li Fan concluded after a thorough inspection, still unable to find anything special. He even used formless killing mechanism to lock onto a fish within the ruins, observing carefully from the perspective of heaven and earth. The result remained the same. Li Fan then proceeded to the deep-sea trench where he had discovered the second blue blood coral stock. The result was the same. A nascent soul cultivator of such standing, and an elder of the medicine hall at that, surely wouldn't say that for nothing. So it must be that my cultivation is too low to perceive the reason. For now, that seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Thus, Li Fan returned to the Tianqian mirror and reached out to Chenning. Senior, I can truthfully tell you the locations I collected the 2 stalks of blue blood coral from. Compensation isn't really important to me. After you have completed your investigation, could you share the results with me as well? I've always considered myself to have a good eye, but it seems I've misjudged this time, walking into a treasure mountain yet failing to recognize its worth. If I don't learn the truth behind this, I fear this regret will haunt me. Li Fan sent this message to Chenning through the Tianqian mirror. Not long after, Chenning replied, these are just my speculations for now. There's no need for you to trouble yourself over this, young friend. I'll need to verify things on site before reaching any definitive conclusions. You're welcome to accompany me if you wish. Seeing Chenying's invitation, Li Fan immediately searched for information about this man. Chenning, early-stage nascent soul cultivator. An elder of the medicine hall, highly skilled in cultivating spirit plants, with equally exceptional mastery in alchemy. Accompany him. He likely means no harm. And he's only at the early-stage nascent soul realm. If we truly discover some secret and he tries to silence me, I should be able to protect myself. Having previously slain a nascent soul cultivator, Li Fan's mindset had fundamentally shifted. Moreover, with the myriad mortal essence blood as his hidden card, he possessed the means to resist even if Chenning turned hostile. After some contemplation, Li Fan sent his reply. It would be my honor. Chenning soon responded, excellent. There's no time to waste, let's depart immediately. I'll await you at the Dao Transmission Plaza. Oh, and for caution's sake, I'll be assuming a different appearance. Simply address me as Ying Qin when we meet. Remember to conceal your identity when traveling as well. Here's a trace-eradicating talisman I commonly use when going out. It can conceal your cultivation level and prevent others from tracking you. Keep it with you and activate it at all times. Chenning transmitted an image of a completely different face along with the trace-eradicating talisman. This man. Li Fan muttered to himself. For additional insurance, Li Fan spent another 3,000 contribution points in the Tianqian mirror to purchase a random teleportation necklace. He then headed straight for the Dao Transmission Plaza. After scanning the area, he spotted Chenning in his altered appearance. Li Fan approached him and cupped his hands. Are you fellow Daoist, Ying Qin? Chenning smiled slightly. Indeed. We shouldn't delay. Please lead the way, young friend. Li Fan nodded without hesitation, proceeding to the Miss Crow statue in the Dao Transmission Plaza. Activating the teleportation array, the two teleported over one after another, arriving at Miss Crow Island. The black-robed guardian on the island maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. The two ignored him as Li Fan led them directly to the ruins. Senior, this is the place, he told Chenning upon reaching their destination. Simultaneously, he maintained extreme vigilance, standing to the side. Chenning narrowed his eyes as he examined the underwater ruins. A misty grotto heaven filled with countless spirit plants manifested around him. As the grotto heaven enveloped the area, Li Fan detected an omnipresent yet subtle pressure. Growing increasingly tense, he prepared to deploy the Songyun sword, sky-overturning palm, and the random teleportation necklace at a moment's notice. After a long while, Chenning withdrew his grotto heaven manifestation. Shaking his head, he said, "Not here. It must be somewhere else." Li Fan immediately let out a slight sigh of relief. It's at the bottom of an underwater trench not far from here. Once again, Li Fan took the lead. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at their destination. Li Fan stood to the side once more, his guard raised to the maximum level. Chenning, meanwhile, released his grotto heaven manifestation once more, carefully sensing his surroundings and contemplating. A long time later, a look of joy appeared on Qinying's face. Excellent, this is the place. A power of extreme, icy cold once descended here. The blue blood coral absorbed just a trace of its lingering aura, yet its efficacy increased so dramatically. Qinying's eyes were slightly closed, his face lost in bliss. From its residual power alone, one can feel a sense of inner peace and tranquility. All distracting thoughts in the heart are completely eliminated. So perfect, as if the laws of heaven and earth had directly manifested. Marvelous, truly marvelous. As Qinying spoke, he suddenly stood completely still, as if falling into a state of epiphany. Hearing him describe the place with such profound mystery, Li Fan couldn't help but try to sense it himself. But just like before, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't detect anything special about this location. Icy power, distracting thoughts eliminated, laws manifesting. Li Fan's mind churned. Suddenly, he realized something, and his expression turned strange. He recalled how he had first obtained the blue blood coral. A massive squid had clung to it greedily, its tentacles wrapped tight, refusing to let go. Any creature that dared to approach was met with the squid's furious attacks. At the time, to avoid damaging this treasure worth 3,000 contribution points, Li Fan had used insect binding to immobilize the enraged squid. To finish it off, he hadn't employed the Songyun sword or heaven-overturning palm. Instead, he had summoned the blue flame phantom spirit and froze it into an ice sculpture. Then he easily shattered it. The squid ice sculpture broke into numerous fragments, disappearing into the ocean depths. Li Fan then effortlessly collected the blue blood coral. So, this power of extreme, icy cold that Qinying claimed had enhanced the blue blood coral's medicinal efficacy. Could it be the blue flame phantom spirit? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Fan couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he couldn't find anything special, no matter how hard he searched. It was all just a big misunderstanding. He thought he might encounter some great opportunity. Turns out, the opportunity was himself all along. With his doubts cleared, Li Fan looked at Qinying, who was boldly undergoing an epiphany while completely unguarded. He found it a bit strange. To call this guy cautious? He just started cultivating right in front of another cultivator. Even if Li Fan only appears to be an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, posing no real threat to him, having one's epiphany interrupted was still an unpleasant experience, right? Yet he didn't seem to care at all. To call him careless? Before, he was clearly very prudent. From changing his appearance to concealing his form, he spared no effort. It made Li Fan think he was planning to launch a deadly attack in some remote, uninhabited place. Turns out, all that worry was for nothing. Still, grumbling aside, Li Fan did not let his guard down. He remained at a distance, his two major killing techniques and the teleportation necklace ready to be activated at any moment. He wasn't sure whether this man's outward demeanor was all just a cover. Thus passed the greater part of the day before Qinying finally emerged from his epiphanic state. His eyes shone with newfound clarity, joy radiated from his expression, and his spirit was refreshed. He exclaimed aloud, "Excellent! With these insights, I will surely reach greater depths when exploring the fallen immortal realm." Li Fan's heart stirred as he listened from nearby. The fallen immortal realm? Could this be that secret realm he mentioned before? Qinying gradually reined in his aura, his gaze falling on Li Fan, who had distanced himself to avoid disrupting him. A flicker of appreciation gleamed in his eyes. "Senior, did you gain any insights?" Li Fan asked while keeping his distance. My luck wasn't bad." A trace of satisfaction appeared on Qinying's face. The residual icy power here is truly extraordinary. Much like the Frost Will Severance pill I refine, it has the effect of calming the mind and stabilizing emotions. In fact, the level of that power surpasses even the Frost Will Severance pill. After this epiphany, I'm confident I can improve the pill formula. The efficacy of the enhanced severance pills are sure to be significantly higher. Envy flashed across Li Fan's face as he lamented, "What a pity my aptitude is too lacking to sense the icy power you mentioned, Senior. To have such an opportunity right before my eyes yet gain no insight, it truly pains my heart." Qinying laughed heartily. The fundamental level of this power exceeds the nascent soul realm. It's perfectly normal that a foundation establishment cultivator like you is unable to sense it. Had I not regularly consumed Frostwill severance pills and grown extremely familiar with this type of power, I likely wouldn't have detected its traces either. Qining looked at Li Fan reassuringly. I've gained much from this trip, and you deserve a great deal of the credit. I won't go back on my word. Speak, what reward do you desire? Contribution points? Pills? Or something else? Li Fan assumed a serious expression. I wouldn't dare claim credit. I'll defer entirely to your judgment, senior. Qining appeared quite pleased with Li Fan's attitude. After pondering for a moment, he produced a jade mini Tianqian mirror and immediately transferred 30,000 contribution points to Li Fan. Then he handed Li Fan a spirit talisman, saying, contribution points are still the most versatile. You can purchase whatever you need through the Tianqian mirror. This is my communication spirit talisman. If you ever have any pill refining needs in the future, feel free to contact me. Qining then appeared to remember something and added, right, I likely won't be in the Tsongyan Sea for some time. Headquarters recently discovered a grotto heaven sealed for 1,000 years. Apparently, it is rich in would attribute spiritual qi and is particularly suitable for cultivating various spirit plants. They are gathering personnel from all regions to prepare for its development. I received orders to go as well. During this period, you probably won't be able to reach me. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart stirred. He realized this grotto heaven must be the culprit behind the plummeting price of spirit mist grass. And not just spirit mist grass, the market prices of most herbs and spirit plants would be affected by its output, causing drastic price drops. But that was secondary. Most astonishingly, for other grotto heavens were hidden near this would attribute grotto heaven. 5 grotto heavens, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, subtly formed an array. This would later trigger a conflict between the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Council. But was it really appropriate to disclose such classified information so casually? Li Fan looked at Qining, feeling both amused and exasperated. It seemed this person truly lacked tact. Qining then produced another communication spirit talisman. This is the communication talisman of my assistant, Mu Rong. He's a mid-stage golden core cultivator with considerable skill in alchemy. During my absence, you can contact him instead. I'll inform him about you before I leave. Li Fan put away the 2 talismans and said gratefully, thank you for your great kindness, senior. I will not forget the favor you've shown me. Ha ha, our meeting was a matter of fate. I simply found you agreeable and gave you a bit of extra consideration. There's no need to speak of great kindness, Qining said, waving his hand dismissively. With matters here concluded, I must return to research on improving the pill formula. Farewell. With that said, Qining prepared to leave. Senior, please wait a moment. Li Fan stopped him. Oh? Is there something else? Qining looked at him in surprise. Li Fan hesitated, clearly uncertain whether to speak. Qining frowned as he instructed, don't be so wishy-washy. Speak your mind. Li Fan already have a rough gauge of this man's character. A tear reading his expression, he voiced his question. Senior, earlier, I overheard you mention you would reach greater depths when exploring the fallen immortal realm. Since I began cultivating, I've known that powerhouses at the Tao Unity and Eternal Life realms exist in this world. But I've never heard any rumors concerning immortals. Thus, I'm extremely curious about this fallen immortal realm you mentioned. Might I ask what this fallen immortal realm is about? Could it truly be that a real immortal fell there? Li Fan's eyes burned with an unlimited thirst for knowledge as he stared intently at Qining. So that's what this is about. Qining suddenly understood. Instead of answering immediately, he asked, what is your current cultivation level? Due to the active trace eradicating talisman, Qining couldn't discern Li Fan's true cultivation realm. I am currently at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, Li Fan answered truthfully. Late-stage foundation establishment. Qining pondered for a moment before continuing. Originally, this matter should only be known to those at the Golden Core realm and above. However, since you're already at late-stage foundation establishment, you must be close to breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Learning about it a bit early shouldn't cause any harm. Qining paused, then added with a serious expression, but remember this. Knowing of the fallen immortal realm's existence is one thing. Before advancing to the Golden Core realm, Your divine sense isn't strong enough, and you must not attempt to explore it. Otherwise, not only will your divine sense be damaged, but your cultivation foundation could be harmed. In severe cases, it could prevent you from ever forming a golden core. Divine sense strength isn't strong enough. Li Fan silently repeated the words in his heart, nodding in acknowledgement. Then he asked with some surprise, "This fallen immortal realm. Could I explore it too?" Qin Ying chuckled lightly. Heh. Every cultivator in the Xianwang world can enter and explore it independently. However, a golden core cultivator only barely has sufficient divine sense strength to move within the fallen immortal realm. To truly explore it freely, one must wait until the nascent soul realm. Li Fan grew increasingly curious. Where exactly is this fallen immortal realm? Qin Ying clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. The fallen immortal realm is everywhere. Everywhere. Li Fan was stunned. Correct. Qin Ying nodded. Using a specific method, one can enter the fallen immortal realm from anywhere in the Xianwang world at any time. But only your divine sense enters. Your physical body does not follow. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned. Could this fallen immortal realm be a pure world of consciousness? Qin Ying said, you could think of it that way. However, it has already transcended the boundaries of illusion and reality, truth and falsehood. Gains within the fallen immortal realm can be truly brought back to the Xianwang world. And should you die within its confines, the worst you'll suffer is injury to your divine sense. True death is impossible. That's why the fallen immortal realm has become the most passionately explored secret realm among cultivators who've reached the golden core realm and beyond. Li Fan immediately grasped the realm's significance. What exactly exists within this fallen immortal realm? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. What exists there? Qin Ying chuckled. He gestured around them with his finger. Whatever exists here, exists there as well. Seeing the confusion in Li Fan's eyes, Qin Ying continued explaining before he even had to ask. Why is it called the fallen immortal realm? Because it was formed by a single glance, the final look an unimaginably powerful being cast upon the Xianwang world before his fall. At that moment, everything within the Xianwang world was captured in that being's sight. After his demise, this consciousness refused to disperse. Over thousands of years of development and evolution, it eventually formed what we now know as the fallen immortal realm. The fallen immortal realm is as vast as the Xianwang world, perhaps even more so. Every scene from thousands of years ago was recorded by that final glance before his fall. These scenes then began repeating themselves vividly within the realm, over and over again. Every cultivator who enters the realm finds themselves awestruck by this miraculous place indistinguishable from reality, marveling at the power of that being. Such power likely belongs only to the legendary immortals of ancient times. Even though I've entered countless times, I still feel genuine reverence each time I witness the wonders within the fallen immortal realm. It is truly beyond words. You will only understand when you see it with your own eyes. Qin Ying shook his head, sighing with deep emotion. A single glance reflecting a myriad years, a realm born from death. Li Fan found himself stunned by this incredible truth. After a long silence, he couldn't help but wonder, if just a final glance before death held such power, how strong must this being have been in life? And how could such a being possibly fall? As if reading Li Fan's mind, Qin Ying sighed along with him. Incredible, isn't it? That such an unimaginably powerful being could actually fall. To create a world with a thought, even an eternal, heavenly venerable probably couldn't accomplish this. That's why everyone agrees the being who fell back then was likely a true immortal. Immortals? Do immortals truly exist? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Qin Ying responded with certainty, we cultivate to become immortals. If immortals don't exist, where did our cultivation methods come from? If you ever go into the fallen immortal realm and live in that Xianwang world from thousands of years ago, you'd know immortals were never some vague legend. Many sects preserve recordings of their predecessors breaking through tribulation clouds and ascending in full glory. Rumor has it some major sects even possess immortal artifacts of boundless power passed down by actual immortals. But then, at some unknown point in time, the path to immortality was severed. After reaching the Tao Unity realm, cultivation could advance no further. Thus, countless cultivators with heaven-defying power could only watch helplessly as their lifespans ran out, waiting in fear for death. Later, for self-preservation, the ultimate goal shifted from ascension to seeking eternal life. This is the origin of the eternal life realm. Qining shook his head and sighed. That time in history goes too far back. Even in the fallen immortal realm, which shows events from thousands of years ago, it was already treated as a legend. What really happened back then, and why was the path to immortality suddenly cut off? No one knows anymore. Li Fan nodded slowly. Qining then meticulously explained the specific method to enter the fallen immortal realm, along with detailed precautions to observe while exploring it. Before departing, Qining emphasized once more. Remember, do not attempt this until you reach the Golden Core realm. Li Fan readily agreed. Afterward, Qining, eager to research improvements to the pill formula, took his leave and headed back to Myriad Immortals Island. Not one to delay, Li Fan also hurried back, arriving within the Tianqian mirror. Having learned of the miraculous fallen immortal realm, how could Li Fan resist entering it? Having experienced more than 100 simulation cycles, he was well aware that the strength of his divine sense was far beyond that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Nevertheless, Li Fan decided to exercise caution and conducted a test within the Tianqian mirror. His surroundings shifted, and straw dummies appeared one after another. Li Fan's divine sense shot forth like arrows, piercing fiercely into these dummies. Once struck by his divine sense, the color of the withered, yellow straw dummies changed to green, then to blue. Once all the dummies were dyed with color, they collectively vanished. The scene restored itself, and soon after, the test results emerged. Li Fan's current divine sense strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator at the late-stage Golden Core realm. My divine sense is a full realm stronger than my cultivation realm. Li Fan wasn't particularly surprised. In that case, there's no worry about insufficient divine sense strength. The flow of time in the fallen immortal realm differs from the real world. Furthermore, time flows at different rates even in different regions within the fallen immortal realm itself. But overall, it flows much faster than in the real world. Each time you enter the fallen immortal realm, your arrival location is random. Thus, you will encounter different scenes. Some areas are trapped in cycles, endlessly repeating a specific segment of history from thousands of years past. The scenes within these areas reset periodically. Others have developed continuously over thousands of years, giving rise to all sorts of bizarre and wondrous transformations. In short, it is a world originally formed from the consciousness of one who fell. Therefore, any manner of inconceivable event might be encountered within the fallen immortal realm. There is no risk of true death. Specific conditions must be met to bring items obtained within the fallen immortal realm back to reality. You can exit midway without backlash. However, similar to exiting after acquiring an item, you must wait for a period of time before you can enter the fallen immortal realm again. Finding no relevant information about the fallen immortal realm within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan could only silently reiterate the exploration precautions Qining had mentioned, committing them to heart. Simultaneously, he purchased over a dozen sets of the items required for each entry into the fallen immortal realm. It wasn't that Li Fan was being reckless, the set was simply far too cheap. A dozen sets cost less than 200 contribution points altogether. Each set contained 4 items, 1 plain linen garment, 1 plump stalk of rice, 1 small, exquisitely crafted model house, and 1 vividly detailed, miniature donkey cart. These 4 items were placed separately in the 4 corners. Li Fan took a deep breath. Taking the first step, he faced the direction of the linen garment and murmured in a low voice, "Blessed be immortal venerable Xianwang." With the second step, he turned towards the plump stalk of rice, sincerely reciting in his mind, "Blessed be heavenly sovereign Xianwang." Taking the third step, he gazed at the exquisitely crafted model house, held his breath, and whispered, "Blessed be God Emperor Xianwang." At the fourth step, his gaze fell upon the wooden cart seemingly laden with goods. Li Fan expelled a turbid breath, silently reciting, "Blessed be heavenly venerable Xianwang." The instant the ritual was completed, Li Fan's surroundings turned abruptly still. Even though there had been little sound within the Tianqian mirror to begin with, the silence he was engulfed in now caused his heart to pound. It was utterly different from the usual quiet. Then, like the shattering of a silver vase, a cacophony of noise erupted in Li Fan's ears. The wailing of infants, anguished cries of mortals, furious shouts of cultivators. Arcane arts clashed, mountains shook, and the earth quaked. Winds howled, and torrential rains poured. Darkness swallowed his vision as if someone had thrust a sack over his head. Li Fan immediately lost consciousness. Junior brother? Junior brother. Everything around him felt muffled, as though separated by some thick, transparent barrier. Sounds reached his ears warped and distorted. The figure in front of him was waving a blurred, unreal hand. Then, images slammed into Li Fan's mind without warning, sharp and sudden as a beast's ambush. He jolted, alarm surging through him. He instinctively readied himself to strike back, only to realize with horror that his divine abilities were gone. Techniques like the Tsongyun sword, the sky-overturning palm, none of them answered his call. Cold sweat beaded on his skin. Fragments of words floated up in his mind: fallen immortal realm, ritual, first exploration. And then, as if breaking the water surface, the world around him cleared. Light and sound snapped back to normal. Junior brother? What are you thinking about? Why have you been spacing out for so long? A young cultivator wearing purple and white Taoist robes, with a purple lightning mark carved between his eyebrows, was looking his way. Is this your first time descending from the mountain in 18 years? Are you thinking about all those fun places I told you about? Don't worry, whether it's the Mortal Dust Quarter or Drunken Immortal Tavern, I'll take you to experience them all. The young cultivator winked mischievously, behaving nothing like a proper senior brother. Li Fan gradually regained his senses. Purple Firmament Sect Li Qin. Accompanying senior brother Zhang Qianma down the mountain to Ningyuan City to collect longevity fruits. Several pieces of information instantly appeared in Li Fan's mind. You must be joking, senior brother. Official business comes first. Li Fan replied calmly, matching Li Chen's usual personality from his memories. Ah, how boring. Zhang Qianma rolled his eyes inside. He then lay back lazily, ignoring Li Fan. Li Fan took this opportunity to observe his surroundings. They were riding on a purple cloud that appeared to be a flying artifact, moving rapidly at high altitude. There seemed to be a protective array around the periphery of the purple cloud that blocked the fierce winds. As they sat on the cloud, all was quiet and comfortable. So this is the fallen immortal realm. Li Fan carefully sensed his surroundings, wonder flickering in his eyes. A world derived from consciousness? It looks so real. Li Fan touched the purple cloud beneath him, feeling the ever-present spiritual qi in the air. If not for my previous memories, I'd almost think I had transmigrated again. After a long while, Li Fan finally suppressed his astonishment. I'm lucky to have an original identity the very first time I'm entering this place. Li Fan recalled Qin Ying's instructions. After entering the fallen immortal realm, one might turn into a divine sense incarnation, allowing for independent exploration. Or, one might end up occupying a native being's body, acquiring their identity. Both situations had advantages and disadvantages. As a divine sense incarnation, one could utilize one's original strength and divine abilities, but having no identity made one a complete outsider to the realm. With no knowledge about the surroundings, the search for opportunities became much more difficult. Moreover, a divine sense incarnation was eroded far more quickly. Having an original identity was like being granted a shell, which significantly slowed the rate of erosion. This allowed much longer stays in the fallen immortal realm. Furthermore, one could easily participate in certain specific events. The drawback was that one could only utilize the host's strength. On top of that, one had to avoid detection by those familiar with the occupied being. Otherwise, they would be seen as body snatchers, invoking a merciless pursuit. While flipping through Li Chen's memories in his mind, Li Fan quickly adapted to this identity. Simultaneously, he perceived the depletion of his divine sense. Indeed, even with the protection of a shell, Li Fan could clearly perceive his divine sense being constantly eroded. Its strength hadn't changed, but the total reserves were slowly decreasing. When my divine sense is completely eroded away, I'll be forced to exit the fallen immortal realm. At this rate, I should only be able to maintain it for about half a month. Li Fan couldn't help but frown inwardly. No wonder Qinning said that golden core cultivators could only barely move about here. And that's with me having an original identity. If I had arrived as a divine sense incarnation, I'd probably only last about 7 or 8 days in this fallen immortal realm. Never mind. I didn't expect much gain from this first exploration anyway. Consider it a learning experience. With that in mind, Li Fan began examining the specific details of Li Chen's background. This place. I don't know where it is. The Purple Firmament sect is the largest cultivation sect within 10,000 li. Both Li Chen and Zhang Qianma are inner disciples of Purple Firmament. They study under the nascent soul eminence, Ling Yunzi. His cultivation technique is the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art. His strength is at the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm. Li Fan searched his memories for information on the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art, but came up empty. Although his cultivation was at the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, there was no trace of a curio of heaven and earth within his body. The Great Reformation had not yet descended. Immortal techniques could still be shared. The immortal mortal miasma had not yet appeared either. So I'm at this time point. According to Chening, different regions within the fallen immortal realm could exist at different time points. The period in which Li Fan now found himself was relatively tranquil for the cultivation world. From this perspective, his starting circumstances this time around appeared rather favorable. His thoughts churned throughout the journey. After resting on the purple cloud for most of the day, Li Fan and Zhang Qianma finally neared their destination, Ningyuan City. Zhang Qianma stretched and stood up. "Junior brother, let's discuss something." Zhang Qianma looked at Li Fan with a playful grin. "I haven't seen my beloved Qixia for years. The itch in my heart is unbearable. I can't wait another moment." "So," he winked at Li Fan, "I'll leave this trivial matter of collecting the longevity fruit to you." Without waiting for a response, he patted Li Fan's shoulder and transformed into a purple streak of light, shooting downward. "It's better that we act separately. This helps me avoid revealing any flaws." This was exactly what Li Fan wanted. He controlled the purple firmament flying cloud and slowly descended. Which senior brother has come this time? Before he even landed, he saw another purple streak of light approach him slowly. The aura fluctuations from the other party's technique were extremely similar to the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art, just significantly weaker. The figure halted. Li Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man wearing gray Taoist robes. He appeared to be at the late-stage Qi refinement realm. The man seemed to recognize Li Fan. After getting a clear look at his features, he cupped his hands respectfully. "So it's senior brotherly himself. Forgive me for failing to greet you properly." At that moment, information about this person flashed through Li Fan's mind. Song Hasong, outer disciple of the Purple Firmament sect, manager of Ningyuan City. Li Fan said coldly, "No need for pleasantries. Official business takes priority." He showed a haughty expression, adopting the demeanor he recalled from his memories. "Take me to retrieve the longevity fruit." Song Hasong didn't take offense. The status gap between outer and inner disciples was vast. Moreover, Li Chen had reached the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm. That Song Hasong could even address him as senior brother was only due to the privilege afforded by his position as manager of Ningyuan City. Not daring to delay, he immediately ushered Li Fan into Ningyuan City, which seemed to be enveloped in an invisible barrier. After passing through it, Li Fan's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on the sky above. Ningyuan City housed nearly 300,000 mortals. Above these 300,000 mortals hung an invisible barrier. The life conversion array. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the occasional strands of life force drifting through the air. Such pure vital energy, no wonder it forms longevity fruits that can extend one's lifespan. This pervasive life force naturally originated from the mortals living within Ningyuan City. In the future, every branch of the Myriad Immortals Alliance will be fitted with protective arrays that drain the essential qi of mortals to increase the concentration of spiritual qi. But compared to this life conversion array, those arrays would be considered merciful. Li Fan's divine sense swept over Ningyuan City's mortals, noticing the extremely small percentage of elderly people in the city. The life conversion array drains the vitality of mortals. Mortals born within this array would have drastically shortened lifespans. Living to 40 or 50 years would already be their maximum limit. The immortal mortal miasma doesn't exist yet. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals are nothing more than livestock to be exploited at will. Though thoughts raced through Li Fan's mind, he did not take any unusual actions, following Song Hesong to the city center. Here, the concentration of life force grew to the point that it manifested as a faint green glow, forming drifting tendrils that were slowly absorbed by a massive tree growing at the center. 3 heavy fruits hung from its branches. Jade green and crystalline, their fragrance permeated the air, making one's mouth water at the sight. Senior brother, this is the rebirth longevity tree. Song Hesong produced a large seal, pressing it against the empty space before the tree. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Release." The seal collided violently with an invisible barrier surrounding the longevity tree. Dozens of silver streaks shot from the seal, slithering like serpents across the barrier. "Senior brother, your assistance, please," Song Hesong cried out. The veins on his forehead bulged as he strained to maintain the seal. Seeing this, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He extended his hand, and a purple seal instantly materialized. Expedite. The purple seal struck the invisible barrier, and dozens of purple light snakes surged out of the seal. These purple serpents chased after the silver ones. Each found a target, devouring them one by one. Moments later, when all silver light snakes had been consumed, the dozens of purple serpents emitted a faint glow. Then they began circulating rapidly, forming a pattern of purple thunderclouds on the invisible barrier. Following the guidance of his memories, Li Fan unleashed purple firmament lightning, which was only possible through the cultivation of the purple firmament thunder invocation art. Purple lightning flashed, and the invisible barrier shattered open. Li Fan activated the thunder invocation art, protecting his entire body with purple firmament spiritual chi as he strode inside. Coming to the base of the rebirth longevity tree, he looked up to examine the alluringly fragrant longevity fruits. The quality of this batch is excellent. It's truly amazing that a small fruit like this can actually extend one's lifespan by 300 years. While assessing the fruits, Li Fan couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. They say the highest quality longevity fruits can extend one's lifespan by over 1,000 years. Unfortunately, after the immortal miasma's emergence, this method of condensing longevity fruits appears to have become ineffective. These longevity fruits would undoubtedly be priceless treasures in future eras. I wonder if there might be a way to bring these fruits back to reality. As he pondered, he carefully plucked the 3 longevity fruits from the tree and placed them inside a specially crafted jade box. What should I do next? Should I deliver them to the sect, or should I taste one first to see if they work? For a moment, Li Fan hesitated. According to Chening, all gains within the fallen immortal realm existed only within its confines. To bring anything back to reality, one had to meet specific conditions. These conditions varied from object to object and required trial and error. Even for identical items, the circumstances and timing of their acquisition could alter the conditions for retrieval. They seemed tied to the karmic threads and events associated with the objects. Moreover, each visit to the fallen immortal realm began at a different location. Missing an opportunity now might mean losing it forever. This realization made Li Fan grow apprehensive about his gains and losses. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Surely, the greater an item's value, the more stringent the conditions for taking it out. How could it be so easy to bring something like this back to reality? Chuckling inwardly at his own folly, Li Fan made a decision. Better to return to the Purple Firmament sect first and see what opportunities arise, though I wonder if there's still enough time. With that, Li Fan stepped beyond the protective barrier of the rebirth longevity tree, intending to contact senior brother Zhang and head back to the Purple Firmament sect. Boom! Just then, a deafening roar erupted from Ningyuan City. Li Fan's heart leaped, and he spun toward the source of the sound. Qixia! Zhang Qianma's anguished cry echoed from afar. You're asking for death. Don't even think of escaping. His furious shout was followed by a streak of black light shooting into the sky. In an instant, Zhang Qianma transformed into a violet radiance, giving chase without hesitation. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Fan, and he rushed after them without delay. Song Hesong followed close behind. Senior brother, calm down. It could be a trap. Li Fan transmitted urgently via divine sense. But Zhang Qianma, consumed by rage, had lost all reason. He paid no heed to Li Fan's warning, his focus locked unwaveringly on the fleeing black light. High above, the black light abruptly halted. The figure within glanced down at the furious Zhang Qianma and smirked. There was a look of triumph on his face. Fellow Taoists, it's time. In an instant, 3 other figures materialized beside the black-robed man. They formed an array, trapping Zhang Qianma the moment he charged into their encirclement. Senior Brother Zhang. It's been a long time. The black-robed man laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Zhang Qianma's expression darkened. Senior Brother? Do I know you? He studied the man opposite him, confusion flickering across his face. You. The black-robed man seemed deeply insulted, his composure shattering. Just because you possess a thunder spirit root, you think you can look down on everyone else? Have you already forgotten Chu Liang, the one who entered the sect alongside you, whom you humiliated so thoroughly? Zhang Qianma's eyes widened in shock as memories rushed back. Chu Liang? Is it really you? How is this possible? Weren't you expelled from the mountain because you lacked a spiritual root and couldn't cultivate? How have you reached foundation establishment? Chu Liang threw his head back and laughed. Just because I don't have a spiritual root, that means I can't cultivate? Correct, but that was before. A fanatical light shone in his eyes. Now, the immortal venerable has bestowed a new methodology. Everyone can cultivate. Moreover, our cultivation speed surpasses even you old fossils. You boast a thunder spirit root and started cultivating over a decade earlier, yet here we are at the same realm. Zhang Qianma's face revealed utter disbelief. Everyone can cultivate? What nonsense! Chu Liang smirked contemptuously. How pitiful. Once stripped of that cultivation talent you pride yourself on, what do you have left? Then he glared fiercely at Zhang Qianma. In the past, I knelt before your gate for 3 days and 3 nights, nearly crippling my legs. I begged you to let me remain on the mountain, nothing else. Not only were you unmoved, you heaped every possible mockery and humiliation upon me. Today, I will wash away the shame of that day with your blood. Fellow Taoists attack. Senior Brother Zhang seems to be surrounded. Aren't you going to help him? Song Hesong asked with concern etched across his face. Li Fan recalled Senior Brother Zhang's strength from Li Chen's memories and shook his head. For ordinary foundation establishment cultivators aren't enough. Even an early-stage golden core cultivator can't do much to him. Song Hesong's expression shifted strangely at these words. With Chu Liang's roar, 4 beams of light shot simultaneously toward Zhang Qianma. As if confirming Li Fan's assessment, a purple mirror materialized above Zhang Qianma's head at the critical moment, forming a protective barrier around him that instantly reflected the 4 beams back at their casters. Chu Liang and the other 3 attackers hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Caught off guard, they were struck by their own attacks. How can the shine of rice grains compete with the sun's radiance? The purple lightning mark between Zhang Qianma's eyebrows emitted a heart-palpitating glow. Thin strands of purple electricity crackled around his body, radiating intimidating power. A halberd brimming with malevolent energy slowly materialized in Senior Brother Zhang's hand. Zhang Qianma pointed the halberd at Chu Liang and the other 3, looking down on them with contempt. Today, I'll show you the difference between a true disciple of a major sect and you rogue cultivators. Before his words faded, Zhang Qianma flashed and appeared before the nearest enemy. With a sweep of his halberd, purple lightning surged like an angry dragon, mercilessly consuming the man. The man only had time for one scream before vanishing within the furious purple light. In the blink of an eye, their numbers dropped from 4 to 3. The surviving cultivators couldn't hide their terror. Chu Liang shouted desperately, "Fellow Taoist Song, if you don't act now, when will you?" Li Fan's expression changed at these words, but before he could react, 8 bloody chains suddenly wrapped around his body. Then, a force completely surpassing the foundation establishment realm slammed into his back. A purple mirror appeared above Li Fan's head as well, deflecting some of the impact. But the force was too immense. The mirror's protective glow lasted only moments before shattering into countless fragments of starlight. Taking the full brunt of the attack, Li Fan violently coughed up blood, his energy rapidly fading. Yet his opponent showed no mercy. Li Fan turned to see Song Hesong swinging a massive blood-red hammer, his face expressionless. The hammer strikes came one after another with overwhelming power, aiming to crush Li Fan where he stood. At death's door, a jade pendant on Li Fan's chest shattered. A giant hand composed entirely of purple lightning emerged from the fragments. The hand formed a single seal, locking onto Song Hesong. Above them, dark clouds gathered, and a purple thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended directly toward Song Hsong's head. Song Hsong's face twisted. But instead of dodging, he maintained his offensive, determined to kill Li Fan even if it meant taking the thunderbolt head-on. In that lightning-fast moment, a halberd flew from afar, intercepting the blood-red hammer. Zhang Qianma arrived in an instant and quickly supported Li Fan. "Are you all right, junior brother?" As he spoke, he sent a strand of spiritual qi into Li Fan to stabilize his injuries. Then his expression turned grave as he looked at Song Hsong. Li Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes locked onto Song Hsong. This sudden betrayal, and the fact that the man wielded power far beyond that of an ordinary late-stage qi refinement cultivator, had truly caught Li Fan off guard. Worse still, he was inhabiting another's body and had yet to fully adapt to his host's techniques and movements. That moment of unfamiliarity had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the body's original owner, Li Qin, had been an inner disciple of the Purple Firmament sect. Thanks to the many self-preservation methods at his disposal, Li Fan narrowly escaped death. When his gaze returned to Song Hsong, he saw the man badly wounded by the Purple Firmament divine lightning. Yet, green threads of vital energy rose from Ningyuan City below and wove into his body, knitting flesh and bone at a shocking pace. Within moments, his injuries had completely vanished. Song Hsong's expression darkened. The blood-colored hammer in his hand warped and elongated, transforming into a longsword. From afar, Chu Liang and two others rushed over, encircling the two Purple Firmament sect disciples. Zhang Qianma ignored them, his brows knitting as he fixed his gaze on Song Hsong. "Mid-stage Golden Core Realm," he said coldly. "Manager Song, have you also taken up that so-called new methodology?" Mockery flickered across Song Hsong's face. "What else could I do? I served your Purple Firmament sect faithfully for most of my life, yet all I received was a measly outer manager's post. Aside from that pitiful Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art and a handful of spirit stones each year, I got nothing for my efforts. Had I continued on that path, I'd have died at the Foundation Establishment realm." His voice twisted with bitterness. "They said my aptitude was lacking. Yet after switching to the new methodology, I reached Foundation Establishment in 5 years and formed my Golden Core in 10. Tell me, senior brother Song, how lacking is my talent now?" The malevolent aura swirling around him thickened, and Zhang Qianma's eyes glinted with killing intent. "Demons and heretics," he said flatly. "I'll purge you myself." Song Hsong laughed, the sound harsh and wild. "Demons and heretics? You righteous sects raise mortals like livestock, draining their lifespans to refine longevity fruits. And you dare call others demons? In my eyes, you are the true demons and heretics." His blood-colored aura surged with his fury. Zhang Qianma's expression did not waver. "Mortals live under our protection, so they must pay the price. Demons and beasts roam beyond the wilderness. Their mortals are nothing more than sustenance. Without the immortal sects, how could they have survived this long? Did you think a few self-righteous words could shake my Dao heart?" A violet light kindled in Zhang Qianma's eyes as he leveled his halberd. "You may have reached the Golden Core realm, but I'll still cut you down today." For a brief moment, Song Hsong's aura faltered under the crushing pressure. But rage quickly replaced fear. "I've long heard about how mighty the inner disciples are," he sneered. "Let's see if that reputation holds true." The blood-red sword in his grasp split into 6 identical blades that streaked toward Zhang Qianma's halberd. Meanwhile, Li Fan found himself surrounded by Chu Liang and the other 3 cultivators. Even so, he remained calm. With a thought, he employed the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art and summoned his weapon, a long spear that sang like a dragon when it moved. He met the trio head-on. At first, his attacks were awkward, the movements of this body still unfamiliar to him. Each strike of his spear seemed easy to predict, easy to dodge. Though Chu Liang and his companions were all late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators like himself, they only began cultivating recently. Their techniques and attacks paled in comparison to Li Fan's, leaving gaps he could exploit. As the fight dragged on, his control over his host's body and techniques grew. His spear strikes grew sharper and faster, each one precise and charged with killing intent. Before long, Chu Liang's group found themselves overwhelmed, forced onto the defensive. Song Hesong was at the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, while Zhang Qianma was at the mid-stage Golden Core realm. But though Zhang Qianma's cultivation level was lower, his techniques were superior to Song Hesong's by no small margin. Moreover, the artifacts he wielded far surpassed his opponents. Thus, for a time, the two actually fought to a stalemate. And as Li Fan gradually gained the upper hand in his fight, the situation seemed to be developing favorably for the two martial brothers. At that moment, one of the cultivators besieging Li Fan shouted, "Brother Song, the situation doesn't look good." Chu Liang also cried out, "Fellow Daoist Song, stop hesitating. Activate the array now." Hesitation wavered in Song Hesong's gaze, but it was soon swallowed by ruthless determination. He retreated violently, his blood-colored longsword transforming into a massive bell that enveloped Zhang Qianma. Madness gleaming in his eyes, he slammed both palms down. Immediately, the panic screams and cries of mortals rose from Ningyuan City. Li Fan saw streams of bloody aura shooting skyward and converging beside Song Hesong. Faces contorted in agony swarmed within the blood-red light. Song Hesong grabbed this mass of bloody aura and sent it into the blood-colored great bell. Instantly, the countless wailing faces directed their wrath toward Zhang Qianma. Zhang Qianma's expression changed as violet qi surged around his body, attempting to form a defense. But it was futile. Bloody faces flooded into his mind one after another. He froze on the spot, his expression contorting uncontrollably, sometimes twisted with pain, sometimes breaking into an eerie smile. Seeing that he had temporarily trapped Zhang Qianma, Song Hesong turned his gaze toward Li Fan. Li Fan inwardly cursed his misfortune. Chu Liang and the other two now quickly intensified their assault, restraining Li Fan and preventing him from escaping. Song Hesong arrived in an instant. Under the combined assault of one mid-stage Golden Core cultivator and 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, Li Fan lasted only moments before sustaining severe injuries. "It seems my first exploration of the fallen immortal realm ends here," he thought. As his wounds accumulated and his consciousness grew hazy, faint whispers began to echo in his ears, unreal murmurs that rose and fell, sometimes urgent, sometimes gentle. They sounded like wails, like roars, yet carried no discernible meaning. Soon, Li Fan could no longer hold on. Song Hesong's giant blood-colored palm slammed fiercely onto Li Fan's head. Bang! Li Fan's skull exploded like a watermelon. By all logic, with his physical body destroyed, Li Fan should have returned to the real world. But instead, he entered a peculiar state. Like a black hole, his remaining divine sense slowly devoured the shell that was Li Chen. There were no residual memories, only a stream of pure divine sense energy that Li Fan gradually absorbed. The noise in his ears grew increasingly chaotic. The faint whispers transformed into indescribable roars. Negative emotions of rage, terror, and sorrow suddenly surged like a tsunami, threatening to engulf Li Fan entirely. Yet Li Fan's mind stood firm as a reef on the sea, utterly unshaken. The driving force behind all this was none other than what Li Fan had been cultivating tirelessly since first stepping onto the path of immortality, the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. After entering the fallen immortal realm, the Heart Refinement Sutra had lain dormant all this time. But now, after the shell was destroyed, it began to operate wildly of its own accord. Like a massive stone mill, it ground down the power that had composed Li Chen of the Purple Firmament sect, transforming it into the purest nourishment and feeding it into Li Fan's mind. Though Li Chen had perished, Li Fan's divine sense was slowly growing stronger. A new divine sense incarnation, belonging solely to Li Fan, was forming beneath Li Chen's headless corpse. Li Fan remained as still as an ancient well, his heart untouched by ripples. He watched emotionlessly as the surrounding plot continued to unfold. Song Hesong took the storage ring from Li Fan's hand, then let the corpse fall from the sky. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Qianma, who remained trapped within the Crimson Bell. His will is unexpectedly tenacious. To endure this long within the myriad souls' divine refinement array, activated through the sacrifice of tens of thousands. Song Hesong sighed. A pity. The more extraordinary you are, the more you must die today. Song Hesong sent several more palm strikes toward Ningyuan City below. Countless human faces wreathed in crimson light surged once more toward Zhang Qianma. His face instantly grew even more twisted and unsettling. Several large tumors bulged and writhed beneath the skin on his forehead. Pop! One of the tumors burst, and a gaping hole blew open in Zhang Qianma's head. Then, like a chain reaction, the remaining tumors on Zhang Qianma's head burst one after another. Half his skull was blown off. At this moment, Zhang Qianma's aura was like a candle flickering in the wind, about to vanish at any moment. Yet, some unknown power within him stubbornly sustained his life force. Even with only a small portion of his head remaining, he clung fiercely to life. "What's going on?" Xu Liang cried out, unable to contain himself. "It seems this brat still has some cards up his sleeve," Song Hesong said, his expression darkening. He glared at Zhang Qianma and snarled, "Even so, you're now a turtle in a jar. I refuse to believe you can still turn this around." Beams of crimson light shot from the blood-red bell, piercing through Zhang Qianma's body. The red light beams crisscrossed like blades, flashing and weaving. In an instant, Zhang Qianma was sliced into countless pieces of flesh. "Let's see whether you're still alive after this." Song Hesong sneered coldly. Xu Liang and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. But before long, their faces gradually turned pale. Zhang Qianma's aura had still not vanished. What kind of demonic art has he cultivated? A trace of terror finally surfaced on Song Hesong's face. "Fire! Use fire!" Xu Liang shouted at that moment. Song Hesong formed a hand seal, and crimson flames appeared beneath the pile of minced flesh. Under the intense heat, flesh and blood turned to ash. Yet, no matter how fiercely the fire blazed, one thing could not be destroyed: a purple golden core. A golden core? Wasn't he at the Foundation establishment realm? How could a golden core form inside him? The scene utterly surpassed Song Hesong's and the others' understanding, and their expressions changed drastically. In his fear, Song Hesong mustered all his arcane arts and launched a bombardment of attacks on the purple golden core. But no matter what he tried, he could not shake the golden core in the slightest, nor could he store it within his storage ring. That was because Zhang Qianma's aura still lingered upon it. In fact, it was growing stronger by the moment. You rogue cultivators, straying from the orthodox path, never study the classics. Even if you've learned some new methodology, you've achieved mere empty realms. How could you possibly compare to the true orthodox Taoist schools? Zhang Qianma's cold voice emerged from the golden core. The golden core suddenly blazed with brilliant light, forcing back the flames. A body slowly took form within the radiance. The light condensed, transforming into robes. "I told you I would kill you today," Zhang Qianma said coldly, staring at Song Hesong. Song Hesong began to tremble uncontrollably and frantically sent more palm strikes to the ground. Amid the countless screams of mortals, streams of crimson light solidified into ribbon-like forms that surged toward Zhang Qianma. Then he transformed into a streak of blood-red light and fled into the distance, leaving the paralyzed Xu Liang and the others to fend for themselves. Zhang Qianma took a single step, transformed into purple lightning, and appeared directly in front of the blood-red light. Song Hesong hadn't expected such speed from his opponent and couldn't dodge in time. The two collided head-on. Boom! In the violent impact, Song Hesong seemed to lose all control over his body. Zhang Qianma extended his right hand, seized Song Hesong by the throat, and lifted him. "For betraying the sect, you are hereby sentenced to death." Zhang Qianma pronounced judgment. A purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking Zhang Qianma with tremendous force. Zhang Qianma remained completely unharmed within the lightning, while Song Hesong screamed in agony and died. Zhang Qianma looked toward Xu Liang and the others who were currently fleeing in 3 separate directions. He sneered coldly, gently pointing forth. 3 purple thunderbolts fell in response. Their auras vanished, and 3 black dots fell from the sky. With that, Zhang Qianma paid them no further attention. To be forced into such a state. This new methodology. He appeared to be in deep contemplation. Then, as if detecting something, he flew down to the ground. There, the corpse that had belonged to his junior brother had melted away like a candle. Beneath his tattered skin, another, completely unfamiliar person was beginning to awaken. The waxy, leather-like skin slowly dissolved, absorbed by the unfamiliar cultivator within the corpse. Faced with this bizarre spectacle, Zhang Qianma didn't immediately strike to kill. Instead, he observed with keen interest, waiting patiently. Moments later, Li Chen's physical shell was completely absorbed by the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra, and Li Fan's true appearance was revealed. Smiling slightly at Zhang Qianma, Li Fan cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, senior brother." Zhang Qianma's eyes narrowed, the lightning mark on his forehead growing a deeper hue of purple. "What manner of creature are you? Some demon? Fiend? Or an otherworldly devil?" Facing Zhang Qianma's interrogation, Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. "Senior brother Zhang, have you failed to recognize me just because I've changed my skin?" Before his words faded, a flash of blue light illuminated heaven and earth. One Songyun's sword strike and the heaven-overturning palm were employed in quick succession. Surprise flashed through Zhang Qianma's eyes. His long halberd moved like a dragon, purple lightning roaring as it clashed with the Songyun sword. Blue and purple radiance clashed and consumed one another, with the purple lightning eventually prevailing. "Splendid sword technique," Zhang Qianma praised. Then, facing the formless palm technique descending from above, Zhang Qianma neither dodged nor evaded the attack, instead meeting it with a soaring fist. As fist and palm collided, a colossal burst of energy exploded outward from their position. The shockwave swept through Ningyuan City below, turning the already devastated settlement into complete ruins. Only the rebirth longevity tree at the center, protected by a barrier, remained vibrant with life. Zhang Qianma showed no concern for the lives or deaths of the mortals below. He simply stared at Li Fan, his expression grave. "Who are you truly? Why have you infiltrated our purple firmament sect in secret? I observe that this palm strike and sword strike of yours carry boundless grandeur, unlike some rogue cultivators' techniques." Li Fan avoided answering directly, instead countering, "What is this technique you wield, senior brother? You're clearly only at the foundation establishment realm, yet you've condensed a golden core within your body. Even slaying enemies across a whole cultivation realm seems effortless to you." Zhang Qianma snorted coldly. Seeing that Li Fan showed no intention of answering, his killing intent gradually intensified. He no longer held back. His long halberd swept through the air, and with every movement, purple heavenly thunder descended from the sky to aid him in battle. This was the first time Li Fan had ever encountered an opponent whose strength matched his own so closely. He pushed his movement technique to its limits, forming an array with the sea-calming sword art to block the dragon-like halberd. Between attacks and evasions, he employed the Songyun sword and heaven-overturning palm intermittently. But having rarely engaged in combat with others, his repertoire remained limited. Zhang Qianma, meanwhile, unleashed an endless stream of moves and Dao techniques. That body born from the golden core seemed impervious to anything Li Fan could muster. Even when his attacks occasionally landed, they only caused minor wounds that quickly healed. In contrast, Li Fan's divine sense incarnation gained increasingly severe injuries under the relentless barrage of purple lightning. The whispering in his ears returned, disrupting his concentration. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, Li Fan's divine sense incarnation was finally cleaved in two after over 20 exchanges. No blood was shed. His body simply dissolved into countless particles, scattering with the wind. This person's techniques are profoundly mysterious, and his sword and palm strikes both hold infinite profundities. He must hail from a major sect. Yet his practical combat skills are mediocre, even absurdly weak. How peculiar. Zhang Qianma shook his head, filled with confusion. Within the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan slowly regained consciousness. He felt none of the weakness Qining had mentioned. On the contrary, he sensed a slight enhancement in his divine sense. Recalling his experiences in the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan pondered thoughtfully. It must be due to the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. Yet I wonder why the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra has such an effect within the fallen immortal realm. Generally, after dying in a host's body, one would return directly to the real world. But I was able to devour my host and reassemble, forming a new divine sense incarnation. It's as if I gained an extra life within the fallen immortal realm. I wonder if there are others who can do the same. Although this first exploration yielded no tangible gains, my divine sense has strengthened somewhat. Slightly pleased and feeling no fatigue, Li Fan immediately prepared to perform the ritual again, hoping to re-enter the fallen immortal realm. Unfortunately, he received no response. Thus, Li Fan could only reluctantly give up. According to Chening, it usually takes 3 months to half a year to enter again. What a pity. If only there were no restrictions, and I could enter as many times as I wanted. He shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. Checking the time, he realized that only half a day had passed since he entered the fallen immortal realm. During this first visit to the fallen immortal realm, I witnessed the cultivation world before the Great Reformation, when the immortal mortal miasma had yet to appear. It also exposed several of my current weaknesses. Although I possess divine abilities, my actual combat skills are rather lacking. If I don't rely on preset arrays, I can still hold my own against ordinary golden core cultivators. But if I encounter a true prodigy, I'm clearly outmatched. However, this is less my own shortcoming and more a difference between two eras. In Zhang Quanma's time, disciples of sects could freely study and practice various techniques and secret arts without restrictions. They could also easily find fellow disciples to spar with. Nowadays, all ways of acquiring techniques are fraught with difficulties. To obtain any technique with relatively greater power, one must either derive it on one's own or join the Myriad Immortals Alliance and redeem it with contribution points. Moreover, it is incredibly difficult to find someone to spar with these days. The Tianqian mirror can simulate various scenarios, but it lacks simulated combat with others. This is likely the Myriad Immortals Alliance's method of restricting the combat prowess of ordinary cultivators. However, with the existence of the fallen immortal realm, I can hone and improve my actual combat skills there. Of course, what's even more important is advancing my cultivation realm. Li Fan checked his contribution points, over 37,000. Enough to cultivate with the epiphanic state boost for some time. First, I'll cultivate to the final stage foundation establishment realm. With that, Li Fan took out the exquisite Lioli pearl and began cultivating in seclusion. Some unknown span of time later, Li Fan was startled awake by a message transmitted through a communication spirit talisman. It was He Zhenghao. Before checking it, Li Fan assessed the gains from his secluded cultivation session. After nearly 2 months in the assisted cultivation mode, he had spent half of his contribution points. Li Fan sighed. The gains were equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation under normal conditions. Yet, he was still far from reaching the final stage foundation establishment realm. Still, Li Fan understood the futility of impatience. For cultivators with ordinary aptitudes, advancing through the foundation establishment realm and beyond took decades for each cultivation stage. The mountain-sitting art is still essential. Li Fan sighed inwardly before opening He Zhenghao's message. Fellow Daoist Li Fan, good news, the matter is settled. Through my extensive efforts and persuasion, I've secured you the array maintenance position under Zhang Jiliang. He Zhenghao's self-congratulatory voice emerged from the communication spirit talisman. Zhang Jiliang is an eccentric character. Persuading him took significant effort on my part. Of course, the required contribution points are somewhat higher than the 10,000 points I previously mentioned you'd need to get a place under Gong Boyo. But it's still just 13,000 contribution points. This is a rare opportunity. If you're interested, fellow Daoist, contact me quickly. The communication spirit talisman then fell silent. Only 3,000 contribution points more? No problem. Thank you, fellow Daoist. After only a moment's consideration, Li Fan gave He Zhenghao his confirmation. On one hand, this was to get closer to Zhang Jiliang and eventually find a way to become his formal apprentice. On the other hand, it was the perfect opportunity to officially join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Entering the system came with numerous benefits. Compared to the over 10,000 contribution points that vanished in the blink of an eye during closed-door cultivation, these 13,000 points were an excellent investment. The moment he sent his reply, He Zhenghao responded immediately. In that case, to avoid complications, fellow Daoist, please hurry to the Dao Transmission Plaza and wait for me there. I'll first take you to meet Zhang Jiliang. Then we'll quickly secure the position. Keep in mind, though it's just a minor array maintenance role, many foundation establishment cultivators have their eyes on this position. Li Fan replied, then I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist. He then left the Tianqian mirror and headed to the Dao Transmission Plaza to meet He Zhenghao. Upon arrival, he found He Zhenghao already waiting. You've taken great pains, fellow Daoist. Li Fan said to He Jianghao. Haha, there's no need for that. Since I'm the one who referred you to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, it's only natural that I look after you. Besides, mutual benefit and all that. Who knows, I might need your help with something someday. He Jianghao waved his hand dismissively. He then continued, Zhang Zhiliang isn't on Myriad Immortals Island right now. Recently, an island suddenly emerged from the depths in the western region of the Tsongyun Sea. Zhang Zhiliang, Gong Boyu, and the others are all currently on that island. Who knows when they'll return? It might even take a year or more. We'll meet them first to secure the position. Li Fan nodded. An island emerging from the sea? And several array masters from the strategy array hall are already there? Did they discover some sect ruins? Li Fan asked as he followed He Jianghao toward a tree-like teleportation array. He Jianghao shook his head. Not sect ruins, just an ordinary island. For some unknown reason, the entire island sank into the sea over 3,000 years ago. Now it has resurfaced. The strange thing is, this island appears to have originally been an island of the Myriad Immortals Alliance with an assigned guardian, yet no records about it can be found. The island protection array reactivated after the island emerged, and the protective arrays from that era are quite different from current ones. So several array masters from the strategy array hall went to check it out, He Jianghao explained. Through the teleportation array, the two arrived at a massive island that resembled a primeval forest, filled with various types of trees. This place was at least 10 times larger than Liuli Island. That island is located about 500 li west of Spiritwood Island. Li Fan and He Jianghao conversed as they flew toward their destination. Could arrays from 3,000 years ago truly be more advanced than modern ones? Why would array masters travel there specifically to examine them? Li Fan voiced his confusion. He Jianghao chuckled. Fellow Daoist, you may not be aware, but the protective arrays commonly used within our Myriad Immortals Alliance are not static. The Myriad Immortals Alliance has always been at odds with the Five Elders Council. If a fixed array system remained unchanged for over a century, it would risk having its operational mechanisms leaked. After that, it could be easily dismantled on a large scale. Thus, protective arrays undergo minor revisions every 200 years and major overhauls every 1,000 years. Minor revisions refer to keeping the foundational logic unchanged while adjusting the finer details of the array's layout. Major overhauls involve completely rebuilding the array from scratch. The previous array is then sealed away and never used again, He Jianghao explained slowly. Therefore, the 3,000-year-old protective array operating on that island is a rare treasure. Its power may be mediocre, but those skilled in arrays will be able to learn much from it, even reverse engineering the corresponding Myriad Immortals array. Li Fan was taken aback. The corresponding Myriad Immortals array. He Jianghao hesitated briefly before lowering his voice to explain. This Myriad Immortals array isn't the one on Myriad Immortals Island. Rather, it refers to the true Myriad Immortals array formed with the protective arrays of all cities and islands within a province acting as nodes, and the array at Central Island or Lingtian City as its core. When this Myriad Immortals array is fully activated, it covers an entire province. Its power is unimaginable, rumored to have slain Dao Unity Immortal Venerables. However, the resources it consumes are astronomical. It can only be activated with permission from the Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters. It's typically used only during invasions by the Five Elders Council or in times of Great War. Li Fan, who had just begun to grasp the basics of arrays, imagined the scene in his mind and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No wonder the Myriad Immortals Alliance goes to such lengths to construct protective arrays in nearly all cities within its territory. So there's another layer to this consideration. Just then, He Jianghao added cheerfully, we've speculated in private that this might not even be the complete form of the Myriad Immortals array. The true form is likely the colossal array that uses each fully activated provincial Myriad Immortals array as a node, its scope covering all territories of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, this is purely speculation among a few of us during our leisure time. Such an array would be too terrifying. If activated, it would likely cause catastrophic damage to the entire cultivation world. Li Fan fell silent after hearing this. Given the way the Myriad Immortals Alliance operates, this ultimate form of the Myriad Immortals array certainly exists. While the Xianwang world is basically divided between the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council, they are able to maintain a surface-level peace. Those elusive eternal heavenly venerables are likely a key factor for this, and the existence of this ultimate Myriad Immortals array is likely another critical factor. Lost in thought, Li Fan remained silent for the rest of their journey. Before long, the island that had sunk and resurfaced came into view. From a distance, Li Fan could already sense the lingering aura of dampness clinging to the island. Remarkably, most of the structures remained intact. Yet after a millennium submerged beneath the sea, their surfaces were thick with algae and azure moss. Along the streets, countless fish separated from their aquatic home flopped and twitched in desperate struggle for survival. Beyond the island's edge, Li Fan could vaguely discern a golden array barrier. I wonder what catastrophe caused this island to sink 3,000 years ago, and why has it suddenly re-emerged now? There was a small circular gap in the golden barrier enveloping the island. He Jianghao led Li Fan through this opening into the island protection array's interior. Remember, when we meet the array masters later, don't mention anything about contribution points in front of them, He Jianghao whispered discreetly. Wait for the right moment. After everything's settled, just transfer the contribution points to me. I'll pass them along to Zhang Jiliang. Li Fan responded with a slight smile, indicating his understanding. Haha, fellow Taoist he, perfect timing. Gong Boy's laughter echoed from a distance. Li Fan turned toward the sound and saw several array masters from the strategy array hall gathered together. Before them stood a massive vertical light screen, with numerous tiny images of array units flashing rapidly across its surface. The array masters periodically pointed at the screen, engaged in animated discussion with varied expressions. These are... Li Fan's eyes flickered as he glanced toward the golden array in the sky. Sure enough, he faintly discerned numerous small disks clinging to the array barrier's surface like crawling insects. While drawing power from the array, they transmitted data about its most fundamental units to the central light screen. Array breaker disks. During his 12th lifetime, Li Fan had encountered mentions of these artifacts in Zhang Jiliang's posthumous writings. They could analyze an array's structural data without damaging its framework, providing reference solutions for dismantling it. A complete set consisted of 1,008 array breaker disks and was extremely valuable. He'd never had the chance to see them before. It was a nice coincidence. Come, fellow Taoist he. Take a look at the latest analysis data. Could this island's resurfacing from the ocean depths be related to shifts in the earth veins? Gong Boyu enthusiastically beckoned. Though He Jianghao's eyes lit up with interest, he remembered his primary task and turned to Zhang Jiliang first. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is the cultivator I mentioned earlier, Li Fan. He's interested in serving as an array maintenance technician under your guidance. He's at the Foundation establishment realm, with some basic knowledge of arrays. Zhang Jiliang gave Li Fan a casual glance before tossing him a knowledge appraisal sphere. Take this assessment first. As long as you're not completely ignorant about arrays, you should pass without issue. Li Fan accepted the sphere, channeled his divine sense through it briefly, and completed the test almost immediately. Zhang Jiliang examined the number of glowing points on the sphere and looked visibly surprised. You've been studying arrays by yourself until now? These results are quite impressive, more than sufficient to serve as an array maintenance technician. Zhang Jiliang knew exactly how challenging the questions in his knowledge appraisal sphere were. Some could even be considered deliberately tricky. Most self-taught array practitioners would struggle to pass, and even ordinary apprentices within the strategy array hall might not perform as well as this young man had. You flatter me, master. My aptitude isn't great. What little I've achieved comes solely through diligence. Li Fan responded calmly. Zhang Jiliang nodded with satisfaction and handed Li Fan a jade token. The token bore an engraved pattern of a tilted metal cube, the main building of the strategy array hall. Take this token to the administration hall for registration, Zhang Jiliang instructed. Then collect your supplies from the Tianqian mirror. Once your permissions are activated, you can search for any questions you have within the Tianqian mirror. Answers will be provided there. Li Fan acknowledged the instructions, stored the jade token, and bowed in gratitude. Seeing matters proceed so smoothly, He Jianghao's face brightened. With his task completed, He Jianghao immediately turned his attention to the light screen with the data of the array breaker disks. In that moment, his features tightened with focus, and his whole bearing changed, as if another person had taken his place. Li Fan marveled inwardly at the transformation. On the light screen, the images flashed by at an ever-increasing speed. He Jianghao seemed to be straining somewhat, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Above his head, a scroll slowly unfurled. The painting scroll revealed a hazy landscape of rolling mountains and a river network scattered like a constellation. Mountains and rivers flowed together in seamless harmony, stretching endlessly across the land. It was vast, majestic, and breathtaking to behold. This must be fellow Taoist He's Foundation Establishment Curio, the Mountain River 100 Veins Array Diagram. Judging by its imposing presence, it doesn't seem to be merely a curio of manly Fan observed carefully, thinking to himself. After roughly the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, He Jianghao finally let out a long exhale and dispersed his curio's manifestation. Fellow Taoist Gong, you possess remarkable insight indeed. To summarize in one word, accurate, he praised first. Then he slowly explained, indeed, this island lies directly on an earth vein. Some significant change must have occurred at another node along this vein, causing this island that had been submerged beneath the sea for 3,000 years to resurface. But that location seems to be extremely far from the Tsongyan Sea. With my foundation establishment cultivation, I cannot sense its precise position, He Jianghao said regretfully. He Jianghao's words immediately sparked heated discussion among the group of array masters. So it really was caused by earth vein movement? How massive must have that disturbance been? If fellow Taoist he is unable to perceive it, then the source must be quite distant. For its effects to reach us from so far away, the destruction would have to be on the scale of 100 mountains being leveled. We'll know which province it occurred in once we return and make inquiries. That's not necessarily true. Earth vein movements can also occur deep underground. Only faint tremors would be felt at the surface. As the discussion grew fervent, Zhang Jiliang, who hadn't been participating thus far, suddenly asked, fellow Taoist He, what are your thoughts on this Golden Island protection array? He Jianghao narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before answering. This golden array is connected to the earth vein. If I'm not mistaken, it should be based on the Mountain River Grand Array. 1. As long as the earth vein remains undestroyed, this protective array will never run out of power. As for the myriad immortals array corresponding to this array, consolidating an entire province's earth veins, its defensive capabilities were likely so strong that even 3 or 4 Tao Unity experts working together probably couldn't breach it. It's more than a level superior to the defensive plans currently being implemented. Zhang Jiliang nodded slowly. Although this array's defense is powerful, if the array were to be broken, it would cause some damage to the earth vein as well. I wonder what circumstances they faced that would make them choose an extreme solution like the Mountain River Grand Array. Gong Boyo approached at this point. Why worry about that? We have a free Mountain River Grand Array right before our eyes, available for observation without spending any merit or contribution points. Such an opportunity hardly comes once in 100 years. He Jianghao quickly agreed. You speak reason, fellow Taoist Gong. We shouldn't let this excellent opportunity slip away. We must study it carefully. As he spoke, the group of men immersed themselves in the rapidly flashing images on the light screen. Li Fan observed for some time. Unfortunately, his understanding of the array path was shallow to gain any true insights from the display. Seeing that the array masters would be preoccupied for a long time to come, Li Fan decided not to linger any longer. After bidding his farewells, he quietly returned to Myriad Immortals Island, heading straight for the administration hall at the island's center. 1. Short form of the Myriadly Mountain River Array. Carrying the jade token Zhang Jiliang had given him, the radiance of the 7-colored immortal felling array swept over him harmlessly. The administration hall and council hall were the 2 most prominent structures in the core district of Myriad Immortals Island. Following the path, Li Fan soon arrived outside the administration hall. A Qi refinement cultivator dressed in black and yellow Taoist robes stood at the entrance. Seeing Li Fan approach, the man glanced over and inquired politely, fellow Taoist, have you come to register for a position with the Strategy Array Hall? Li Fan nodded. Very well, follow me. The man led Li Fan deep into the administration hall until they reached a small chamber. Upon entering, Li Fan discovered it held a realm of its own. His guide departed, leaving Li Fan alone to observe the space. Countless rows of tall crimson wooden cabinets stretched into the distance without end. An elderly man with hair as white as snow stood silently before these crimson cabinets. As Li Fan watched him, he couldn't shake off a peculiar sensation. To him, it appeared as though the elder was not stationary, but instead existed as countless avatars at once, all busily moving before the cabinets. Li Fan lifted his gaze to scrutinize the space more carefully. The surroundings were a blank, white expanse, devoid of any adornments and people, save for the crimson cabinets and the white-haired elder. The stark monotony was almost unsettling. Is this place a shared space present in every branch of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, just like the Tianxian Mirror? Li Fan wondered silently. Nevertheless, he did not delay, promptly handing the jade token to the elder. The elder accepted the token and glanced at Li Fan. Clearing his throat softly, he spoke in an unhurried tone. Although you're here on Zhang Jilyang's recommendation, the standard procedures for formally joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance must still be followed. The elder pointed to an empty area ahead, and instantly, a white square platform rose from the ground. Crafted entirely from white jade, it emitted a soft, lustrous glow. This is the heart-questioning platform. To prevent spies from the Five Elders Council from infiltrating the Alliance, all applicants must pass its test before employment. Step onto it, the elder commanded, offering no opportunity for refusal. A chill ran down Li Fan's spine. He steeled himself, ready to activate Return to Truth and flee at the first sign of danger. As he landed on the white jade heart-questioning platform, miniature projections of himself materialized around him, accompanied by some of his basic information within the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Aside from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, have you ever joined any other cultivation organization? The white-haired elder asked after glancing at Li Fan's information. No, Li Fan replied swiftly. The white jade platform remained unchanged, showing no abnormalities. The white-haired elder nodded and continued. Do you have any connection to the Five Elders Council? No. Do you harbor any ill intention toward the Myriad Immortals Alliance? No. Do you have any living relatives? They are all mortals. I have no attachments to them. The white-haired elder continued to ask a series of questions, and Li Fan gave his answers. Fortunately, they were all basic inquiries regarding his stance, without delving into private matters such as the techniques or divine abilities he cultivated. Li Fan answered each one calmly and composedly. One final question, the elder said with a light cough. Why do you wish to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Li Fan paused briefly before answering slowly, eternal life. A faint glimmer flickered in the white-haired elder's eyes. The heart-questioning platform vanished without a trace. You have successfully passed the heart-questioning trial. From this day forward, you are an official member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The old man clapped his hands, and a miniature projection of Li Fan materialized before him. Beside the image were text and video recordings of Li Fan while he was taking the heart-questioning trial. Then, from the distance, a crimson wooden cabinet phased through rows of other cabinets like an apparition, coming to rest before the white-haired elder. One of its drawers slid open on its own. The elder pressed his hands together. In the air, the visual records were also compressed into a single glowing white slip of paper. He gently placed the slip into the drawer. The drawer closed, and the wooden cabinet instantly returned to its original position, disappearing from Li Fan's view. You may go now. The white-haired elder addressed Li Fan, then resumed his previous motionless state. Li Fan bowed respectfully before quietly taking his leave. Upon exiting the white space, Li Fan encountered the same guide at the entrance of the administration hall. The man glanced at Li Fan and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations on your official appointment, fellow Taoist. Oh? How could you tell, fellow Taoist? Li Fan inquired politely as he returned the gesture. Because after standing on the heart-questioning platform, one either joins successfully or meets their end. There are no other outcomes. Since you are still alive, the conclusion speaks for itself. The guiding cultivator smiled as he explained. I see. I am Li Fan. With that, Li Fan handed over a communication spirit talisman. I am Gao Yuan. Accepting the talisman, Gao Yuan's demeanor grew even more courteous. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Fan finally returned to the Tianjian mirror. The moment he entered, notifications greeted him. Cultivator Li Fan, congratulations on your official appointment with the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Your current position, Songun C Array Maintenance Technician. Responsibilities, assist Zhang Jiliang of the Myriad Immortals Island Array Hall in maintaining the island protection arrays throughout the Songyun Sea region. Fixed compensation, 1,500 contribution points annually. Additional 200 contribution points per maintenance task based on participation level. Minimum duty requirement, participate in at least 3 major array maintenance tasks per decade. Warning. First failure to meet minimum requirements will result in a formal warning. Second offense will lead to forcible removal from your position and a 100-year ban from reappointment. Take your duties seriously. You may now raise your permission level within the Myriad Immortals Alliance by accumulating merit. Higher permission levels grant access to more items and techniques for viewing and redemption. Your current permission level, Yen 1. Merit can be obtained by completing tasks. Merit tasks are categorized into 6 grades from highest to lowest, grade SS, S, A, B, C, and D. Each grade is further divided into 3 subgrades. Alongside these new notifications, Li Fan also received several items. One was the standard black and yellow Taoist robes used within the Myriad Immortals Alliance system. The robes provided basic protection and were capable of effectively withstanding attacks from mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. For Li Fan, this was naturally better than nothing. Should the robes get damaged, he would need to acquire a replacement, which had to be purchased with contribution points through the Tianjian mirror. The other item was the Identity Jade Tablet. With this, he was truly different from those who simply took on missions from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. If those who were not part of the system were killed in the world outside, the Alliance wouldn't lift a finger. But if someone with this Identity Jade Tablet were to meet an unexpected death, the Heavenly Mechanism Hall would be responsible for investigating the incident. Then, based on the specific findings of their investigation, they would decide whether to pursue retaliatory measures. Alongside the Taoist robe uniform and Identity Jade token, there was also a specially crafted communication spirit talisman. The spirit talisman was circular and carved with intricate patterns, with the word Myriad engraved in the center. As Li Fan sent his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as though he had appeared amidst a sea of countless dim stars. These were all members of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's system. The figure of He Zhenghao flashed through Li Fan's mind. In an instant, he found the star representing He Zhenghao among the countless others. Li Fan sent a friend request. After a while, that dim star brightened and stood out conspicuously among the dark expanse of stars. Fellow Taoist, you've already gotten your official appointment? That's fast, congratulations. He Zhenghao's message immediately came through. Many thanks to you, fellow Taoist he. Li Fan replied. There was no further response from the other side. Clearly, He Zhenghao had immersed himself once again in his research on the Mountain River Grand Array. Li Fan also sent friend requests to Chening, Zhang Jiliang, Gong Boyu, and others. Then, he withdrew his divine sense from the communication spirit talisman. Li Fan proceeded to browse through the merit tasks within the Tianjian mirror. Unlike tasks that awarded contribution points, merit tasks were essentially directly issued by the Myriad Immortals Alliance's authorities. The task categories ranged from gathering resources to participating in the maintenance of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's daily operations, covering everything imaginable. Among them was a rather special category, reporting and exposing spies from the 5 Elders Council or other cultivation organizations that had infiltrated the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The merit awarded for such tasks varied depending on the spy's rank and position. Currently, Li Fan's permission level was Yen 1. Essentially, completing any merit task would elevate him to Yen 2. However, there were restrictions on accepting and completing merit tasks. A maximum of 3 could be completed per year. Li Fan was in no hurry to take on any. Aside from undertaking tasks, there were other ways to obtain merit. For example, one could refer cultivators to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance, as He Zhenghao had done before, or provide valuable intelligence. There were no limitations imposed on such methods. The more one contributed, the better, and all were welcomed. One aspect that interested Li Fan in particular was that the merit required to raise permission levels was not measured with a fixed value. Instead, it was displayed as a progress bar. This was because the Tianqian mirror adjusted the value of merit in real time based on its current worth. For example, a merit task like submitting red cloud ice existed permanently. Completing it would consistently award 1 grade C- merit. However, the intrinsic value of red cloud ice itself fluctuated continuously. Under normal circumstances, the value of such collected resources wouldn't fluctuate too drastically. Yet, in the history of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, there had been instances where certain resources experienced significant depreciation. Hence, the Tianqian mirror adjusted the merit awarded in real time based on its value, exercising precise control. Li Fan focused his attention on a merit task that offered a grade C merit as a reward. A small progress bar instantly appeared beside the task description. Above the progress bar, there was a small numerical notation, 1 to 43. This indicated that the grade C merit Li Fan would obtain from completing this task was sufficient to raise his permission level by 1 and push the progress bar to 43%. There were a total of 49 permission levels in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, embodying the concept of the Great Tao is 50, but the heavens only derive 49. 1. Advancing was simple at the beginning, but it got progressively more difficult the higher one climbed. After understanding how merit and permission levels worked, Li Fan began searching for techniques. Immediately, he noticed differences compared to before. Some search results were prominently marked with golden text. This indicated that these techniques were only visible to members within the Myriad Immortals Alliance system. Moreover, such techniques could only be redeemed for personal cultivation and could not be transmitted to others. If they were lost and obtained by others, the Enforcer Hall would be tasked with retrieving them. The original redeemer would also be penalized, having a certain amount of merit deducted. Li Fan carefully examined these restricted techniques. Among these techniques in golden text, some were bright gold, indicating they could be redeemed with Li Fan's current permission level. Others were dark gold in color, which meant that Li Fan's current permission level was insufficient. He could only see their descriptions but not redeem them. Generally, search results up to 3 permission levels above one's own were visible, serving as motivation. Li Fan casually browsed a dark gold golden core technique, the gung metal sword nurturing art. It cost 65,000 contribution points, with a required permission level of Yen 3. Absorb gung metal chi to nurture sword intent within the body. Can be used for sword flight or as an artifact to slay enemies. The power it holds is indeed far greater than anything I've seen before, and the price is much higher too. Li Fan checked several other techniques in dark gold, and all were the same. That derivation Jade tirelessly derives techniques day and night, surely producing many astonishing divine arts. Even compared to the secret techniques that form the foundations of ancient sects and great clans, they wouldn't be much weaker. Even a single glance would greatly broaden my horizons. It's just a pity my permission level isn't sufficient. Permissions. Li Fan recalled the ways one could earn merit. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind, Zhou Qingong, the guardian of Tian Island. In the 2 lifetimes before this person had withdrawn and left before Crimson Flame's descent. In Li Fan's view, there was something rather peculiar about this. There were only 2 possibilities. First, Zhou Qingong had backing, and very powerful backing at that. In the 10th lifetime, even the 2 spirit transformation immortal eminences of Myriad Immortals Island hadn't detected Crimson Flame's arrival in advance. Yet Zhou Qingong had managed to do so. This meant Zhou Qingong's backing was even more formidable than a spirit transformation powerhouse. Was it some Dao Unity Immortal Venerable? In Li Fan's opinion, this possibility was very small. If Zhou Qingong truly had a Dao Unity Immortal Venerable backing him, he could have simply left early. Why bother using the excuse of seeking opportunities elsewhere and finding a stand-in to be an acting guardian of Tian Island? Thus, the likelihood of the second possibility was far higher. Zhou Qingong was a spy planted within the Myriad Immortals Alliance by another organization. Li Fan believed that the world's top-tier powerhouses must have detected Crimson Flame's descent in advance. Though the Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters hadn't warned Myriad Immortals Island in the Tsongyun Sea for unknown reasons, other organizations should have been able to detect some hints. For example, the Wanhua Trade Association had issued an order for complete evacuation from the Tsongyun Sea before the calamity struck. This Zhou Qingong must have received an internal notification from his organization, hence employing a golden cicada shedding its shell method to escape from Tsongyun. Of course, this was still only Li Fan's speculation for now. To confirm it, he would need to test his theory. If he turned out to be wrong, so be it. But if Zhou Qingong truly was a spy, then Li Fan stood to gain immensely. Not only would he reap substantial merit and contribution points, more importantly, Li Fan also intended to pry the method to deceive the heart-questioning platform from him. 1. The full phrase explains that the perfect, complete Tao has 50 aspects. However, the phenomenal world we live in, governed by the workings of heaven, is only manifested through 49 of them. The one missing aspect is the escaping one, which represents the variable of chance, unpredictability, and hope. It is the loophole in fate, the reason why nothing is ever truly predetermined or hopeless. With the return to truth, Li Fan could cycle through infinite lifetimes. In future lifetimes, he would definitely take the chance to visit organizations other than the Myriad Immortals Alliance, like the Five Elders Council. It was only natural that they would possess methods similar to the heart-questioning platform. Thus, to avoid being exposed and executed for being a spy, obtaining a secret technique to conceal his thoughts was absolutely necessary. Moreover, this method of hiding mental secrets was especially crucial for Li Fan, who possessed a gift like return to truth him. You'd better truly be a spy, fellow Taoist Zhou. Li Fan thought to himself, recalling his first encounter with Zhou Qingong. Immediately, he sent messages to several acquaintances, He Zhenghao, Gao Yuan, Chening, and others, hoping to learn more about Zhou Qingong. After most of the day had passed, he gradually received replies. Setting aside those who knew nothing about the man, the remaining responses were quite consistent. This person was originally a rogue cultivator. Over 70 years ago, he joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance as a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. After advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm, he successfully passed the once-a-decade assessment and became the guardian of Tian Island. Zhou Qingong was diligent and conscientious in his daily work and was known to be responsible and dedicated. Most of the time, he remained quietly on the island, rarely venturing out. With this information, Li Fan grew more certain of his judgment. Next, he needed to find a way to expose his true colors. As someone able to infiltrate the Myriad Immortals Alliance for so many years without being found out by anyone, he was undoubtedly an extremely cautious person. For others, finding his flaws might be somewhat difficult. But for Li Fan, who possessed formless killing mechanism, it was hardly an issue. Under 24-hour, year-round surveillance, as long as this person was truly a spy, it was only a matter of time before he slipped up. Li Fan left the Tianqian Mirror and arrived at Tian Island via teleportation array. Having served as its acting guardian for several years, Li Fan was quite familiar with this island. Above the city where the human-faced fruits lived, Li Fan met Zhou Qingong and stated his purpose. Tian fruit? Fellow Taoist, your timing is truly unfortunate. The remaining fruits have all been sold, there are none left. Zhou Qingong shook his head apologetically. My luck is truly bad. I just heard about this wondrous fruit that could increase one's lifespan for an affordable price. It's always sold out in the Tianqian Mirror, so I came to see if you had any stock left, fellow Taoist. Li Fan sighed, his face full of regret. As he spoke, he activated Formless Killing Mechanism, locking onto Zhou Qingong. Formless Killing Mechanism was profoundly mysterious to begin with, and Li Fan's cultivation was a full cultivation stage higher than his. Zhou Qingong naturally remained completely unaware that he had been targeted, instead very enthusiastically suggesting, fellow Taoist, don't be disheartened. If you truly need it, I will save one for you when the next Tian fruit harvest comes. Li Fan appeared overjoyed upon hearing this. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, he took out the communication spirit talisman engraved with the word Myriad and began adding him as a friend. I currently serve as an array maintenance technician in the strategy array hall. We should keep in touch and visit each other more in the future, Li Fan said. Are you familiar with He Zhenghao, the guardian of Liuli Island? I have close ties to him. Zhou Qingong's eyes lit up, immediately accepting the friend request. Haha, my relationship with fellow Taoist, he is pretty good too. So we're all acquaintances. Li Fan continued chatting with Zhou Qingong, following his lead. Only then did he return to Myriad Immortal's island. Inside the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan directly transferred 100 contribution points to Zhou Qingong. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I've sent the contribution points to you first. Please remember to save the Tine fruit for me. Zhou Qingong's reply came quickly. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Even if I fail to complete the annual quota, I'll save one for you. I appreciate your straightforwardness, fellow Taoist Zhou. While praising him, Li Fan observed Zhou Qingong's every move through heaven and earth's perspective. However, there were no abnormalities in his expression throughout their conversation. But it was fine. Li Fan didn't expect to find flaws so quickly. With formless killing mechanism, he would eventually catch Zhou Qingong when he inevitably slipped up someday. Setting this matter aside for now, Li Fan transferred 15,000 contribution points to He Zhenghao and began properly screening through merit tasks. He planned to raise his permission level first, then see if he could find techniques related to multitasking. This was quite important to him. Back in his 12th life, he had encountered the problem of insufficient brain power. As Bright Moon Palace's business gradually expanded, Li Fan had to juggle the array studies of both his true self and avatar while simultaneously monitoring nearly 100 borrowers. Although he only allocated a sliver of mental energy to most tasks, once he had too many external consciousness threads active, his true self was inevitably affected. This led to occasional brief mental pauses and a decline in his normal thinking speed. Simply put, Li Fan sometimes felt his brain stuttering. There were two ways to solve this problem. One was to increase his total mental strength. The other was to improve his multi-thread computational ability. In other words, get better at multitasking. Li Fan's divine sense strength was already quite strong compared to others at the same cultivation realm. While at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, it rivaled the late-stage golden core realm, a full realm higher than typical cultivators. Having discovered that he could enhance his divine sense by entering the fallen immortal realm and absorbing the shells of those he possessed, he temporarily didn't need to seek other ways to increase his divine sense strength. Therefore, what Li Fan currently needed to do was work on his shortcomings. He had to find a technique that would improve his multitasking capabilities. Although Li Fan possessed vast wealth during his 12th life, such techniques unfortunately couldn't be found within the Tianqian mirror. He could only reluctantly make do. But in this life, having joined the Myriad Immortals alliance system, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to find techniques that could enhance multi-thread computational ability. Li Fan had previously done a quick search, but hadn't found any suitable techniques. However, he believed that as his permission level increased, satisfactory results would eventually appear. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, most of the merit missions available to Li Fan awarded Grade D merit. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Grade C- missions appeared, all marked with high-risk warnings. It was these high-risk missions that Li Fan was interested in. The so-called high risk was actually relative to the individual. For ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Golden Core missions clearly exceeded their capabilities. But for Li Fan, who possessed numerous extraordinary techniques, the actual risk of these missions wasn't nearly as high as their labels suggested. Take one assignment, for example, join a squad from the Martial Hall to clear out exotic beasts from Wanai Island in the Tsongyan Sea. According to the mission brief, these creatures fed on sound itself. They reproduced at an alarming rate, moving in massive, swarming packs that had to be culled regularly to keep their numbers in check. Though they plagued the region in overwhelming numbers, each individual beast possessed relatively weak combat power, roughly equivalent to early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators at best. This mission was practically tailor-made for Li Fan. Cultivators constantly monitored for merit tasks triggered by random events like this one. Thus, Li Fan immediately accepted the mission to prevent it from getting snatched by someone else. Soon, a friend request came through the Myriad Communication Talisman. It was Jiang Zhengji from the Martial Hall. Li Fan accepted the request, and Jiang Zhengji's message arrived, Fellow Taoist Li Fan, I've reviewed your basic information. With your late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and the assistance of arrays, completing this mission with our squad should pose minimal risk to you. I'll send you the information for this Wanlai Island expedition shortly so you can prepare in advance. We depart tomorrow morning. All participants will assemble at the Dao Transmission Plaza. Instead of immediately examining the information Jiang Zhangji had sent, Li Fan first checked Jiang Zhangji's personal information. As his divine sense touched the star representing Jiang Zhangji within the sea of stars, a brief message instantly surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Jiang Zhangji, a member of the Celestial Change Squad in the Myriad Immortals Islands Martial Hall. Mid-stage Golden Core Realm Cultivation. Li Fan knew a little bit about this Celestial Change Squad. It was one of the 9 martial divisions of the Martial Hall. Within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the Enforcer Hall only intervened in matters related to techniques. In all other situations requiring martial force, the Martial Hall took responsibility. The 9 martial divisions were named Celestial Balance, Celestial Azure, Celestial Change, Celestial Mystery, Celestial Nether, Celestial Radiance, Celestial Vermilion, Celestial Flame, and Celestial Sun. Apart from the Celestial Balance Division, which held a slightly higher position for coordination purposes, the other divisions maintained equal status. I wonder how many members the Celestial Change Division will deploy for this mission. Pondering this, Li Fan opened the mission briefing. Wanlai Island was located in the southwestern waters of the Tsongyan Sea. The island was inhabited by a species of headless humanoid exotic beast that possessed stunted lower limbs and powerfully built arms. Though they crawled on the ground, they moved with remarkable speed. Each headless beast had a gaping, blood-smeared maw embedded in its chest. These creatures fed on sound. When hungry, producing any slight noise would satisfy their hunger. They had thick, rough hides and could quickly heal their injuries by consuming sound waves. They possessed considerable combat strength and could weaponize sonic waves against enemies. Combined with rapid reproduction and large numbers, they faced no natural predators on the island. Thus, they easily dominated the entire Wanlai Island. Feeding on sound? Interesting. After grasping the mission essentials, Li Fan purchased some array materials through the Tianjian Mirror. If he could complete this mission without revealing his true capabilities, contributing his strength through arrays alone, that would be ideal. The preparations he made require no elaborate description. The next morning, Li Fan arrived at the Dao Transmission Plaza early. Before long, he spotted Jiang Zhangji approaching with 6 others. Greetings, fellow Taoist Jiang. Li Fan cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Li, thank you for waiting, Jiang Zhangji responded courteously, then introduced the 6 people behind him. Among them, one possessed mid-stage golden core cultivation like Jiang Zhangji, while the rest were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators like Li Fan. After exchanging pleasantries, the group teleported to Guizhou Island, the closest island to Wanlai Island with a teleportation array. Following another half-day's flight, a lush, verdant island appeared in the distance. Jiang Zhangji gave his instructions as he led the way. Those beasts are extremely sensitive to sound. To avoid alerting them, do not speak once we enter the area ahead. Conceal your auras and communicate through divine sense only. Everyone acknowledged the order. Upon entering Wanlai Island's vicinity, their surroundings plunged into absolute silence. The sounds of the waves and wind vanished completely. Flying soundlessly over the island, Li Fan surveyed the scene below and felt a chill creep into his heart. The vast island was crammed with headless exotic beasts in every corner. Most lay lazily on the ground, doing nothing. Where space was insufficient, they didn't fight. Instead, they piled atop one another, forming small, grotesque hills. Their fur was a uniform shade of red, giving the island's surface the appearance of being blanketed by shifting crimson moss. The sight alone was unnerving. Occasionally, 1 or 2 headless beasts grew hungry, but couldn't be bothered to rise. They simply patted their bellies, and the sound barely traveled far before being swallowed by the gaping maws on their torsos. Nearby beasts would crowd around, jaws agape, sharing the meal. Beyond eating, they engaged in procreation. Their vigorous movements often drew crowds of onlookers, who encircled the participants with open, drooling mouths. Li Fan wasn't the only one unsettled by the bizarre spectacle on Wanlai Island. The 5 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Celestial Change Division, evidently also joining this mission for the first time, wore equally grim expressions. Only Jiang Zhengji and the other Golden Core cultivator, Du Xingchang, remained unperturbed, as if long accustomed to such sights. Prepare to engage. Jiang Zhengji tossed a purple array diagram skyward. It expanded with the wind, swiftly enveloping the entire island in a violet glow. The headless beasts below remained utterly unaware. Jiang Zhengji's body began radiating brilliant light as snow and ice cascaded around him. The frost spread, instantly shrouding the island. Golden Core Law Manifestation. Li Fan watched, his eyes glinting. Having previously done his research on the Golden Core realm, he recognized it immediately. Upon reaching the Golden Core realm, one could harness the laws within one's Golden Core to form a law manifestation. By uniting body and manifestation, one was able to manipulate the surrounding area through these laws. Amid the swirling snow, the temperature on Wanlai Island plummeted. Some headless beasts slowly sensed something amiss, glancing around. But Li Fan and the others hovered high above them without a sound, remaining undetected. Simultaneously, Du Xingchang made his move. Amid the blizzard, crimson plum blossoms erupted from the soil, blooming defiantly. In moments, the island was a canvas of white snow and red blossoms. Xingchang and I will oversee the battle from above. The rest of you begin the assault. Jiang Zhengji commanded. The 5 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Martial Hall's Celestial Change Division nodded in unison. Without hesitation, they descended upon the headless beasts. It feels like veterans training newcomers, a drill of sorts. Li Fan observed. Not wanting to appear idle, he swiftly followed suit, deploying a Spirit Sense Life-Death array to aid the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators below. This was one of the arrays Zhang Jieliang had deployed during the ambush on Crimson Flame in his 12th lifetime. It amplified offensive power and enhanced coordination between allies. The version Li Fan currently set up was dozens of times weaker than the original. Yet to the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, its effects were striking. Without pause, Li Fan proceeded to deploy several more arrays in rapid succession: the 5-Direction Spirit Gathering Array, the Sticky Silk Hindrance Array, and the Celestial Spirit Fire Dragon Array among them. After Li Fan was done, his face looked pale and his breath grew ragged. Fellow Taoists, please lure these beasts to the arrays I've set up, Li Fan transmitted his voice. A Foundation establishment cultivator named Huan Sui nodded. Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. The path of arrays was widely known to be arduous and obscure, requiring an immense investment of time to master. It was only natural that someone highly skilled in arrays might be relatively weak in direct combat. Besides, they wasn't expecting much from this new ally who wasn't part of the Martial Hall in the first place. The fact that he could set up so many remarkably effective arrays at once was already a pleasant surprise. Huan Sui pulled out a small drum and slapped it sharply. A roar like that of an ancient ferocious beast thundered from the drum, spreading in all directions. On Wanai Island, the headless exotic beasts lying lazily on the ground suddenly rose and turned their attention toward Li Fan and the others. Then, they began beating their chests, appearing quite excited. Like a surging tide, they rushed forward, each vying to be first. Huan Sui and his 4 companions stood in formation, facing the oncoming tide of exotic beasts without a trace of fear. 5 Foundation establishment curios manifested simultaneously 5 swords of varying shapes. Sword light intertwined, forming some kind of sword array. Any exotic beast that entered the array's range was instantly shredded by the sword light, then turned to ash within the scorching blaze of the Celestial Spirit Fire Dragon array. The drumbeat continued unceasingly, drawing the exotic beasts over to their doom like a death knell. The squad of 5 from the Celestial Change Division acted like a meat grinder, harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. Gradually, the mounting death stirred unease among the horde, and they began to retaliate. Roar! The headless exotic beasts beat their chests in unison, opening their massive, bloody maws and releasing a deafening roar. Invisible sound waves converged above Wanlai Island, forming a nearly tangible fist-shaped silhouette. The Crimson Fist silhouette instantly slammed toward the sword array. Boom! Huan Sui and the others coughed up blood simultaneously, and shock and horror filled their faces. The 5 swords trembled slightly, and the sword array faltered. Immediately, many red-haired exotic beasts seized the opportunity to break through the blockade and charge right up to the 5. Though they were quickly and easily dispatched, the 5 cultivators no longer looked as composed as before. Seeing this, Li Fan knew he couldn't slack off too conspicuously. He adopted a grave expression, retrieved several beast bones from his storage ring, and set up another array. This time, just as the fist silhouette formed from the collective roars of the red-haired exotic beasts was about to take shape, an abrupt series of discordant, grating metallic screeches disrupted the sound. It was like muddying pure water with silt, turning it murky and unclear. Tainted by these strange noises, the roar-formed fist silhouette blurred and weakened significantly. The sword array formed by the 5 cultivators easily blocked it. Huan Sui and the others beamed with delight. Impressive technique, fellow Taoist. Li Fan responded with a weak wave, as if he had exhausted his strength. The scales of victory tipped once more in favor of the Celestial Change Division. Hundreds upon thousands of headless exotic beasts were slaughtered in succession. But their numbers were truly overwhelming. The number of red-haired exotic beasts eliminated by the Celestial Change Division was but a drop in the ocean compared to the total on the island. Perhaps if they continued like this, with the spirit-gathering array replenishing their spiritual qi, they could slowly complete the task given enough time. However, after a little more than half a day, when the number of dead companions reached a certain threshold, it seemed to dawn on the red-haired exotic beasts that their fist silhouettes were ineffective. They ceased their howling. Even their fearless charges came to a halt. Huan Sui was baffled when he saw this. He repeatedly struck that small drum, trying to regain the attention of the red-haired exotic beasts. But the drumming that had once held such irresistible allure now seemed to have lost its effect. Boom! 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 The beasts stopped attacking and instead began rhythmically beating their chests in unison. The sound grew louder and louder through constant resonance and reverberation. Li Fan quickly sensed that something was wrong. Though he immediately activated the previously arranged water-muddying array, the chaotic noise could do little to disrupt this grand thumping. Fortunately, Jiang Zhengji and Du Xingchang, who had been observing the battle, finally decided to stop standing by idly. Snow began to fall once more like goose feathers. The collective beating sound was dampened by the rustling snowflakes, reducing its intensity significantly. A strong wind swept through, whipping up thousands of snowdrifts while also scattering the petals of the red plum blossoms that bloomed defiantly in the snow. The petals danced on the wind like deadly blades. Each time they drifted past an exotic beast, they silently claimed its life. It was clear that with 2 mid-stage golden core powerhouses joining forces, these red-haired exotic beasts, that possessed only foundation establishment strength and acted on instinct alone, had little capacity to resist. Yet both Jiang Zhengji and Du Xingchang seemed to hold back, limiting themselves to tentative probes. They did not engage in widespread slaughter, only slightly weakening the red-haired exotic beast's collective resonance rather than cutting it off entirely. As a result, the resonance was not fully suppressed. Amid the increasingly rapid and thunderous beating, a colossal phantom of a red-haired exotic beast slowly began to take shape. The pressure emanating faintly from this phantom was only slightly weaker than that of Jiang Zhengji. Golden Core Realm. Li Fan and the 5 members of the Celestial Change Squad grew solemn. Although it seemed somewhat weaker than a true Golden Core powerhouse, it far surpassed anything in the Foundation Establishment realm. However, after the giant Golden Core beast manifested, it did not immediately attack Li Fan and the others. Instead, it grabbed its own kind from the ground, stuffed them into its mouth, and began chewing voraciously. Upon seeing their kin being devoured, the countless red-haired exotic beasts on Wanai Island showed no fear. Instead, they emitted strange, excited cries. The giant golden core beast showed no mercy, continuing to consume its weaker brethren. Gradually, its phantom form began to solidify. It seemed that as it devoured more of its own kind, it would gradually transform from illusory to real. Jiang Zhengji and Du Xingchang stood with arms crossed, coldly watching the situation unfold. Huan Sui grew anxious. If we wait for that giant beast to fully turn real, its strength will be comparable to a true golden core cultivator. Even if we all fight together then, victory is far from guaranteed. Another person spoke up. He's right. We can't wait any longer. Li Fan also nodded. I can set up one final backs to the river array to aid you, fellow Taoists. He then retrieved the array materials from his storage ring, and within moments, the backs to the river array was fully deployed. The 5 members of the Celestial Change Division felt their fighting spirits surge dramatically. This array can only last for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Li Fan said. His face was pale as sheet, and his voice was weak and drained. He seemed to have expended a tremendous amount of mental energy. Huan Sui and the other 4 exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. If we cannot defeat that colossal beast, we'll no longer qualify for advancement even if we manage to scrape by with our lives. Retreat is not an option. We can only fight. Attack. With faces set in grim determination, the 5 moved as one, supporting each other like a single sharpened blade. They shot forward like a sword, piercing fiercely toward the golden core beast. The vast majority of red-haired exotic beasts had their attentions fixed on the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Martial Hall. This allowed Li Fan to watch the battle leisurely within the shelter of the Celestial Spirit Fire Dragon array, barely facing any pressure. The 5 sword-shaped Foundation establishment curios struck in alternating sequence, their movements resembling a sharp, spinning drill bit. They turned every exotic beast, blocking their path into a bloody pulp. Despite facing the rapidly advancing squad of 5, the massive golden core exotic beast seemed utterly indifferent. It simply grabbed and devoured its own kind at a faster pace. The red-haired exotic beasts along the drill's path, however, fought with fearless ferocity. They used their own bodies to forge defensive lines, blocking the attack at any cost. While the squad swords were sharp, these exotic beasts possessed strength at the Foundation establishment realm after all. Under the relentless, wave-like onslaught of the beast tide, the cultivators inevitably saw their forward momentum slow. They had relied on a single burst of power to make a sharp, aggressive forward push. Now that they were hindered and their assault was slowed, the pressure they faced from the seemingly endless horde of red-haired exotic beasts increased greatly. This, in turn, caused their assault speed to slow even further. The situation swiftly deteriorated. At this critical moment, Huan Sui roared, "Change formation." Instantly, the other 4 took positions behind Huan Sui, channeling all their spiritual qi into him. The 5 swords glowed brilliantly, then gradually merged into a single blade. As the 5 became one, their power and momentum surged explosively. Sword light crisscrossed through the air, effortlessly carving a deep gully into the earth. The red-haired exotic beasts blocking the way were shredded by the sword light as if they were made of paper. In moments, the giant sword arrived before the golden core beast. Having devoured vast numbers of its kin by now, the upper half of the golden core beast had transitioned from illusory to solid. But with the sword light upon it, it had no further opportunity to enhance its power. It pounded its chest in frustration, then thrust its thick, powerful arms out, holding back the giant sword poised to strike its head in a tight grip. The giant sword erupted with a blinding white light, struggling to break free. But the golden core beast's claws were wreathed in a dark, misty energy. These tough, unbreakable threads of energy firmly wrapped around the sword. The massive, gaping maw on the beast's torso suddenly yawned open, and a horrifying roar erupted from within. The sword light abruptly dimmed. Then, the blade itself appeared to warp and distort when viewed from a distance, as if crushed by an invisible, colossal force. "Change!" Huan Sui's voice rang out again. The sword light disintegrated, separating back into 5 distinct blades. The golden core beast's hands closed on empty air. The 5 squad members of the Celestial Change Division flashed to different positions, and 5 different swords struck the golden core beast simultaneously. Roar! The beast howled in agony. No blood sprayed forth, but its form grew slightly more translucent. It shook its arms violently, knocking the 5 swords away. It then threw a powerful punch toward one Foundation establishment cultivator. But before the shockwave from its punch could reach that squad member, they shifted formation once more. The 5 regrouped, reappearing behind the golden core beast. This time, a different member took the lead. The 5 swords merged into one again, and slashed down hard into the beast's back. Caught off guard by the heavy blow, it staggered, nearly thrown to the ground. It quickly grabbed a handful of its own kind and shoved them into its mouth, healing its wounds. Simultaneously, it swung its arms, deflecting the sword light. The squad of 5, however, refused to engage it head-on. Moments later, the 5 separated again, appearing in different positions and leaving 5 new wounds on the giant beast's body. And so, through this dance of scattering and regrouping, the squad steadily whittled away at the golden core beast's strength. Though the beast possessed immense brute force, it could never land a solid blow. It was left with no choice but to endure the relentless assault, watching helplessly as its injuries accumulated. Rage drove its breathing into harsh, uneven gasps, and every strand of red hair on its body stood erect. After suffering another combined strike of sword light, its anger finally peaked. The red hair suddenly seemed to take on a life of its own, growing frantically. The beast tore a large clump of hair from its own body and hurled it into the air. This twisted mass of red hair radiated a sinister aura, then began to grow like a nest of writhing tentacles. The golden core beast continued its frantic motions, ripping all the hair from its body. A tangled web of these interweaving crimson threads filled the space around it. When a strand of sword light accidentally touched a thread, it was captured and took tremendous effort to break free. As the red hair continued to grow, the squad of 5 had less and less space to maneuver. It often took a prolonged skirmish just for them to land a single sword strike. Meanwhile, with the red hair acting as both its shield and ally, the golden core beast fought with increasing ease. No longer worried about the sword light attacks, it launched its own assaults while casually tossing its own kind into its mouth to bolster its own power. It seems the situation is turning unfavorable. Li Fan murmured inwardly, frowning as he incinerated a sneaky exotic beast trying to approach. Watching from a distance, he began considering whether to intervene covertly. Just then, Jiang Zhengji's voice echoed from above. "Do you understand your mistake?" The moment the beast manifested, you should have attacked with everything you had. Instead, you hesitated, waiting until it had devoured a horde of other beasts and undergone a qualitative transformation before acting. In a life-or-death struggle, a moment's hesitation can seal your fate. Once it reached the Golden Core realm, the outcome of your trial was already decided. Though the Celestial Change Array is powerful, this Golden Core exotic beast has a near-endless supply of its own kind to consume. It will only grow stronger with each battle, while your own strength will only diminish. However, the fact that you forced it to reveal its red-haired form is surprising. It seems your daily training hasn't been in vain. This time, I'll consider it a narrow pass. Huan Sui and the other 4 first showed a flicker of shame at these words. But upon hearing that they had passed their trial, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Before his voice had even faded, Jiang Zhengji appeared directly above the golden core beast. The beast sensed the danger and began to react, but it was already too late. The snow falling across the world suddenly swarmed and gathered, and the blizzard blotting out the sky converged upon the creature's form. In mere moments, the beast was completely encased, and a somewhat comical giant snowman now stood beneath Jiang Zhengji's feet. At first, the colossal beast trapped within the snow figure struggled violently, but as the snow accumulated around it, its movements grew progressively weaker, until finally, all resistance ceased completely. While the golden core beast remained imprisoned within the snowfall, the twisted crimson hair surrounding it writhed desperately, attempting a rescue. However, the red plum blossoms blooming abundantly across Wanlai Island now scattered their countless petals into the wind. These plum petals sliced through the air like blades, endlessly shredding the crimson threads into finer and finer fragments. The shredded red hair, mingled with falling petals, drifted down beneath the plum trees. The petals enveloped the crimson strands, gradually withering together, transforming into dust that was absorbed by the plum tree's roots. Only their delicate fragrance lingered in the world. Jiang Zhengji gazed appreciatively at the plum trees now stripped bare to their branches, then took a light step forward onto the snow figure's head. The massive snow construct began shrinking steadily beneath his foot, until it became a palm-sized miniature that Jiang Zhengji casually stored away. Before the astonished expressions of Huan Sui and the others, the golden core beast that had utterly stymied the 5-member Foundation establishment squad had been captured with effortless ease. Thus demonstrated the vast chasm between the mid-stage golden core realm and the Foundation establishment realm. Once the golden core exotic beast was subdued through the combined efforts of Jiang Zhengji and Du Xingchang, The red-haired exotic beasts on Wanai Island finally showed expressions of terror. They began fleeing, and some even attempted to leap into the sea. But the purple array Jiang Zhengji had set up earlier had already completely sealed off Wanai Island. Kill them. At Jiang Zhengji's command, the 5 members from the Celestial Change Division once again began their efficient slaughter. Li Fan, appearing as though he had finished resting, activated the Celestial Spirit Fire Dragon Array. He also occasionally released faint blue sword light to harvest the lives of the red-haired exotic beasts. This time, no further complications arose. By late afternoon, as the sun set, only a quarter of the red-haired exotic beasts on Wanai Island remained alive. Halt! Jiang Zhengji finally spoke again. Heavy snow began falling once more as he employed the same technique he had used to capture the golden core exotic beast. He transformed the majority of the remaining red-haired exotic beasts into tiny snowmen. Then he collected them, storing them in some unknown location. This mission proceeded relatively smoothly. "We can return to the island now," he said calmly. The exhausted 5-member squad collectively breathed sighs of relief. Li Fan also maintained the appearance of someone who had pushed themselves beyond their limits. "You have my thanks, fellow Taoist. Without those crucial arrays, I doubt they would have passed their trial successfully," Jiang Zhengji said politely to Li Fan during their return journey. Li Fan wore an expression of humility. The members of the Martial Hall did all the heavy lifting. "I merely set up a few arrays and didn't actually eliminate many exotic beasts." Jiang Zhengji smiled. "Isn't that what array masters are supposed to do? Your array proficiency doesn't seem low at all. While you might not compare to those grandmasters, the practical contributions you made in battle were significant. That water-muddying array in particular is truly ingenious. I've participated in dozens of extermination missions and encountered many array masters, but few possess your level of adaptability, fellow Taoist." Li Fan shook his head. "You flatter me too much. It was just a moment of inspiration." Then he asked curiously, "You've participated in dozens of exterminations? Could these red-haired exotic beasts possess some special value? Otherwise, why not simply eradicate them completely?" Jiang Zhengji nodded. "Your guess is correct, fellow Taoist. These red-haired exotic beasts do have some use. That's precisely why I captured a large number alive instead of exterminating them all." The Martial Hall headquarters issues an annual mission requiring all regions to collect and submit a certain quantity of sound-absorbing esoteric treasures and exotic beasts. These red-haired exotic beasts feed on sound. Though relatively weak, they exist in vast numbers, perfectly meeting the headquarters' requirements. The headquarters has been quite satisfied with their sound-devouring capabilities, demanding we submit increasing quantities each year. As he spoke, Jiang Zhengji's face showed a hint of pride. But these exotic beasts have no natural predators and never worry about food shortages. Their reproduction rate is alarmingly fast. Additionally, they can devour their own kind to evolve. However, if their numbers grow too large, there's a chance one might evolve into a nascent soul monster. That would create serious problems. To prevent this, we must regularly cull the exotic beasts on the island. Jiang Zhengji explained with a smile. "So you see, the number of red-haired exotic beasts must be carefully balanced, neither too many nor too few. Maintaining them at a relatively low level is optimal. Neither too many nor too few." Li Fan slowly nodded upon hearing this, murmuring to himself softly. As if recalling something, he glanced up at the sky imperceptibly before sinking into deep thought. The journey passed in silence, and after the group safely returned to Myriad Immortal's island, Li Fan bid farewell to the others. Back inside the Tianqian mirror, he added Du Xingchang and the others as friends in one go. Sitting cross-legged within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan frowned deeply. He thought about his 12th lifetime, when his technique transmission business had prematurely cultivated a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators. This had even led to pursuit from a Dao Unity cultivator. Not too many. Is it because the new methodology plunders heaven and earth, and if the number of cultivators is allowed to expand unchecked, the world's resources will be exhausted? Then why must there not be too few cultivators? If one has already attained eternal life, why care about a bunch of ants? Both the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Council intentionally nurture cultivators. The red-haired exotic beasts are useful to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, so a certain number must be maintained. What use are cultivators to the eternal heavenly venerables? Before his transmigration, Li Fan had heard the saying, "To sages, all are but ants." Sages resided high above, viewing all living things as nothing more than straw dogs. The lives and deaths of beings in heaven and earth were beneath the notice of these sages. Even if calamity descended and the world was bathed in blood, sages regarded it with indifference, utterly unconcerned. Why then did the eternal heavenly venerables of the Xianwang world require a specific number of cultivators? The exclusivity of immortal techniques had plunged the world into endless slaughter. In this ravaged cultivation world, what reason did the heavenly venerable Tao teacher, who had already achieved eternal life, have to establish the myriad immortals alliance? Compassion? Or perhaps, in an instant, several different answers surfaced in Li Fan's mind. But clearly none could be verified at this moment. He could only bury them deep within his heart, waiting for future opportunities to uncover the truth. Calming his turbulent emotions, Li Fan checked his permission level. The reward for the red-haired exotic beast extermination mission was a grade D- merit. The actual permission level increase was 260. After completing just this one mission, Li Fan's permission level had risen to Yen 3, with 60% progress in this level. It seems that in the early stages, raising permission levels is quite straightforward. Li Fan then browsed through the newly available techniques. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find any that could enhance his ability to multitask. Over the following period, Li Fan accepted and completed 2 more merit tasks. One was a grade C+ merit task, the other a grade D- merit task. The missions went smoothly, without any complications. At the same time, Li Fan became acquainted with other members within the Myriad Immortals Alliance system, and his permission level consequently advanced to Yen 5. Although he had used up his annual quota of 3 merit missions, he still hadn't found a suitable technique. It seems that even with the derivation Jade's ability to derive an infinite number of techniques for the Myriad Immortals Alliance, any technique that enhances multitasking remains extremely precious. I wonder what permission level is required for it to appear in my redemption catalog. The detailed redemption catalogs for different permission levels are also confidential information and cannot be casually shared. The higher the permission level, the greater the confidentiality. Leaking such information carelessly could lead to anything from merit deductions to severe punishment, even execution. If not for these restrictions, I might have asked others for details to get a clearer picture. For now, I'll have to bide my time and focus on raising my permission level whenever possible. During this entire period, Zhou Qingong, the guardian of Taiyan Island, had been acting perfectly normal. But Li Fan remained patient. He was certain that before crimson flames scorched the seas, Zhou Qingong would slip up. On this day, Li Fan received a message from Zhang Jiliang, summoning him to the Strategy Array Hall. After securing the position of array maintenance technician, Li Fan had yet to perform any actual duties. He presumed Zhang Jiliang had been occupied with his research on the Mountain River Grand Array around the recently resurfaced island, which explained the lack of communication. Li Fan didn't delay. Changing into his black and yellow Taoist robes, he swiftly arrived at the Strategy Array Hall. With his official status, the 7-colored immortal felling array above the core district completely ignored his presence. Upon entering the tilted cubic structure, the smaller cube seemed to recognize Li Fan's identity and activated automatically. Moments later, it transported him to Zhang Jiliang's space. This place felt extremely familiar to Li Fan. During his 11th life, he'd studied arrays here obsessively for years, formally stepping onto the path of arrays through that dedication. Zhang Jiliang stood motionless, his back turned to the entrance. "Greetings, senior," Li Fan called out, bowing. Zhang Jiliang remained still, as if he hadn't noticed Li Fan. Seeing this, Li Fan repeated his greeting. As if experiencing significant lag, Zhang Jiliang slowly turned around after a long delay. "Oh, you're here." Li Fan immediately realized this figure was likely an avatar or similar construct. Still, he asked, "Senior, have you completed your research on the Mountain River Grand Array?" After another pause, Zhang Jiliang's fragmented voice responded. "Not yet. Research on the Mountain River Grand Array reached a critical stage. More complex than anticipated, likely another year or 2 before completion." Fellow Taoist, he seemed to have urgent business, departed hastily. Suddenly remembered I haven't taught you anything about arrays since your appointment. Given the current circumstances, I cannot spare the time. However, it'll be unreasonable to delay your training for another year or two. Therefore, I shall provide you with relevant study materials first. Go through them independently. Any questions can wait until my return. His speech was halting, the short passage taking him considerable time to deliver. Zhang Zhiliang then handed over a storage ring. Li Fan accepted it, scanning it with his divine sense. The contents weren't unfamiliar: an encrypted jade slip and mind ape incense. Since you've grasped the fundamentals of arrays through self-study, your aptitude cannot be poor. The encrypted jade slip contains my carefully compiled primer on the path of arrays. Study diligently and cross-reference the information with your existing knowledge. After thorough reading, your array proficiency should improve significantly. After these final words, Zhang Zhiliang's figure fell completely silent. Li Fan kept the storage ring and returned to the Tianqian mirror. Retrieving the encrypted jade slip, he read it carefully and found its content similar to what Zhang Zhiliang had taught in his previous life. This time, however, it included numerous examples. One of them was the current island protection array of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the Heavenly Vitality Transformation Array. Unlike the Myriad Li Mountain River array of 3,000 years ago that focused heavily on defense, the current Heavenly Vitality Transformation Array balanced offense and defense, while also absorbing essential chi from mortals within its range to enhance spiritual chi concentration. Although the Jade Slip did not include the core structural data of the Heavenly Vitality Transformation Array, it contained diagrams of its vulnerable nodal structures. From these details, Li Fan could glimpse the vast scale and sophisticated craftsmanship of this array. Within the Jade Slip, Zhang Zhiliang also left a stern reminder. The contents of this grand array were secrets of the Myriad Immortals Alliance and must never be leaked. Besides the Heavenly Vitality Transformation Array, the Jade Slip also contained analyses of many other arrays he had never seen before, such as the Azurewood Spirit Gathering Array and the Soaring Sky 5 Thunders Array, which broadened Li Fan's horizons immensely. However, Li Fan only skimmed through them briefly without delving deeper. These arrays were profound and extremely intricate, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Setting aside the Jade Slip, Li Fan checked the price of Spirit Mist Grass. Zhang Zhiliang had mentioned earlier that Zhang Hao had dropped everything and rushed off, pausing his research into the Mountain River Grand Array. Immediately, Li Fan guessed that the Dracohail exotic beast must have attacked the Spirit Mist Grass Island. The timing lined up. Sure enough, not long ago, the price of Spirit Mist Grass had experienced a slight increase, rising from 18 contribution points per stock to 19 points. Li Fan currently had a stockpile of 2,700 stocks and wasn't in a hurry to sell them off immediately. After all, there was still some time before the news spread, the situation developed, and the price of Spirit Mist Grass skyrocketed to 25 points. A price of 25 points is still too low. Perhaps I can add fuel to the flames. But it's better that I don't use my true self for this matter. It's time to send my avatar. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with calculations. The avatar, which had been quietly performing errand tasks on Myriad Immortals Island, just barely meeting its own needs, activated a form-concealing talisman. After hiding its aura and appearance, it made its way to Thousandly Hall. The shop was deserted, with not a single customer in sight. Jiao Shouyuan was lying down behind the counter, his eyes closed. The moment Li Fan stepped inside, Jiao Shouyuan sprang up, his face eager. A customer, finally. What can I get for you? Array talismans, artifacts, pills, we have everything. Order in bulk for better prices. Li Fan chuckled. Fellow Daoist Jiao, I've heard that you have quite a few defective form-concealing talismans that were discarded by the Talisman Hall. Jiao Shouyuan grinned cheekily. I indeed have quite a few form-concealing talismans, but I can't disclose where I got them from. How many do you want, fellow Daoist? How many do I want? I'd like to buy all the form-concealing talismans you have. Li Fan paused mid-sentence. Immediately, he saw Jiao Shouyuan's face light up with wild joy. But my funds are tight. I don't have that many contribution points. He sighed, shifting his tone. Jiao Shouyuan's face darkened, his tone turning unfriendly. You rascal, are you just wasting my time? But then he frowned, somewhat puzzled. Why would you need so many form-concealing talismans? For something like this, keeping a few on hand is enough. Li Fan smiled faintly. That's precisely the reason I've come to find you, fellow Taoist. Seeing that he had piqued Jiao Xiuyuan's interest, Li Fan deliberately kept him in suspense, falling silent. Jiao Xiuyuan snorted coldly. Playing hard to get? Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? If you're unwilling to talk, forget it. Li Fan didn't get angry, but instead smiled faintly, cupping his hands. If that's the case, then I apologize for disturbing you. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and left. As he walked, he sighed. They all say Jiao Xiuyuan of Thousandly Hall never makes a losing deal. I thought your business sense was truly remarkable, but it appears to be nothing special after all. Li Fan shook his head, one foot already stepping through the main gate of Thousandly Hall. Wait. Just then, Jiao Xiuyuan called out to stop him. He enthusiastically pulled Li Fan back inside and closed the shop's entrance. Jiao Xiuyuan rubbed his hands together. Fellow Taoist, though I clearly recognize that you're using a provocation tactic, I'm still willing to fall for it. A flicker of greed appeared in his eyes. Because I can smell the scent of a business opportunity. Smell the scent of a business opportunity? What do you mean? Li Fan studied Jiao Xiuyuan with keen interest. Jiao Xiuyuan wore a smug expression. Just as some people can intuitively sense whether a decision will lead to benefit or harm, I, Jiao Xiuyuan, have the ability to effortlessly identify the path to immense profit amidst countless chaotic and useless pieces of information. It's instinct, a natural gift since childhood. Others can only envy me. He glanced at Li Fan again. The moment you walked away earlier, fellow Taoist, I was overcome with profound loss. It felt as though I was watching a mountain of contribution points vanish before my eyes, and my heart bled with pain. Therefore, I'm certain your words hold truth. Jiao Xiuyuan concluded decisively. Li Fan was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to genuinely possess such a talent. Yet, recalling his previous encounters with Jiao Xiuyuan, Li Fan slowly nodded. In that case, what price are you prepared to offer, fellow Taoist? Jiao Xiuyuan pondered briefly, then held up 3 fingers. Li Fan studied the gesture for a moment, but was unable to decipher its meaning, so he voiced his confusion. What does this mean? 3,000 contribution points. Jiao Xiuyuan replied gravely, 30%. 30% of the profits generated by the information you provide. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, skeptical. So generous? Jiao Xiuyuan chuckled. Fellow Taoist, you are not a merchant, so you cannot comprehend the true value of a timely, forward-looking piece of information. Under specific circumstances, a single piece of information can yield 100-fold or even 1,000-fold profit. Why would I not seize such an opportunity when paying 30% grants me 1,000-fold returns? His eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Li Fan couldn't help but applaud. Well said, fellow Taoist. But words alone are no guarantee. How can I ensure you won't renege on our deal when the time comes? Jiao Xiuyuan scoffed lightly. It seems you truly know little about commerce. In business, there are rules to follow. Out of nowhere, he produced a sheet of golden foil. Then, using his finger as a brush, he swiftly inscribed the terms of their agreement. After showing it to Li Fan for confirmation, he unhesitatingly signed his own name. Fellow Taoist, your turn, he said, handing the foil to Li Fan. Li Fan scrutinized the document once more before finally signing his avatar's name, Lin Fan. Instantly, the golden foil split into 3 copies. 2 flew toward Jiao Xiuyuan and Lin Fan, while the third soared into the sky, vanishing to an unknown destination. Moments later, Li Fan felt an inexplicable power descend upon his avatar. This force imposed restrictions and obligations, compelling the avatar to fulfill the terms inscribed on the golden foil. It felt as though the agreement had become his own will, and he felt driven to actively complete it. A power that alters perception of the mind. Startled by the sudden shift in its mentality, the avatar was taken aback. It quickly took a moment to examine the true self, which was located within the Tianjian mirror. Finding that it remained unaffected, it breathed a sigh of relief. The heaven-swapping art is truly miraculous, he inwardly praised. Meanwhile, compelled by the golden foil's power, the avatar immediately spoke up, revealing the news that the Spirit Mist Grass Island might have been attacked by the Dracohail exotic beast, and all the Spirit Mist Grass on the island had likely been destroyed. The Spirit Mist Grass Island has been destroyed? Upon hearing this, Jiao Xiuyuan's eyes widened with intense greed. Fellow Daoist, wait a moment while I verify this. With that, he closed his eyes. After a long pause, his eyes snapped open. The information is accurate. He paced excitedly back and forth. The Tsungyansee's Spirit Mist Island is one of the largest cultivation grounds for Spirit Mist Grass. At least 1/5 of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's supply comes from there. Now that all the Spirit Mist Grass on the island has been destroyed, its price is bound to skyrocket in a short time. The prices of byproducts like form-concealing talismans will also surge dramatically. Suddenly, he stopped pacing, and his brow furrowed. But this is just a resource used from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, and it's also cultivated elsewhere after all. Even if the price rises, it'll probably only increase by half at most. It's far from the business opportunity one sensed through divine intuition. What exactly am I missing? After pondering for a long time but finding no answer, Jiao Xiuyuan grew somewhat irritated. An unsettling aura began to emanate from him. As he listened to Jiao Xiuyuan's muttering, Li Fan also fell deep in thought. Various anecdotes he'd heard before his transmigration, the small group including He Jianghao rubbing their hands together, preparing to make a fortune from this opportunity, how the rising price of Spirit Mist Grass would immediately cause a wave of buyers. All these clues connected into a single thread, and Li Fan suddenly understood. He patted Jiao Xiuyuan's shoulder and said solemnly, "The business opportunity lies not in Spirit Mist Grass, but in people." Jiao Xiuyuan's eyes first filled with confusion. Then as understanding dawned, he exclaimed joyfully, "Fellow Daoist, your words have enlightened me. Indeed, great profit lies in people, not the grass." During his avatar's conversation with Jiao Xiuyuan, Li Fan's true self began purchasing Spirit Mist Grass through the Tianjian Mirror. Unfortunately, after recent expenditures, his true self only had slightly over 2,000 contribution points left. It was better than nothing, but just barely. Jiao Xiuyuan's demeanor was now transformed. He no longer looked wretched, instead exuding an inexplicable dominance. To profit from manipulating people, I must become the house. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking a child. Though he didn't take any visible action, Li Fan saw the price of Spirit Mist Grass begin to soar at a visible pace moments later. 19, 20, 21. In an instant, the price of Spirit Mist Grass skyrocketed to 22 points. The Thousand Li Hall's influence spans the entire cultivation world. Li Fan's eyelids twitched. This Jiao Xiuyuan truly wasn't boasting. And he had only just begun. Since I've become the house, it's time to invite the guests to take their seats. He let out a low chuckle. Then, as if falling into a deep slumber, he grew completely still. For a time, the Thousand Li Hall was completely silent. Li Fan knew that Jiao Xiuyuan was certainly using his countless puppets spread throughout the entire cultivation world to disseminate the news of the Spirit Mist Grass Island's destruction. The situation needed time to ferment. All they could do was wait patiently. Just then, He Jianghao's delayed but extremely excited message finally arrived. Fellow Daoist Li Fan, do you remember when I told you I'd help you make a fortune? The opportunity has arrived. I've received verified news that the island cultivating Spirit Mist Grass was attacked by an exotic beast, and all the Spirit Mist Grass on the island has been destroyed. The price of Spirit Mist Grass is certain to skyrocket. If you don't believe me, just look. In such a short time, it's already risen from 18 points to 22. But that's nothing, it's definitely going to climb even higher. This opportunity won't last, fellow Daoist. Strike now. A strange smile appeared on Li Fan's lips as he quickly replied, "Thank you, fellow Daoist. I've already gone all in." When a bubble forms, everyone knows it could pop at the slightest touch. Yet faced with the prospect of enormous profits, everyone loses their rationality, charging forward without regard for consequences. As Jiao Xiuyuan's countless puppets began their work, a piece of news started spreading throughout the cultivation world. Its reach grew further and wider, gradually becoming known to all. The price of Spirit Mist Grass was going to rise. And so, the bubble began its first expansion. In the 12th lifetime, only a small handful of people, including He Zhenghao, learned about the Spirit Mist Grass Island's destruction early and subsequently attempted to speculate on it. From beginning to end, the impact of the Spirit Mist Grass incident had remained confined to just a few provinces. But in this lifetime, when the house shifted from Eminence Qingmu Huaxing to this Jiaoxiu Yuan, whose cultivation level was unknown but business spanned the entire cultivation world, the situation changed dramatically. Countless puppets relayed the information. Through various channels, news of Spirit Mist Island's destruction quietly spread throughout the Xianwang world in less than half a day. Even if only 1% of the cultivators who heard this news developed thoughts about speculating, and only 1% of those actually took action, it would still be an enormous number. Moreover, in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, where accumulating contribution points through ordinary means was quite difficult, few cultivators would willingly pass up such an obvious opportunity to make a fortune. Thus, the actual number of cultivators participating in the Spirit Mist Grass price speculation far exceeded these estimates. While most cultivators weren't particularly wealthy, they could still afford to buy 1 or 2 stalks of Spirit Mist Grass. Driven by the mentality of earning whatever they could, vast numbers of cultivators rushed back to the Tianqian Mirror as quickly as possible, scrambling to purchase Spirit Mist Grass. Therefore, half a day after He Zhenghao sent his message to Li Fan, the price of Spirit Mist Grass rose from 22 contribution points per stock all the way to 35 points, 10 points higher than the peak price of 25 points Li Fan had witnessed in his 12th lifetime. And the upward trend showed no signs of stopping. He Zhenghao's excited voice kept coming through. Haha, fellow Taoist Li Fan, wasn't I right? The price of Spirit Mist Grass is bound to keep rising. It's gone up 50% in half a day. I've recouped all my previous losses in one go. Fellow Taoist, don't sell the Spirit Mist Grass you're holding now. You have no idea how wildly the news about the drastic drop in Spirit Mist Grass production is spreading. Countless cultivators are joining the buying frenzy. Several of us agree that it's far from time to cash out. At the very least, it should rise another 50%. Haha, my nascent soul technique is within reach. He Zhenghao was clearly extremely agitated. Li Fan offered perfunctory replies and some flattering words, but his attention remained focused on his avatar. Fellow Taoist Jiao, I see the price has risen considerably. Should we cash out? Li Fan asked tentatively, watching the steadily climbing numbers in the mini Tianjian mirror before him. Jiao Xiuyuan's face showed little excitement. He closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. No, the time is not yet ripe. An even greater variable will soon arrive. Wait patiently. An even greater variable? Li Fan paced back and forth in the Thousand-Li Hall, his mind racing. According to common sense, the price of Spirit Mist Grass is already extremely high. What could this so-called variable be? However, Li Fan knew that no matter how high the price of Spirit Mist Grass rose, with the existence of the 5 elements grotto heavens, the final outcome would inevitably be a crash to the depths. Even if he failed to cash out in time, the maximum loss would only be 10,000 contribution points, an amount he could easily earn back. So he remained completely unflustered, calmly observing how events would unfold. Like Li Fan, many others decided to wait and see a while longer, including Eminence Qingmu Huaxing, who held nearly 10,000 stalks of Spirit Mist Grass grown in his own grotto heaven. A few days prior, he'd happened to hear that the Alliance headquarters had apparently discovered an enormous wood attribute grotto heaven containing countless spirit plants and herbs. He feared the price of Spirit Mist Grass would soon plummet. Thus, he began methodically selling off his Spirit Mist Grass. Though he released his stock as slowly as possible to contain price fluctuations within normal ranges, the price continued its uncontrollable descent, dropping from its peak around 21 points to a historic low of 18 points. Eminence Qingmu Huaxing immediately realized he wasn't the only one privy to this information. Yet for their own benefit, everyone had tacitly agreed to sell gradually, preventing a catastrophic market collapse. Just as Qingmu had sold over half of his 10,000 stocks, he suddenly noticed the price had not only halted its decline, but had begun rebounding sharply. Before he could react, the price had already recovered to its previous level. Knowing something abnormal must be at work, Qingmu immediately mobilized his connections and uncovered the likely cause, Spirit Mist Island had been destroyed, along with all the spirit mist grass cultivated there. Qingmu instantly recognized that this was a rare opportunity. Thus, he swiftly shifted from selling to buying, repurchasing all the spirit mist grass he'd previously sold. Though he had incurred significant losses through the multiple transactions, the price soon embarked on another explosive rally, and this single move transformed his losses into profits. The ferocity of the surge filled Qingmu with both delight and trepidation. As someone dedicated to cultivating various spirit plants, Qingmu understood spirit mist grass better than most cultivators in the myriad Immortals alliance. A price of 35 points clearly exceeded its intrinsic worth. Not to mention that with the wood attribute Grotto Heaven's existence, the price would inevitably crash eventually. Yet despite holding over 10,000 stocks and having resolved to sell, Qingmu hesitated as he watched the price rise, seemingly without end. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer? This sudden spike is clearly abnormal. There are signs of many hands manipulating it behind the scenes. Maybe it will rise just a little more? Once this thought took root, it could no longer be erased. After all, for Qingmu, each time the price of spirit mist grass rose by 1 point, it meant 10,000 more contribution points for him. Even for a nascent soul eminence, earning over 10,000 contribution points wasn't easy. Ordinarily, tending to these spirit mist grass required exhaustive effort and meticulous care. All that backbreaking work yielded only a meager tens of thousands of points as compensation. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he could obtain the same amount without lifting a finger. The young eminence Qingmu didn't yet understand that paper profits weren't real profits. Facing his wildly inflating paper wealth, greed crept into eminence Qingmu's previous rationality. He decided to wait until spirit mist grass prices rose just a bit more, then he would sell off his stock. Once news of that wood attribute Grotto Heaven's discovery becomes public knowledge, spirit plant prices will inevitably fall. He reasoned. Earning contribution points will grow increasingly difficult. This is a rare opportunity. If I don't take this final chance to profit now, I'll surely regret it later. Watching the prices continue their relentless ascent, Azurewood Eminence's eyes gradually burned with hunger. He had convinced himself of his decision with terrifying ease. Thus, the mastermind behind the speculation of spirit mist grass prices in the 12th lifetime, Eminence Qingmu Huaxing, abandoned his role as market manipulator and joined the fray to chase profits himself. Many other shadow players shared Qingmu's perspective, and driven by these individuals, the price of spirit mist grass began its second surge after briefly stabilizing at 35 points. The day after, prices skyrocketed to 50 points before falling back to 45. Then, they fluctuated erratically between 45 and 50 points. This dramatic doubling of spirit mist grass prices in such a short time became a heated conversation topic among cultivators. Whenever someone brought it up, their faces would flush with excitement, as if certain the price would inevitably reach 100 points. Gradually, even latecomers found themselves irresistibly drawn in. Many cultivators who hadn't even known what spirit mist grass was began paying attention and participating. Influenced by this frenzy, the price successfully broke through the 50-point threshold on the third day, climbing to 54 points. Within Thousand Li Hall on Myriad Immortals Island, Li Fan asked again, "Fellow Taoist Jiao, shouldn't we sell now?" Jiao Xiuyuan's eyes burned with greed as he vehemently shook his head. No, no, no. We've just barely gotten started. Right now, spirit mist grass is still just spirit mist grass. When it becomes more than just grass, that's when we'll truly profit. It's close, I can feel it. We're just one step away. He Jianghao shared identical sentiments. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, remember to hold firmly to your spirit mist grass. Don't believe those predicting a crash. Those are rumors spread by those who haven't entered the market yet and are trying to drive prices down. Trust my judgment. Prices will keep rising. As if confirming their words, the price continued its volatile ascent over the following days, eventually reaching 66 points. Within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan shook his head. It seems we're just one spark away from true madness. Of course, that same spark could also burst this bubble. Li Fan examined his current holdings. He currently held 2,900 stocks of spirit mist grass. Without hesitation, he sold 1,000 stocks. Here, He discovered another benefit of being within the Myriad Immortals Alliance system, the opportunity to repurchase items at market price, the number of times corresponding to one's permission level. At the Yen 5 rank, he received 3 opportunities annually to sell materials at the Tianqian Mirror's current prices. Thus, Li Fan sold his spirit mist grass at 66 contribution points each, immediately gaining 66,000 contribution points. His heart remained calm as he continued observing how the turmoil would evolve. When spirit mist grass reached 69 points, its rise finally stalled. Some previously frenzied individuals began recognizing that the price had been inflated too much, and there was a risk of collapse. Following Li Fan's example, they chose to secure their profits, even attempting to counsel friends to remain rational. Prices dipped slightly accordingly, but were quickly pulled back up by the greater number of speculative cultivators. Yet they never managed to break through the 69-point barrier. Bulls and bears engaged in brutal combat at this point, fighting for 5 or 6 days without any decisive outcome. Just as the stalemate persisted, the situation transformed in a way Li Fan never anticipated. The variable Jiaoshu Yuan had spoken of had finally arrived. On this day, the slightly manic voices of Jiaoshu Yuan and He Jianghao reached him simultaneously. Haha, fellow Daoist Li Fan, what do you think of my foresight? The price of spirit mist grass is about to soar to the heavens. It's here. The business opportunity with tenfold profits has finally arrived. Startled from his cultivation, Li Fan checked the price of spirit mist grass. At first glance, he thought he must be seeing things. 135 contribution points per stock. Li Fan stared blankly at the number for a moment, then looked again. It was now 166 contribution points per stock, and the number was continued to rise at an astonishing speed. How could this be? Li Fan wondered inwardly, bewildered. He quickly inquired, and Jiaoshu Yuan and He Jianghao answered him one after the other, their voices trembling with excitement. Just moments ago, news broke. Hidden Dragon Abyss, Phoenix Mist City, Kangmang Mountain. These major sites cultivating spirit mist grass within the Myriad Immortals Alliance were simultaneously attacked by unknown cultivators. All the spirit mist grass planted there has been destroyed. These maniacs even completely wrecked the unique environments required to nurture spirit mist grass in those cultivation grounds. This means that for a very long time, no new spirit mist grass will grow anywhere in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. These people, they actually dared. Li Fan fell into silent contemplation. He couldn't help but recall a well-known adage from his life before transmigrating. With 10% profit, capital is freely employed. With 20%, it grows lively. With 50%, it becomes bold. For 100%, it tramples all human laws. And with 300%, there is no crime it will not risk, even at the cost of its neck. Even in another world, it seemed nothing had changed. And here, the profits far exceeded a mere threefold. The news of the simultaneous attacks on cultivation sites instantly caused the price of spirit mist grass to soar through the roof. In the time it took an incense stick to burn, it surged from around 160 points to 212 and showed no signs of stopping. Those cultivators who had previously sold off their spirit mist grass at around 60 points tearfully bought back in, filled with regret. Witnessing the trend of another explosive price surge, those who already held spirit mist grass but still had surplus funds couldn't resist the urge to buy more. In the Tianqian Mirror, the price of spirit mist grass began another irrational, mania-fueled climb. 255, 282, 299. Soon, it surpassed 300 points. By this point, the vast majority of cultivators clearly understood that the price of spirit mist grass had become a pure bubble. But they were all gambling, betting that they could escape unscathed before the bubble burst, and in the process, earn contribution points they could never accumulate in a lifetime of labor. Human greed was laid utterly bare. The volatility of this surge sent a chill down Li Fan's spine, and a profound sense of unease welled up within him. When the price hit 310 points, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He sold every last one of his remaining 1,900 stalks of spirit mist grass. They vanished without a ripple, instantly devoured by the cultivators who had lost all reason. 589,000 contribution points. Added to his previous 66,000, Li Fan stared at his total of 650,000 contribution points, feeling as if he were dreaming. 1. From Karl Marx's Das Kapital. During his 12th lifetime, Li Fan had possessed total assets exceeding 1,000,000 contribution points, but that had been accumulated over years of diligently running Bright Moon Palace's technique transmission business. It wasn't exactly blood, sweat, and tears, but it was hard-earned currency nonetheless. Still, it was nothing compared to now, where he had gained 650,000 contribution points practically effortlessly, just by seizing the opportunity to drive speculation. This enormous windfall came so easily that it gave Li Fan an intensely surreal feeling. Collecting himself slightly, he looked at He Jianghao and Jiao Xiuyuan, both still lost in their fervent greed. His true self and avatar couldn't help but speak out simultaneously in admonishment. "Stop now, fellow Taoist He. Stop now, fellow Taoist Jiao. You've earned enough already. There's still time to pull out." Though they were in different locations, their reactions were remarkably similar. "Stop now? How could we? This surge in spirit mist grass prices has only just begun. The destruction of those cultivation sites proves that major players have truly entered the market. 300 contribution points isn't the end point, it's the starting line. Don't sabotage your own opportunities, fellow Taoist." He Jianghao analyzed with precision, dismissing Li Fan's advice entirely. "Not enough, still not enough. The opportunity hasn't expired yet, wait a bit longer." Though Jiao Xiuyuan was slightly more rational, he still harbored enormous greed, hoping to squeeze every last drop of profit. Seeing them like this, Li Fan knew deep down that they wouldn't listen to anyone's counsel now. Good advice cannot reach those hell-bent on their own destruction. I wonder how many obsessed cultivators will be bankrupted and have their Tao hearts shattered after this. Li Fan sighed inwardly. The spirit mist grass price bubble burst faster than Li Fan had anticipated. It also came as a surprise to the vast majority of cultivators. Just as spirit mist grass prices were soaring triumphantly, breaking through the 350-point barrier and seemingly headed toward 400 points, every cultivator frantically purchasing spirit mist grass from the Tianqian mirror suddenly heard the same mechanical, icy voice of the Tianqian mirror in their minds. Due to significant abnormal fluctuations in spirit mist grass prices in recent days, and to ensure the stable and harmonious development of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the following declaration is issued. 3 months ago, the Myriad Immortals Alliance discovered a sealed grotto heaven. This grotto heaven is extremely vast, with exceptionally concentrated wood attribute spiritual qi, and an extraordinary abundance of varieties of spirit plants and herbs. Preliminary estimates indicate that this grotto heaven alone can produce approximately 10 million stalks of spirit mist grass annually. This fully meets the Alliance's various production and consumption needs. The cultivators paid no attention to the Tianqian mirror's subsequent words. When they heard that the annual production of spirit mist grass was 10 million stalks, the expressions on their faces froze solid. Then boundless terror instantly descended, seizing their hearts. Though rumors had circulated earlier about that would attribute Grotto Heaven's incredible productivity, no one had been willing to believe such news amid the spirit mist grass's price surge. They thought it was a scheme spread by ill-intentioned individuals to disrupt the market and refused to believe the news was genuine. But now, the announcement came directly from the Tianqian Mirror itself. As the foundational platform of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, where all resource transactions occurred, no one doubted the Tianqian Mirror's words. Therefore, after the Tianqian Mirror's announcement was released, all cultivators felt like they had been struck by lightning. Only one thought remained in their minds: run. Run as fast as possible and try to cut losses as far as possible. But every cultivator knew the price of spirit mist grass had completely collapsed. Everyone wanted to sell the spirit mist grass they held, and no one was willing to buy any more. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the Tianqian Mirror directly announcing a precise, single buyback price of 4 contribution points per stock. The cultivators tried to exercise their privileges to sell to the Tianqian Mirror at the real-time price, only to find that the Tianqian Mirror refused to proceed with the purchase. Thus, Li Fan witnessed a scene he would never forget. The price of spirit mist grass plummeted like a waterfall, crashing downward without restraint. The numbers shifted rapidly, dropping from 3 digits to 2 digits, then from 2 digits to a single digit. In just a dozen breaths, the price of spirit mist grass fell from nearly 400 points to 4 points, a 99% collapse in an instant. Inside Thousandly Hall, Jiao Xiuyuan's face was frozen in a dazed expression. I, Jiao Xiuyuan, never make losing deals. After forcing these words out with difficulty, cracks began to appear all over his body, and his vital aura rapidly faded. In an instant, Jiao Xiuyuan transformed from a living man into a withered, broken piece of wood. It fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into several fragments. "Fellow Taoist Jiao," Li Fan exclaimed in feigned shock, stepping forward to examine the remains. "I am fine." Jiao Xiuyuan's gritted voice came from under the counter. Another intact Jiao Xiuyuan crawled out from a pile of miscellaneous items, his dark face twisting into a smile uglier than tears. The potential of this business opportunity wasn't even exhausted yet, but the Tianqian mirror cut it off with a single word. This time, the losses are devastating. Li Fan also pretended to look utterly defeated. "I advised you to pull out earlier, fellow Taoist, but you wouldn't listen. Your 30% share has also vanished into thin air. If you had cashed out at 300 points, no, even at 200 points, the profits would have been unimaginable." Bang! Cracks once again appeared all over this newly emerged Jiao Xiuyuan, and he exploded into countless fragments. "You, stop talking. Let me catch my breath." Yet another Jiao Xiuyuan slowly crawled out from the pile of miscellaneous items, his face pained as if his heart were bleeding. Seeing this, Li Fan seemed to snap back to his senses. His gaze shifted between the wooden fragments scattered across the floor and Jiao Xiuyuan, a look of horror on his face. "Fellow Taoist Jiao, are you even human?" This change in subject seemed to suit Jiao Xiuyuan just fine. He coughed lightly and waved a hand. "No need to panic, fellow Taoist. Of course I'm human. It's just that I cultivate the myriad puppets Tao." "Myriad puppets Tao?" Li Fan narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me, all the Thousandly halls across the cultivation world are run by your puppets?" Li Fan asked, already knowing the answer. Exactly. Business is tough, and I have to manage everything myself. Hiring more people just adds to the costs. Sometimes, spreading yourself too thin isn't necessarily a good thing. Jiao Xiuyuan lay down weakly, exhaustion evident in his voice. "Like this time, the explosion of so many puppets will cost me." Before he could finish speaking, this puppet also exploded with a deafening roar. "Fellow Taoist, please don't speak. Let me have a moment of quiet." Jiao Xiuyuan's feeble voice drifted from beneath the pile of debris. A communication spirit talisman flew over to Li Fan. "We'll talk another time." Li Fan's avatar weighed the communication spirit talisman in his hand, then quietly stepped out of Thousandly Hall. Jiao Xiuyuan wasn't the only one who had suffered a heavy blow from this incident. A pall of gloom appeared to settle over Myriad Immortals Island and the entire Myriad Immortals Alliance in the following days. Every cultivator Li Fan encountered on the streets appeared distracted, their spirits broken. He even heard that many cultivators, having lost everything, chose to end their lives in despair. At regular intervals, one could see fireworks blooming overhead. Others, who had leveraged themselves heavily in hopes of a big win, found themselves buried under insurmountable debt after the catastrophic crash of spirit mist grass prices. The sums were so vast they could never be repaid, even with a lifetime of labor. Some chose to resist their creditors by force, while others outright defected from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, fleeing to the Five Elders Council. So many cultivators were deserting that the Martial Hall found itself stretched thin, unable to handle the flood of traitors. The Tianqian Mirror issued an unusual number of merit-based bounty missions, and there were no restrictions on how many one could accept, creating a surge of turbulence and unrest throughout the Xianwang world. The impact of the Spirit Mist Grass incident was undeniable. Li Fan took advantage of the chaos, completing several bounty missions himself and raising his permission level to Yen 8. Strangely, however, the turmoil subsided on its own barely a month later. The sorrow etched on the cultivators' faces gradually faded, replaced by their usual vibrant expressions. It was as if they had collectively forgotten the Spirit Mist Grass incident, rarely mentioning it in conversation. When it did come up, no one seemed bitter or regretful. Instead, They treated it with jest and mockery. You only lost 50,000 contribution points and you're complaining? Huh. Every one of us lost at least 80 or 100,000. Conversations like these became commonplace. Gradually, the collective memory of the Spirit Mist Grass event faded among the cultivators, leaving only the lamentation. Contribution points are so hard to earn. But Li Fan's memory remained sharp. For one, he had emerged from the turmoil entirely unscathed. In fact, he was a beneficiary of the event, not a victim, so there were no painful memories to haunt him. Secondly, the staggering 650,000 contribution points he now possessed served as a constant reminder. It seems I won't have to worry about contribution points for a very long time. Li Fan mused, sending another message to He Jianghao. Earlier, Li Fan had paid He Jianghao a visit. In this lifetime, He Jianghao's losses appeared even more devastating than in the 12th lifetime. He seemed utterly broken, his gaze vacant and dull. When called, he would only respond out of instinct. It was only recently, under the influence of the eternal heavenly venerable, that he began to recover slowly. He was consumed by regret for not heeding Li Fan's earlier warning. When he learned that Li Fan had successfully withdrawn before the bubble burst, his envy was palpable. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, if only I had listened to your advice back then. Li Fan had lost count of how many times he'd heard He Jianghao say this. To be honest, investing requires a certain talent, Li Fan said gravely. You, fellow Taoist, he clearly aren't suited for it. Take my advice. From now on, stick to earning contribution points through missions. At least you're still alive and your cultivation remains intact. You can always start over. Yes, you're absolutely right, fellow Taoist. He Jianghao nodded vigorously, then ventured cautiously. How much did you make this time? A lot. An enormous amount, Li Fan replied cheerfully. He Jianghao's face flushed with envy, his lips parting and closing several times as if he wanted to say more but couldn't bring himself to speak. Li Fan could tell he was considering asking for a loan, but was too proud to voice the request. Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to call him out on it. Instead, he decided to let him stew a while longer. After all, He Jianghao wasn't the only Songyunsi Island guardian who had lost his life's savings through unfortunate investments. Stowing the myriad communication talisman away, Li Fan shifted his attention to Zhou Qingong on Taiyan Island. The man appeared deeply agitated, his brow furrowed tightly as he paced back and forth. He seemed eager to take some action, yet was trapped in indecision. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He produced a spirit talisman and spat with venom, pressing me again? It's just 50,000 contribution points. Do you seriously believe an island guardian of my standing would default on such a petty sum? Don't worry, I'll repay everything by the end of the month. After storing the talisman, Zhou Qingong's face darkened with resolve. Having apparently reached a decision, he activated a form-concealing talisman and slipped out of Taiyan Island's protection array. He flew to a desolate, uninhabited stretch of sea and hovered momentarily. Then his aura underwent a sudden transformation. Through the perspective of heaven and earth, Li Fan witnessed the complete alteration of Zhou Qingong's physical form and features. This wasn't some simple misdirection technique. He had fundamentally become another person entirely. The original Zhou Qingong had carried himself as a refined, scholarly youth. Now he stood as a gaunt, utterly unremarkable middle-aged man. Thus transformed, Zhou Qingong continued flying discreetly toward a specific destination. Finally showing your true colors. A sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He purchased an image recording stone through the Tianjian mirror, gripping it firmly while subtly adjusting his observation angle. He began recording everything he witnessed through his divine sense. After a full day's flight, Zhou Qingong arrived at a remote, uninhabited island as night descended. The place stood utterly barren, devoid of even a single tree. Only endless stretches of broken rock and rubble met the eye. Zhou Qingong landed and scanned his surroundings meticulously. Only after extensive observation, certain he hadn't been followed, did he begin searching through the island's stones. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to find his target. A look of triumph crossed his features as he picked up an ordinary-looking rock. The stone appeared completely mundane, bearing no special markings or symbols. It was just pitted and uneven, with several small holes in specific positions. Zhou Qingong studied the rock intently, committing the pattern of holes to memory. Then, with a sharp clench of his fist, he crushed the stone to dust. He took flight again, heading northwest from the island. Another half-day passed before Zhou Qingong abruptly halted over another empty stretch of sea. He plunged headfirst into the water, descending to the sea floor where ruins lay strewn about. Zhou Qingong combed through the debris until he stopped before a particular, nondescript broken stone slab. His hands glowed with earthy yellow light as he pressed his palms against the stone. The patterns matched. A beam of light erupted from the slab, sweeping over Zhou Qingong's entire body before retracting back into the stone. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the broken stone suddenly displayed the image of a human face. HM? Why are you contacting me so early? Wasn't our next meeting scheduled for 6 years from now? The face remained indistinct, but its expression was clearly puzzled as it scrutinized Zhou Qingong. Zhou Qingong hesitated, stammering slightly, "Boss, the funds have run out. Could you possibly allocate a little more?" The face seemed taken aback. "So soon? You've already spent it all." Then, as if recalling something, its tone shifted abruptly. "You fool. Don't tell me you've been speculating on spirit mist grass prices too." Zhou Qingong stammered an explanation. With how the spirit mist grass prices were trending back then, who could resist? Word was spreading like wildfire. There wasn't a single island guardian across the Songyun Sea who didn't speculate. If I'd stood apart from the crowd, wouldn't I have risked blowing my cover? Who knew the prices would crash so abruptly? Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he shot a suspicious glance at the face within the broken stone. "Boss, don't tell me you speculated too." The face sidestepped the question and snapped enough. "How much do you need?" Zhou Qingong hesitated briefly before murmuring, 100,000. 100,000? The face's voice rose sharply. "Impossible. Funds are tight right now. You and the others have been undercover this long with next to nothing to show for it. What grounds do I have to request more resources from the higher-ups?" The face rejected him without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhou Qingong quickly added, "But there has been progress, real progress. I've nearly decoded the outer structure of the Heavenly Vitality Transformation Array. In another 7 or 8 years at most, I'll have the core fully deciphered." And this time, He Jianghao suffered heavy losses too. "I'm asking for these 100,000 contribution points so I can seize the chance to strengthen my ties with him. He's an expert in arrays who even took part in setting up the Island Protection Array, and he's completely guileless. With his help, we're bound to decipher the array much sooner." Hearing this, the face's expression softened slightly. After a pensive silence, it finally replied slowly, "In that case, transmit the decoded array data to me first." Zhou Qingong nodded, pressed both palms against the broken stone again, and closed his eyes. Earthy yellow light flickered intermittently from his palms. Only after a long while did he withdraw his hands. This act seemed to drain him mentally, and his face was now deathly pale. The face remained impassive, as though verifying the data's authenticity. Well done," it acknowledged after a moment. "Still, 100,000 is far too much. 50,000. That's my offer." The face abruptly shifted his tone. Zhou Qingong grimaced. "Boss, 50,000 is far too little. 70,000 or even 60,000 would do." But the face ignored him entirely. 50 top-grade spirit stones. Fetch them from the usual spot 1 month from now. That's final." The light from the broken stone faded, leaving behind an ordinary-looking rock. Zhou Qingong slammed his palm down and shattered the stone to dust, his face dark with frustration. Reverting to his original appearance, he returned to Taiyan Island in silence. He stayed dutifully within the Island Protection Array, showing no outward sign of being an undercover spy. It seems there are quite a few agents working on the same operation under this handler aside from Zhou Qingong. However, the spies in this chain probably don't hold high positions within the Alliance yet. Their current mission priority appears limited to deciphering the Island Protection Array. Besides, their method of communication seems to require re-establishing contact each time. Though cumbersome, this one-way link reduces the risk of the entire network being exposed. Once Li Fan saw that Zhou Qingong had settled back into his role without further moves, he withdrew his attention and began calculating how to maximize gains from the situation. Aside from the method to evade the White Jade heart questioning platform, Zhou Qingong's face-changing technique would be incredibly useful to me as well. It'd be best to obtain both methods before reporting him to claim merit. A shame I still haven't uncovered the legendary soul-searching technique. The Myriad Immortals Alliance seemed to regulate such methods extremely strictly. Even with Li Fan's current Yen 8 permission level, he hadn't found so much as a fragment of related information. I wonder if there might be an opportunity in the fallen immortal realm. Not long ago, Li Fan had vaguely sensed that the cooldown period for the fallen immortal realm had ended. However, he had been busy hunting down defectors to complete merit tasks, so he had yet to enter it. Now that he finally had some free time, Li Fan felt the urge to explore the fallen immortal realm once more. Thus, he immediately began setting up the ritual. Blessed be Heavenly Venerable Xian Wang. As he silently completed the final incantation, countless chaotic, fragmented voices flooded his ears. With that, Li Fan had entered the fallen immortal realm once more. Junior brother? Junior brother. When Li Fan could clearly see his surroundings, his heart sank slightly. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Why have you been spacing out for so long? Before him was a cultivator wearing purple and white Taoist robes, with a purple lightning mark between his eyebrows. Li Fan was quite familiar with this person. It was Zhang Qianma, whom he had encountered during his previous entry into the fallen immortal realm. Why am I here again? Countless questions instantly flashed through Li Fan's mind. According to what Chening had told him, he should appear in a different random location each time he entered the fallen immortal realm. Why was his second entry point exactly the same as the first? Even the timing was precisely identical. Was there some special reason for this? Connecting this to his unique ability to have two lives in the fallen immortal realm, a technique suddenly surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Could it be because of the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra again? Li Fan made this guess instinctively. Last time, my divine sense incarnation was revealed. I was no match for Zhang Qianma and was slain by him. If I defeat him this time, will the outcome be different? However, this senior brother Zhang is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Or perhaps, I could avoid being discovered by hiding within Li Chen's shell. Instantly, numerous thoughts surged through Li Fan's mind. Nevertheless, he didn't forget to respond to this seemingly frivolous senior brother before him. Recalling what would happen next, Li Fan's thoughts raced. Senior brother, for some reason, I suddenly feel uneasy. It's as if this trip to retrieve the longevity fruits won't go smoothly. Zhang Qianma was slightly taken aback. Instead of dismissing it, he treated the matter with unusual seriousness. He made some calculating gestures with his right hand, and purple clouds seemed to drift through his eyes. Moments later, Zhang Qianma's expression turned grave. Junior brother, your premonition is correct. There is indeed something strange about Ningyuan City. Really? Li Fan feigned great surprise. Then, senior brother, what should we do next? Zhang Qianma pondered for a moment before saying, my divination shows there is a slight risk, but no life-threatening danger. We must retrieve the longevity fruits. If we return to the sect for reinforcements without even setting foot in Ningyuan City ourselves, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of our fellow disciples? Why don't the two of us sneak into the city to check out the situation first? Li Fan had no objections. You are absolutely right, senior brother. Zhang Qianma activated some unknown method, and the lightning mark on his forehead gradually faded as he completely suppressed his aura. Watching this scene, Li Fan felt a sudden compulsion. In no time, he similarly concealed his own presence with practiced precision. So this is the aura-concealing method from the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art. Much like controlling a character in a game, Li Fan could currently utilize all of Li Chen's techniques and moves, yet he possessed little genuine understanding of their underlying principles. Li Fan and Zhang Qianma both changed their attire, then slipped quietly into Ningyuan City. Senior brother, if someone truly means us harm and plans an ambush, the best approach would be to catch us by surprise, Li Fan transmitted via divine sense. They'd likely lie in wait near your old flame, Qixia. Zhang Qianma's face flushed slightly as he pondered this. You make a valid point, junior brother. Let's first investigate the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Li Fan followed Zhang Qianma to the bustling city center, where its most prosperous tavern was located. Across from the establishment stood a large entertainment house, where operatic performances unfolded on stage, surrounded by crowds of ordinary citizens enjoying the spectacle. The drunken Immortal Tavern's windows were wide open, and through them came the unmistakable sounds of laughter. Both female and young male voices carried through the air. The moment they arrived, Zhang Qianma's gaze locked onto a woman in opera costume on stage. She carried herself with an extraordinary bearing, and his eyes seemed glued to her, unable to look away. Meanwhile, Li Fan scanned the crowd for Chu Liang and his companions, who might be lying in ambush. Perhaps believing their targets hadn't arrived yet, Chu Liang made little effort to conceal himself, merely suppressing his aura while hiding among the spectators. Li Fan located him with minimal effort. "Senior brother, that man looks somewhat familiar," Li Fan said, pulling Zhang Qianma's attention away from Qi Xiao's performance. He transmitted Chu Liang's appearance via divine sense. "Eh? He does seem familiar. Who is he?" After a long moment, senior brother Zhang finally recalled Chu Liang's identity. "Chu Liang? Wasn't he expelled from the sect decades ago for being unable to cultivate? What's he doing here?" Zhang Qianma started in surprise. Li Fan seized the opportunity to add, "This Chu Liang doesn't appear to be mortal. It seems he's concealing his cultivation level." Zhang Qianma nodded subtly. "Indeed. There must be something strange going on here." After brief consideration, he proposed, "Junior brother, let's flank him from both sides. Then we'll simultaneously use Spring Thundershock to subdue him before conducting a proper interrogation." Information about Spring Thundershock surfaced in Li Fan's mind. It was a divine sense attack method from the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art. Like the first clap of thunder in spring, it could cause mental reverberations, making opponents momentarily lose control of their bodies. Compared to this Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art, most techniques I've encountered before seem designed solely for cultivation realm advancement. They lack many such practical applications, as if deliberately restricted. Only those like the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art from the ancient era might truly deserve to be called real techniques. This passing thought emerged in his mind, but Li Fan didn't dwell on it further. Acknowledging the plan, he separated from Zhang Qianma, and both moved through the crowd to flank Chu Liang. Chu Liang's vigilance proved remarkably low. Only when the two Marshall brothers closed in did he vaguely sense something amiss. Seeing Zhang Qianma suddenly appear before him, a look of sheer terror seized Chu Liang. But before he could react, two bolts of Spring Thundershock struck him from the front and back. His eyes went vacant, and his body turned rigid, completely paralyzed. Zhang Qianma stepped forward and subdued him, quietly bringing him to an abandoned civilian residence. By now, Chu Liang had regained consciousness. His eyes burned with pure hatred as he glared fixedly at Zhang Qianma. Zhang Qianma's face remained expressionless as he questioned coldly, "You are Chu Liang? Why are you here? In just over 30 years, you've transformed from a mortal incapable of cultivation into a Foundation establishment cultivator. What heretical method did you use?" Chu Liang snorted disdainfully and remained silent. "You think keeping silent will stop me from finding out?" A trace of contempt flashed across Zhang Qianma's face. "How could a rogue cultivator from a deviant sect like you possibly comprehend the methods of our orthodox school?" Without another word, Zhang Qianma's hand turned claw-like as he clamped onto Chu Liang's skull. In that instant, Chu Liang convulsed as if struck by lightning. An expression of extreme agony twisted his features as the light gradually faded from his eyes. Zhang Qianma remained utterly unmoved, maintaining his vice grip on Chu Liang. Finally, Chu Liang's pupils grew dull and lifeless. Yet his body continued to spasm in unconscious twitches. Thump. Now that the man was no longer useful, Zhang Qianma casually tossed Chu Liang to the ground, then stood silently for a long moment. "Senior brother, what exactly is happening?" Seeing that this scene closely resembled soul-searching, Li Fan's eyes flickered with thought. For now, he refrained from any abnormal actions, simply posing the question aloud. Instead of answering immediately, Zhang Qianma kept muttering something under his breath. "Extract the marrow of heaven and earth. Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth. Defy the principles of heaven and earth." He seemed profoundly shaken, momentarily unable to compose himself. "Senior brother." Li Fan had to call out again to snap him from his trance. "Huh." Zhang Qianma exhaled deeply, slowly recovering from his shock. His expression grew extremely grave. "Junior brother, I'm afraid this matter's severity exceeds both our imaginations. We must quickly conclude our affairs here and return to the sect to report to the sect leader. Li Fan gasped in astonishment. What matter could possibly require disturbing the sect leader? Zhang Qianma promptly gave a brief explanation about the immortal venerable transmitting a new Dao cultivation methodology, one that required no spiritual root aptitude. He has 3 accomplices in the city. Additionally, Manager Song has also cultivated this new methodology and has now reached the Golden Core realm. Follow me, we shall capture those 3 foundation establishment accomplices first. What about Manager Song? He's at the Golden Core realm. Li Fan couldn't help asking. Don't worry, leave him to me. He's nothing more than a paper tiger. A hint of disdain appeared on Zhang Qianma's face. Li Fan nodded without objection. Subsequently, the two captured the remaining 3 foundation establishment cultivators, who had attempted to ambush them, with little effort. Junior brother, wait here for me and keep watch over these individuals. After I capture Manager Song, I'll return for you. Zhang Qianma instructed. Li Fan examined Li Chen's memories once more, but found no trace of the soul-searching technique Zhang Qianma had just performed. He tentatively asked, Senior brother, what exactly is this soul-searching technique? Since I have nothing better to do, perhaps I can extract some additional useful information from these 3. Zhang Qianma paused slightly, studying Li Fan for a moment before laughing. Who was it that previously claimed soul-searching was too cruel and refused to learn it? After nearly being ambushed today and witnessing the harsh realities of the cultivation world, I see this obstacle in your mind has been cleared. Remember this, junior brother. In the struggle for the great Tao, you cannot retreat even half a step. Benevolent mercy is something we simply cannot afford. Soul-searching techniques are nothing. When the time comes, you may have to employ even more brutal methods like refining puppets from cultivators' bodies or sacrificing souls to temper artifacts. As he spoke, Zhang Qianma pressed his finger against Li Fan's forehead, transmitting the purple firmament soul observation art directly into his mind. The purple firmament cleanses, piercing through the soul. In an instant, a soul observation art comprising just tens of thousands of words appeared in Li Fan's mind. Junior brother, wait here for me, I'll be right back. Zhang Qianma said, then drifted away without waiting for Li Fan's response. Purple firmament soul observation. Li Fan was able to grasp most of the technique's essence after reading through it. This unique soul-searching technique of the purple firmament sect stated that major sects, orthodox and heretical cultivators, and various demons, devils, and exotic beasts were locked in endless conflict in the current cultivation world. Soul-searching, soul refinement, and fights to the death over treasure were all commonplace. Soul-searching was the act of reading memories from another's soul through specific methods. These methods varied greatly depending on the practitioner's habits and style. Some were cruel and brutal, causing permanent damage to the spirit. Even if the victim survived, they would be left like mindless infants, unable to care for themselves. Others were ingeniously unique, not only allowing one to search through soul memories, but also twist and reshape them by branding mental imprints, turning former enemies into the most loyal servants. The purple firmament sect's soul-searching technique was the most balanced and gentle among them, as it didn't cause significant harm to the soul. Of course, the subject would still experience pain during the process, feeling as if their soul were struck directly by purple firmament divine lightning. Yet, with careful recuperation afterward, they could fully recover. Yet from that day on, an indescribable dread would remain lodged in their hearts. Thereafter, whenever they sensed the presence of disciples from the purple firmament sect, it would feel as though they were confronting their natural predator, unable to summon even a trace of courage to fight back. Just as Zhang Qianma had done earlier, Li Fan bent his fingers into a claw and reached toward one of the prisoners. Once he activated the purple firmament soul observation art, an endless torrent of images came rushing in like a surging tide. It reminded him of when he had reconstructed the mountain-sitting art by refining an avatar, except the memories extracted through the soul observation art were far sharper and more lifelike. Scene after scene played out. Li Fan ignored the mundane details of everyday life and focused only on the portions that mattered. This foundation establishment cultivator was called Lu Tu. More than 40 years ago, he had been nothing more than an ordinary villager in the mountains. One day, while hunting, he lost his bearings and accidentally wandered into a concealed valley. To his astonishment, this remote valley deep in the mountains, usually empty of people, was packed on this day. Some were cultivators with powerful auras, but most were ordinary mortals like himself. Regardless of status, everyone sat together, listening closely as a young cultivator at the front delivered an impassioned address. Decades ago, I was like most of you, an ordinary mortal with no power over my own fate. I longed for the immortal path and grieved that my lack of spiritual roots barred me from cultivation. By luck, I personally witnessed the immortal Venerable's teachings and obtained a supreme methodology. From this day forward, spiritual roots are no longer necessary to cultivate. In only 10 years, I have already reached the golden core realm. The immortal Venerable said, the immortal path is. Under the young man's live guidance, dozens of mortals condensed heaven-earth roots right then and there, stepping directly into the chi refinement realm. Lu Tu listened, spellbound. His talent was a relatively worse, and he failed to break into chi refinement immediately. Still, he memorized the 5 spirits chi sensing method. After he returned home, he managed to draw chi into his body in under half a month, officially becoming a cultivator. After that, Lu Tu sought out and joined a spontaneously formed organization of rogue cultivators practicing this new methodology, the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Choosing the widely favored Heavenly Net Divine Technique as his main cultivation method, he cultivated for another 5 or 6 years. Then, with the curio of heaven and earth, mountain spirit ginseng, he succeeded in establishing his Tao foundation. Later, Chu Liang approached him and enlisted his help to ambush his 2 senior brothers, Zhang Qianma and Li Qin, while they were retrieving longevity fruits in Ningyuan City. The status of inner disciples of the Purple Firmament sect still frightened Lu Tu somewhat. But with the Golden Core cultivator Song Hazong leading them, and the lore of the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art, a supreme technique, Lu Tu ultimately agreed. After all, the intelligence said the 2 Purple Firmament disciples were only at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm. Who could have expected they would run into a monster like Zhang Qianma, someone who could kill Golden Core cultivators while still at Foundation establishment? Thud. After finishing the soul search, Li Fan flung the slack-bodied Lu Tu to the ground. Then he pressed a hand to his throbbing temples, trying to steady his violently roiling soul. Soul-searching was marvelous, capable of stripping bare every memory and secret hidden in an enemy's mind. But it was not without risks. The drain on one's divine sense was equally shocking. Li Fan's current condition was proof of severe overexertion. Worse still, the target might pretend to be completely broken and submissive, only to seize the opportunity mid-search to launch a lethal counterattack. If the caster was unprepared and couldn't defend themselves, their soul could be heavily damaged, and they might even have their own memory searched in turn. I only have a divine sense incarnation in the fallen immortal realm, and it isn't as strong as my true self. Even so, the cost of this soul search is still too great. Thinking of how easily and casually Zhang Qianma had done the same thing, Li Fan briefly wondered whether he had used the art incorrectly. But after reviewing Li Chen's memories and reflecting on it, he realized this was normal. In that era, the major sects cultivated their elite disciples in an all-encompassing way, sparing no expense. Those disciples never lacked rare treasures, and profound secret arts were essentially open for them to choose from. Practical combat training, divine sense tempering, direct guidance, and personal instruction from senior powerhouses of the sect. As long as one displayed enough talent, all these resources were poured into them to accelerate their growth. By contrast, in the present cultivation world, a perfectly good technique would be deliberately chopped into multiple segments, plainly meant to cap a cultivator's combat power. Want rare treasures to strengthen yourself? Want secret techniques to protect yourself? Sure. First do tasks and earn contribution points. Saved enough points but still can't find what you want? Then your permission level isn't high enough. Go grind merit tasks for a few more years and rack up more points. Even though he didn't know the exact situation in the 5 Elders' Council, he suspected it worked much the same way. Most cultivators in the present day likely didn't even reach the level of the rogue cultivators in Zhang Qianma's eyes. Because in Lu Tu's memories, the early Myriad Immortals Alliance offered techniques that included all manner of wondrous arts and secret methods. Take the commonly practiced heavenly net divine technique. Its scope was as vast as heaven and earth, covering everything. Concealment, escape arts, divine sense tempering, physical strengthening, chi refinement, alchemy, talisman crafting, array construction, every detail was accounted for, lacking nothing. It truly deserved to be called the finest introductory cultivation technique available. While it might not excel in any single aspect, its comprehensiveness was its greatest strength. Li Fan couldn't even estimate how exorbitantly expensive this technique would be if sold by the current Myriad Immortals Alliance. And that was only one of dozens of techniques the Alliance was handing out freely at that time. The contrast made Li Fan curse inwardly. Damn, how did the Myriad Immortals Alliance end up like this? The gap was this vast even when compared to rogue cultivators of this era, let alone elite disciples from major sects like Zhang Qianma. Even though Li Fan possessed the mysterious return to truth and had lived through countless simulation cycles, giving him divine sense far beyond ordinary cultivators, he had never strengthened himself systematically, nor had he consumed heavenly treasures to bolster his cultivation. Thus, the disparity between him and this senior brother Zhang was still significant. After checking his own condition, Li Fan's brow tightened. Because my divine sense is overly depleted, the time I can stay in the fallen immortal realm has been sharply reduced. Originally, I could remain for about half a month. Now I can only last 7 or 8 days. Still, I've gained something. According to Chening, this is enough to leave early. I only need to mentally run the ritual in reverse. I just don't know whether that satisfies the requirements to bring anything back into reality. To carry objects or information from the fallen immortal realm into the real world, certain conditions had to be fulfilled. When Chening explained it before, he had intentionally been vague about what those conditions were. Since the Tianqian mirror currently provided no information about the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan had no choice but to deduce the answer himself. The more valuable the item, the harder it is to retrieve. For now, the heavenly net divine technique is out of the question. If I can bring back the purple firmament soul observation art, my goal will be achieved. So, what are the conditions? Killing Zhang Qianma? At present, Li Fan had no clue. Either way, I should return to reality first. Maybe once I'm back, I'll be able to recall the soul observation art's contents. After a brief moment of thought, Li Fan made up his mind and immediately began performing the reverse ritual in his mind. A dizzy spell washed over him. In the next instant, the scenery around him shattered into star-like fragments. Li Fan's consciousness returned to the Tianqian mirror. He carefully retraced every detail of his trip into the fallen immortal realm. Every event and every conversation with senior brother Zhang remained clear and vivid. But when he tried to recall the purple firmament soul observation art or the heavenly net divine technique, there was nothing, no matter how he tried. It was like trying to carry water in a bamboo basket. All his efforts came to nothing. As expected, it isn't that simple. To grasp treasure in your hand, yet find it as unreachable as flowers in a mirror or the moon on water, it's a hard feeling to endure. Then I'll have to enter again and figure out the exact conditions. Fortunately, because I left voluntarily last time, the cooldown period before I can re-enter is much shorter. While waiting, Li Fan bought an aura exaltation talisman to disguise himself as a golden core cultivator. He then purchased a face-changing pill, altered his appearance, and headed for the island where the fish betting game was held. After the spirit mist grass incident, far fewer cultivators were gathered there than usual. Li Fan casually picked a fish to wager on, then began discreetly questioning the golden core cultivators in the crowd about the fallen immortal realm. From their discussions, he learned that each entry dropped them into different locations. Sometimes they arrived in the middle of an orthodox versus heretical battle and were casually killed by top powerhouses on the field. Other times, if they were luckier, they would inhabit the body of a disciple from some sect. But even then, figuring out the conditions to bring techniques out within a mere 10+ days was extraordinarily difficult. All they could do was watch helplessly as the techniques slipped from memory, leaving only bitterness behind. Obviously, no one could repeatedly enter the same location the way Li Fan could. However, one golden core cultivator was clearly quite pleased with himself and began boasting about his experience. Once, when he entered the fallen immortal realm, he had taken over the body of a young boy. The boy's clan had been wiped out when he was still young, and his entire family perished tragically, leaving him as the sole survivor. While struggling just to stay alive, the boy never stopped investigating the mastermind behind the massacre. One day, he happened upon two cultivators locked in a fight to the death in the mountains. Both ultimately perished. From their corpses, the boy obtained several elixirs and two cultivation techniques, which allowed him to step onto the path of immortality. Just as he began to see some success, breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and uncovering clues about the massacre, he was possessed by this golden core cultivator. Using the boy's accumulated clues, the cultivator managed, within the limited time available, to track down the culprit from years past. He then exterminated the killer's entire family, fulfilling the boy's long-cherished wish for revenge. After leaving the fallen immortal realm, the golden core cultivator successfully brought out one of the techniques, which later sold for a handsome sum of 30,000 contribution points. Hearing this, the others were filled with envy and praised his good fortune. "So I believe one possible way to bring items out is through exchange," the cultivator said. "Since I wanted the boy to give me the technique, I had to help him fulfill his deepest wish. His wish was revenge for the massacre, and I accomplished it. In return, he was naturally willing to hand over the technique." The golden core cultivator, Ji Xingwen, spoke with complete confidence. Li Fan and the others fell into thoughtful silence after hearing this. Having obtained the information he wanted, Li Fan waited for the results of the fish betting game, memorized the appearance of the winning fish, and then hurried back to Myriad Immortal's island. Inside the Tianjian mirror, he cultivated in the boost state while waiting. Over 10 days later, Li Fan inexplicably felt that he could enter the fallen immortal realm again and immediately performed the ritual. Things unfolded without incident. Just like the previous 2 times, he possessed Legion of the Purple Firmament sect. Li Fan followed the exact same actions as last time, like pressing the fast-forward button. "Junior brother, wait here for me, I'll be right back." Zhang Qianma was already far away by the time his words faded. This time, Li Fan chose another person to soul search. As this was his second time performing the Purple Firmament soul observation art, he was somewhat more proficient, but it still consumed considerable energy. After browsing through this person's past experiences, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. His circumstances were quite similar to Lu Tu's, just an ordinary mortal who happened to encounter someone spreading the Immortal Venerable's new methodology, and then embarked on the immortal path and joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, in his memories, the one spreading the new methodology to the mortals wasn't that ambitious young man who reached Golden Core in 10 years, but rather a woman dressed in snow-white clothes, with peerlessly beautiful features. This woman's cultivation speed was even more outrageous. It was said she had become a nascent soul eminence in just 20 years. It seems there were quite a few cultivators who personally witnessed the Immortal Venerable transmitting the new methodology and later helped spread it. Li Fan casually dumped the cultivator onto the ground like a sack of potatoes, then turned his gaze to the center of Ningyuan City. Some time had passed, but the conflict still hadn't broken out. After a long while, Zhang Qianma emerged from the drunken immortal tavern with a satisfied expression, slowly making his way toward the rebirth longevity tree. Li Fan noticed that Zhang Qianma had erected a barrier around the tavern's exterior, likely to protect his former lover Qi Xia from the impending confrontation with Song Hesong. It seems this senior brother Zhang is quite the romantic. Li Fan mused inwardly, his eyes glinting with unreadable light. Perhaps this is the angle to exploit for retrieving the Purple Firmament soul observation art. Boom! A purple thunderbolt thick as a barrel suddenly descended from the heavens. Song Hesong's agonized scream instantly echoed throughout Ningyuan City. Li Fan watched as the city's life conversion array activated at tremendous speed, drawing wisps of azure life force from the mortals and channeling them toward the site of the battle. Zhang Qianma, so what if you're an inner disciple? You're just a Foundation establishment cultivator. Do you truly think I fear you? Song Hesong's voice rumbled like thunder across the city. A massive blood-red bell instantly encased Zhang Qianma. Song Hesong then reduced countless buildings to rubble with a casual wave. The commoners trembling inside had no time to scream before their lives were extinguished. From their remains rose thick, nearly solid crimson auras that shot skyward and gathered around Song Hesong. Within the bloody glow, the faces of the recently slain appeared. They immediately began charging toward Zhang Qianma, who was trapped within the Great Bell. Moments later, senior brother Zhang fell into a dazed, motionless state. This myriad soul's divine refinement array is truly extraordinary, Li Fan observed. Even with Zhang Qianma striking first, he still fell to the array's power. A pity it requires mortal lives as fuel, rendering it practically useless in the present day. Li Fan silently watched as Song Hesong freely harvested the lives of Ningyuan City's inhabitants, transforming them into weapons against his foe. In moments, the city became a landscape of devastation. Countless mortals perished by Song Hesong's hand. Only the drunken immortal tavern, protected by Zhang Qianma's barrier, and Li Fan's current location, remained safe. As the death toll mounted, half of Zhang Qianma's skull exploded within the myriad soul's divine refinement array. Yet his life force persisted. Song Hesong's expression shifted exactly as before, but fear was quickly suppressed by greed, and he summoned crimson flames to scorch Zhang Qianma. It was only when the purple core within his body was revealed that Song Hesong finally sensed something amiss. With successive palm strikes, he slaughtered Ningyuan City's remaining mortals, summoning their bloody visages to delay his opponent while he fled into the distance. It seemed he had recognized the danger and chosen to escape. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and hurled Li Chen's spear artifact toward the fleeing figure. Simultaneously, he activated the Purple Firmament Thunder Invocation art, summoning a bolt of Purple Firmament Divine Lightning aimed at Song Hesong's head. The Divine Lightning found its mark, freezing Song Hesong's fleeing form midair. Meanwhile, the spear shot forward like a dragon, trailing threads of purple lightning, poised to impale Song Hesong. But as a golden core cultivator, Song Hesong managed to recover from his paralysis at this critical moment and quickly grabbed the lightning reed spear, stopping it in its tracks. At that moment, lightning erupted violently from the weapon, causing Song Hesong to release his grip instinctively. The spear instantly slipped from his control and returned to Li Fan's hand. Song Hesong looked down from above, casting a glance in Li Fan's direction. Though Li Fan was at the Foundation establishment realm while Song Hesong was a golden core cultivator, he didn't even entertain the thought of fighting back. He just shot a venomous glare at Li Fan before transforming into a bloody light and fleeing once more. Junior brother, well done. Purple light erupted brilliantly as Zhang Qianma's physical body reformed. The radiance condensed, forming robes around him. With a single step, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, intercepting the bloody light. Just like before, Zhang Qianma seized Song Hesong within the bloody light. Those who betray the sect will die. Purple firmament divine lightning descended from the heavens, striking Song Hesong head-on. Just like that, a golden core cultivator was slain by Zhang Qianma. He showed no ripple of emotion, as if he had simply slaughtered a chicken or dog. He flew to Li Fan's side, his aura completely withdrawn. This matter is concluded, junior brother. Let's quickly return to the sect. Bring these few along as evidence. Zhang Qianma pointed at the 4 captured Foundation establishment cultivators. As for the countless dead and wounded strewn about the ruins of Ningyuan City, he completely ignored them. Summoning the purple firmament flying cloud, he secured the prisoners and ascended to a high altitude. Just as they were about to depart, Li Fan suddenly knocked the prisoners unconscious and asked, "Senior brother, what is your view on this new methodology?" Zhang Qianma remained silent for a long time before slowly stating, "A heretical method that cannot be considered part of the orthodox ways." Li Fan gave a light laugh. "Do you truly believe that, senior brother?" Pointing at the figures lying haphazardly on the purple cloud, Li Fan's tone grew profound. "Senior brother, look at these people. Let's not mention comparing them to you or me. They fall far short even when compared to the outer disciples or menial disciples within our mountain gate. Their cultivation time is shorter than ours, yet they have reached the Foundation establishment realm, just like me." Zhang Qianma frowned. "Junior brother, what exactly are you trying to say?" Li Fan did not answer directly, instead continuing, "When our thousands upon thousands of junior brothers who have not received the true teachings of our sect learn of the new methodology's existence, will they still be content with being ordered around by the sect, toiling at trivial and minor tasks without complaint, in the hopes of treading a little further on the immortal path? Now, The path of immortality has opened wide, but it does not lead to our purple firmament sect. Li Fan pointed at the ruined Ningyuan city below. Today, during Senior Brother's battle with Song Hasong, ordinary mortals were caught in the crossfire, suffering countless casualties. After all, there is a divide between immortals and mortals. Mortals are far too weak. In the hands of us cultivators, they have no power to resist. But, Senior Brother, do you believe they harbor no resentment at all? Those mortals who survived are weak as ants, yet number in the billions. If they learned of the new methodology's existence, what choice would they make? Your divine might allows you to slaughter 4 or 5 cultivators of equal cultivation easily, Senior Brother. But if even 1/10 of the mortals in Ningyuan City today had possessed Foundation Establishment cultivation, would you still dare to act so recklessly? Zhang Qianma remained silent. Li Fan's gaze burned intently, fixed firmly on Zhang Qianma. Senior Brother, your comprehension abilities far surpass mine. If even I can think of this, surely you have long understood it. Junior Brother. Zhang Qianma began to speak, but Li Fan cut him off. The rise of the new methodology is unstoppable. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who oppose it will perish. Do you agree, Senior Brother? Li Fan pressed. Though he privately held the same view, seeing his junior brother speak so boldly about the matter made Zhang Qianma's face pale slightly. Had this junior brother not remained within the mountain gates ever since joining their sect, with this being his first time descending from the mountain, Zhang Qianma might have suspected he'd already embraced the new methodology. Junior brother, you mustn't speak recklessly. Zhang Qianma cautioned. The decisions regarding this matter should be left to our sect elders. Li Fan smiled faintly, dropping the subject as abruptly as he'd raised it. Back on the mountain, I often heard you lament how Miss Qixia refused to return to the sect with you because she lacks a spiritual root and cannot cultivate. Now that you're aware of the new methodology, I wonder if you have informed Miss Qixia about it? Though merciless in battle, Zhang Qianma grew visibly flustered under Li Fan's questioning, stammering and looking thoroughly embarrassed. Senior Brother, mortals aren't like us cultivators who can preserve our youth forever. Remember how swiftly years pass, how quickly beauty fades. How much time do mortals truly have to waste? Can you really bear to watch her grow older day by day until you become strangers to each other? Li Fan fired questions like rapid arrows, each striking deeper than the last, cornering Zhang Qianma with relentless precision. After a long silence that seemed filled with violent internal struggle, Zhang Qianma finally released a heavy sigh. Junior Brother, wait here for me. I'll return shortly. With these words, he flew straight for Drunken Immortal Tavern below. Zhang Qianma's promise to return shortly had proven rather optimistic. 3 full days and nights passed without any sign of him. Li Fan stood atop the purple firmament flying cloud, idly observing the ruins of Ningyuan City below. The battle between Zhang Qianma and Song Hasong, both golden core cultivators, had reduced most of the city to rubble. The mortals who survived this senseless catastrophe had cried themselves hoarse, and their eyes were vacant with confusion. Master Bias said that those who still have strength are to gather here. Let's work together to dig out any survivors. Those with minor injuries, help collect water and food. Bring the seriously wounded to the temple. Master Bai will treat them there. Just as despair threatened to consume the survivors, shouts began echoing throughout Ningyuan City. Li Fan listened with interest. The voices belonged to children no older than 10 or 12. Dressed in tattered clothes and thin as reeds, they nevertheless displayed remarkable wisdom and resourcefulness beyond their years. Their youthful cries pierced the darkness like the first light of dawn. As if finding their backbone, the people gradually shook off their numbness and bewilderment. Soon, they began organizing rescue efforts with methodical efficiency. Watching this scene unfold, Li Fan was abruptly reminded of his own experience after his first meeting with Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, when he'd organized rescue efforts in the devastated Xianjing city. As he lost himself in these memories, spiritual chi fluctuations began emanating from Drunken Immortal Tavern. It seems Miss Qixia has successfully guided chi into her body. Li Fan mused silently. Sure enough, shortly after noon, Zhang Qianmo returned. Though his expression remained placid, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Junior Brother. Zhang Qianma called out. Congratulations on resolving this matter, Senior Brother. Li Fan smiled. Will Miss Xia not be returning to the mountain with us? Zhang Qianma waved a hand. We should wait for the sect leader's decision first. Having waited this long, a little longer won't matter. He snorted coldly. Frankly, I doubt the old fossils in our sect will readily accept this so-called new methodology anytime soon. Li Fan nodded in agreement. With only 3 or 4 days remaining in the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan decided against returning immediately. He wanted to seize this opportunity to visit the Purple Firmament sect. Witnessing the splendor of an immortal cultivation sect was something he had long dreamed of. Unfortunately, the Purple Firmament sect's mountain gate was quite far from Ningyuan City. A little more than halfway through the journey, Li Fan noticed the surrounding scenery growing hazy. Sights and sounds faded away. And moments later, his consciousness returned to the Tianjian mirror. Heat surged within his skull, causing a tingling pain. Li Fan frowned momentarily, then his expression brightened with realization. Concentrating slightly, he found the complete contents of the Purple Firmament Soul Observation Art in his mind. It was crystal clear, without a single word missing. So the method of equivalent exchange truly works. This was an applied art of the soul, not a cultivation technique. Therefore, there was no notification about the number of current practitioners. Drawing from his experiences in the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan mastered it completely without much difficulty. With this soul-searching art secured, all that remains for Zhou Qingang to retrieve those 50 top-grade spirit stones. After purchasing some items from the Tianjian mirror to prepare for all contingencies, Li Fan went back to cultivating while patiently waiting. 7 days later, he sensed that Zhou Qingang had once again altered his appearance and left Taiyan Island. Li Fan quickly departed from Myriad Immortal's island, concealed his form, and hurried toward Zhou Qinggang's location. The place where Zhou Qingang was retrieving the spirit stones from wasn't unfamiliar to Li Fan. It was the Myriad Vault on Yulan Island, where he had obtained He Jianghao's legacy, the detailed explanations of the 100 Veins Array diagram, in his 12th life. Instead of following him inside, Li Fan lay in ambush outside. Before long, Zhou Qingang flew out of Yulan Island, taking no action to hide his presence. He then headed toward a remote region of the sea, likely intending to revert to his original appearance. This suited Li Fan's plans perfectly, and he followed discreetly from a distance. With formless killing mechanism tracking and monitoring him, no matter what tricks Zhou Qingang pulled, he couldn't shake Li Fan's pursuit. After most of the day had passed, Zhou Qingang finally lowered his guard. He dove to the bottom of the sea and resumed his original form behind some debris within the ruins. Feeling the top-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, worth 50,000 contribution points, Zhou Qingang planned to make his way to Myriad Immortal's island to repay his debts right away. However, the moment he surfaced, he was horrified to discover that his body had suddenly turned stiff. He had lost all control over it. The deafening clang of a copper gong then erupted right above his head. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and his ears rang with a roaring tinnitus. Damn it. That was the only thought that flashed through his mind before he was knocked unconscious. Li Fan revealed himself, grabbed Zhou Qingang, and dove back to the seafloor. He found a structure within the ruins, casually set up some arrays around it, and entered. He threw the now unconscious and defenseless Zhou Qingang onto the ground. Then, he retrieved 13 frost iron nails from his storage ring and drove them into Zhou Qinggang's body. Only then did Li Fan begin to employ the Purple Firmament Soul Observation Art. Zhou Qinggang's body convulsed violently as images flickered rapidly before Li Fan's eyes. Establishing his Dao foundation with a 7 apertures exquisite heart, altering his features through visage follows the heart. So that's how it is. No wonder he managed to infiltrate the Myriad Immortals Alliance as a spy. He certainly has some skills. Li Fan felt a surge of delight. Just as he began to delve deeper into Zhou Qinggang's soul to uncover information about his handler and the organization he served, he seemed to trigger some kind of seal. A terrifying destructive force erupted from the depths of Zhou Qinggang's soul. Li Fan's expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his divine sense. Yet, he could not stop this force from ravaging Zhou Qinggang's soul. Even in his unconscious state, Zhou Qingang let out an agonized scream. Then, Li Fan watched as his soul was erased in an instant. Though his vital aura remained, he had become an empty shell, like a walking corpse. A countermeasure for confidentiality. Li Fan was not particularly surprised by this. What a pity. I couldn't uncover more secrets. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan erased all traces of the array he had previously set up. Then, carrying Zhou Qingong's body, he traveled hundreds of li away. He chose an area of the sea teeming with fish and threw Zhou Qingong's body toward them. Though his soul had vanished, the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator emanating from his body instinctively terrified these sea creatures. They all kept their distance, lacking the courage to treat this body as food. Seeing this, Li Fan activated Formless Killing Mechanism and targeted the strongest fish in the school. Then he retreated another 100 li and activated Formless Killing Mechanism once more, this time targeting Zhou Qingong.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.